Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Every great track needs a great race, and in the case of the land down under, it's blessed with two great races. While the great Australian race sends supercars thundering up and down the mountain for more than 20 years, drivers from around the world, manufacturers from around the world have landed in Mount Panorama for 12 hours of racing, starting in the night with one quest: to survive the thrill and come out on top in the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, powered by Ready, Set, Sim. Hi folks, welcome along to the ride that is the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. Tall and small in the commentary box, Arjuna Kankipati joined by Dara Thacker to kick things off. And Dara, this is a wild race. I've commentated on it now for many a year, but for the first time ever, we've got rain in the offing and all drivers on track right now in qualifying out on the wet weather tyre.
It's already one of the biggest challenges in sim racing, the Bathurst 12 hour, and just to sprinkle a little bit of rain into that's going to make it even more tough. These are some of the best sim races in the world, though. They should be able to cope with it, but it is not easy here at Mount Panorama just to pick your right lines, just to make sure you stay out of trouble, and it's going to be 12 brutal hours, I'm sure. I do enjoy it here, being the small one, because I get a nice view of the track from the top of the mountain.
Absolutely. I think it's quite interesting, the fact that qualifying happens during the night and they're having to do it on the wets because they're so unsure of where the grip is. You can see some of the spray being kicked up. Let's kick up and look at the schedule and where we've been, where we've still got left to go in the journey that is the iRacing special events. And boy, what an adventure it is. A journey through the world of motorsports, diving through different disciplines and navigating through some of the best tracks in the world of global motorsports. And Dara, a couple of races in February. We have just one in March, but it's a busy time through the rest of the year as things kick on through.
Yeah, but if you're only going to have one special event in March, Sebring 12 Hour is by no means a bad race to have. There's some absolutely fantastic races coming up in the first half of the year. Of course, 4 hours of Thruxton will be new to the calendar. Looking forward to the Spa 24 end of July. We've got so much towards the end of the year as well. We really have been lucky with the amount of special events we get now in iRacing, and yeah, looking forward to all of them this year.
They were spoiled, right? Kind of begs the question, which ones can you do with your own schedule, trying to fit them in to the comings and goings of your own life. Let's talk a little bit about the race itself that we've got here today. Of course, this is GT3 only as we get ready for the race. 30 minutes of warm-up finished. The drivers on track, as mentioned, for qualifying, where they get 2 laps, track to themselves in 8 minutes, which doesn't sound like a lot to try and master what is going to be a relatively important qualifying session, because 12 hours of racing, dynamic weather as we mentioned, 2 drivers required, maximum 16, not going to see that here in the top split, and I don't think we're going to be talking too much about stop and go limits. I think for me though, Dara, the real talking point is qualifying. You can't afford to be behind the 8 ball knowing that first time up through the cutting could be dangerous.
Yeah, and with only 2 laps to absolutely nail the lap time in treacherous conditions, in the dark, over the mountain, it's not really the ideal scenario. I think we might see a couple of surprises, a couple of teams that we may not expect towards the front of the league, or they get themselves up towards the front, and also a couple of the teams that might find themselves a little bit further back. You were talking about how critical it is to make sure you're up near the front. Of course, it's so difficult up through the mountain to pick your way through if any incidents occur, and I think in this race, with the rain, with the rain on the circuit, it's more likely to happen than most years.
Let's talk about BOP, those 3 letters that send a shiver down some people's spines. For others, gets involved in a lively debate. You can see plenty of the cars getting power adjustments. I think the thing you've got to remember, Dara, when we come here to the mountain, we're actually at relative elevation. The highest point on the track is almost 1,000 kilometers above sea level, which does, of course, mean the cars with turbo-powered engines, which pushes the air through the engine of the car a little bit more effectively. They get bopped, if you will, a little bit more.
Yeah, and of course it's going to make sure that, most teams are on a level-ish playing field. I think a lot of them will have been just trying to tweak their cars to make sure they can get as much out of them as they can. But of course, with the weather, with the conditions, it's going to change that around ever so much. But it's also great to see so many options for the teams and drivers to pick from.
Qualifying underway. Hugh Barter's just gone to the top in the Drago Racing 069, but here comes Team Redline, Sam Coiter in what is an assault on the mountain in a Porsche 911 GT3. We'll talk about the choice of cars and how that's all compared to the relative BOP as the race works through. Here's the climb up towards the cutting, keeping it tight to the inside as he works his way up. And remember, the qualifying being in the dead of night just means that the drivers have that much less visibility, Dara, into where there might be puddles of water. There's not active rain on the track right now, but you can still see the spray. There's still some moisture kicking around.
When trying to find that extra 100th, that extra 1,000th of a second by taking an ever such tighter line, particularly on the white lines here, when water falls on those white lines, it becomes ever more difficult to find grip. And so drivers are going to have to be wary of going too far towards the outside of the racetrack, but they can't really see what's safe and what isn't safe, which is what makes this so difficult. Sam Coiter, though, taking a gorgeous line down the hill. Let's see if he can finish the lap with the same kind of gusto. But yeah, so tricky for these drivers to nail. And when margins are so fine, they're going to be pushing for every single 100th.
And, well, in terms of the number of drivers with a time on the board, it's maybe a little bit lower than expected. 50 enter this race, only 39 on the timesheet right now, and some names that you might expect to be up toward the top. There's a Redline car yet to set a time, an Apex Racing machine, a BS Plus car as well, so some heavy hitters. But I can tell you one thing for sure. Porsche Coanda officially making their debut in the world of iRacing. They'll be starting no higher than 4th. Josh Rogers has pulled off the track. Hugh Barter's time, I think, is stacked up very, very well. He's got a 10th clear on the rest of the field and less than 60 seconds to go. Let's see if anyone can improve. Here comes Elliot Veyron, who's going to dive down to pit lane and practice. Let's be honest, Dara, what is a pretty tricky pit entry even without the wet conditions.
Yeah, and in a race where overtaking may be difficult and strategy may come into, a big factor in this race, getting the specifics in the pit lane nailed down are going to be really critical. Even if you can just gain a second or so by stopping on your box correctly, by trying to brake as late as you can into the pit lane, you may be able to get yourself a little bit up the order on the strategy compared to some of your rivals. So, little things may seem insignificant, but in a race like this, they're all going to add up to something that will be quite important.
Lewis McLean, I'm going to get it out there now. He always likes to say that he once finished this race as one of only 4 total drivers, 2 teams, to have done this race with 0 incident points. This is a race where, Dara, you expect to get involved in trouble. It's more a when than if, and it's going to be a rather interesting journey as these teams get ready to navigate their first iRacing Bathurst 12 hours with rain.
Yeah, I think the opening few laps is where we're going to see a lot of those incident points picked up, you'd say. And teams, again, just trying to avoid too much collision, really. It's going to be tricky. But if they can survive the opening few laps, I think they're going to be happy with the position that they find themselves in.
Well, let's get ready to rumble down under. It's going to be Hugh Barter in the Drago Racing 069 that looks to roar up front. But watch out for Elliot Veyrong alongside. Sam Coyte, Josh Rogers, look out for the Porsche Coanda colours on debut in the world of iRacing. And then Tristan Iglesias, Sotomuto, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy alongside Coanda. It's very much Porsche towards the front, but the Mercedes running strong in the hands of Drago. Redline Drago 7th and 8th rows, with Redline and Coanda then behind them to round up the top 10, with PGZ, P1 Docs, and the first of the Apex Racing Team cars, and the first Audi rolling through the top 12. It's Drago and Williams Esports Pit Fit Road 7. Mahler Racing Team celebrating 5 years in the sim racing world back in 15th, alongside the first of our world sim racing entries. Sheza Esports, the Hungarian outfit, they'll be back in 19th. They'll be alongside Grid and Go's 003, getting into the meat of the field where the Audis are running strong. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, their sole representative in top splits, 19th, with Falcon Sim Racing's teal and blue alongside them. GridandGo.com, WSR Esports 21st and 22nd, with Solprec Precision Racing, Augustin Canapino in that entry to start, alongside Altitude Freem Esports and James Baume. About halfway through the grid, you find GridandGo.com's second car with Simufy alongside, and then repeat that on row number 14. Alex Gall in the Apex Racing Team Cars 29th. He's got mag performance to 150 alongside, and 2 seconds covering the front 15 rows. Maybe larger margins in qualifying because of the rain. BS Competition in their BMW entry 31st, with Fiercely Forward alongside Falcon Sim Racing, Simufy, Fiercely Forward, and then a second Sheza car roll through the front 18 rows, and now just a handful more to get through. GridandGo.com, Shera Esports, Fiercely Forward, another one of the Falcon Sim Racing contingent, Saybolt, and then Drago as we start to get towards the drivers with no times on the board. Jeff Giassi in the GridandGo.com car, Fastlane RT, Zenith, Door Esports, and BS Plus, and then at the very back of the field, Veloce, a couple of cars for them, and Team Hoising Valdarra, they're rolling. We are getting ready to rumble. There's no rain on the radar right now, but I can tell you, at least from what my timing screen's saying, we've got a bit of a split between the wet and the dries. What we also seemingly have is no pole sitter taking us to the green flag. Drago Racing missing on this race start.
Not what they needed whatsoever, but the mix is going to create even more chaos because there's going to be a pace differential all the same. If you couldn't throw more into the mix, well, I don't know what else we can throw into the mix to make this crazy for a race start.
What more could you ask for? First driver on a dry tyre, seemingly back in 15th position, but let's go. It is the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, powered by Ready Set Sim, and Team Redline technically were in control for a second, but here we go off to turn 1. Through Hell Corner, Coanda's going to lead on the outside and run themselves down this undulating straightaway as they tuck into line, single file. It's a long race. You can't win it right now. You can definitely lose it. And already Mark Perez is into the wall hard for Simufy Esports out of turn 1 as they dive down into the braking zone of turn number 2 in towards Griffin's Bend. It's Porsche Coanda, Josh Rogers around the outside of Sam Coyte. Veyron's trying to help Rogers, his teammate here. Not going to work out. Redline hold on strong and climb up towards the cutting. It's the danger zone. What everyone identified in their pre-race briefing as the must-survive point of lap 1, and because it's wet, single file, they tiptoe their way on through, and now Darragh, they begin to climb the rest of the ascent.
Perfect start, really, wasn't it, from Elliot Veyron? Sam Coyte almost looked like he was going to lose that P2, but was able to defend the inside line from Josh Rogers, who's now under attack himself. Of course, they single-filed out as they made their way through the cutting, but almost surprising that they were single-filed out after turn number 1. Could have been far more side-by-side on the exit, and only one casualty, seemingly, at the opening turn as well. They'll dive over the top of Skyline, down in towards the dipper, towards Forest Elbow for the first time, and you can just about see how they're tiptoeing their way through. Everybody staying relatively in the train, not too many mistakes, but it just doesn't look comfortable, does it?
I saw a couple of things on my timing screen that got me nervous for a second, but I'm quite amazed to say that 50 cars covered by 20 seconds are going to exit out of the elbow, and we're going to finish lap number 1 seemingly without the big one. All these drivers rising to the challenge of the conditions, you'd say, in many ways. And so now it's the 1 kilometer odd run down towards the chase, and then that kink that leads you into the braking zone. Grid and Go, there's about 3 of their cars all on top of each other as they dive down into this straight. It's a quite impressive sight as you see the field make its way through and in through that final couple of corners. Here comes the leaders. Not expecting much action. I think what we can expect at this stage, Dara, all these teams to start settling into fuel saving.
Yeah, really early on to fuel saving. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more in the way of action on the opening lap, but hey, it means that we've got 50 drivers and 50 cars still very much in the running. That grid and go trio really are tripping over each other, aren't they? Down in towards the final couple of corners at the chase, but already, you're right, fuel saving is probably going to be the priority here, and it's unlikely that we're going to see Redline try and overtake Coanda. They're in a great position to try and fuel save that little bit more than the number 8, and from everyone therefore back, they're going to be in a similar position, so I think that at least at the front of the field, we're going to see a pretty happy top 5 for the next little while.
Haven't really talked about previous race winners. Redline are defending winners at this event as, well, the 72 slides up the inside. It's a good move from Gustavo Ariel as he gets past Soto Muto. Gustavo, by the way, getting ready to fly off to Atlanta Motorsports Park to compete in Racing Prodigy alongside Thibaut Courtois Racing. Change at the front, though. What's happened here? Sam Coiter, the Dutchman's going to take the lead, and suddenly Elliot Veyron slides to second, Rogers in third. I wonder if there's a small mistake there up towards the cutting, and Redline have pounced and taken the lead back over.
So glad I said about 60 seconds ago that I didn't think there'd be many moves in the top 5. I've set this up well, haven't I? Maybe there will be no more for the rest of the race. Who knows? Yeah, Coiter taking the lead. Let's see how he plays this now, because he's the one who won't be receiving that little benefit of the slipstream as he goes a little bit wide, as you need to keep the lines as tight as you can down through the S's, and Veyron's getting closer, but he's never going to make a move through there. He can only just apply the pressure and make Coiter look in his mirrors that little bit more as they run in towards Forest's elbow. But Redline leading the race once again. Redline 1 and 4. Coanda and Porsche Coanda's 2 and 3 and 5. It's a pretty interesting front 5.
Confirmation that Drago's pole-sitting car did end up starting from pit lane, but I don't think that was necessarily according to the script. What's the script got in store? If you're Elliot Veyron, the Frenchman, he's going to lunge his way around the outside, and surely not. This is a fight. We're not even 5 minutes into this thing, and 2 swaps for the lead already. It's going to stay as it was. Back at the line, though, as they sweep out through the chase once again. But this is a different race than I think we were expecting. We haven't seen chaos. We've already got some swaps at the front. There's some swapping back and forth just outside the top 10 as well. It's very, very finely poised. And the thing that we've always said about this rain, Dara, is that it's the great equalizer, right? And we're expecting some heavy rain, which maybe doesn't equalize things. It just sends everyone for a tizzy.
Yeah, and it's not really what you want to be doing. Getting a little bit worried about the weather. Of course, being introduced into iRacing in the last 13 months or so really has been a great addition. Added in quite a lot, particularly to these special events. We saw it at Daytona just a couple of weeks ago. That really deciding the race, arguably, in top split at Daytona. It could be the same here, but really interesting to see how some of the teams played. Of course, strategy is going to be critical. What tires you go on when you are able to pit, they're all going to be really critical parts of the race. And with the top 12 split by 6 seconds currently, I know obviously they're going to gap out as the race goes on, but clearly a lot of the teams on general pace with each other, it's going to take quite a lot for them to split out, and the strategy could be one of those big factors.
These are some of the battles just outside the top 10 for a moment as they cycle over the top of the cutting. There's the World Sim Racing car. Martin Cadillac behind the wheel right now of one of the front-running Mercedes. Of course, Porsche do run quite strongly, at least to start this race off, but let's not forget Mercedes put it on pole. We've got a strong contingent of Audis in the midfield, and I think they're all just wondering what the best car is going to be over the entire 12 hours of this race. The rain is expected to be somewhat constant and ever-present, and so having the best car and balance for the conditions is going to be relatively important. Edge of the top 10, P1 PGZ, the 114, Sam Ward under some pressure. Beckham Jasir in the Williams Esports Pit Fit car behind, and then second Porsche Coanda car, Dane Warren behind the wheel in 11th.
Yeah, Coanda having a decent enough start. Of course, that number 21 a little bit further back than they maybe would have wanted, but to have the 2 Coanda Esports cars first and fifth and the other Porsche Coanda up in P3, I think they're going to be very pleased about how this has started. And really, a chess game setting itself out in front of the field.
I'm going to come in front of you because Josh Rogers has gone off the track, and Dara, I'm just going to say, if Josh Rogers is making mistakes and losing positions, what hope is there for any of us?
Yeah, exactly, and he's dropping down to 5th now. He's a little mistake. It's cost him, all of a second, less than that, but it's going to cost him the 2 positions, showing how congested the track is at the moment. Inside line, though, on the number 18. I'm not too surprised to see Josh Rogers cycling himself in front of the number 18, back up into P4. What can he do on the 71?
That, I think, just kind of tells you again how tricky it can be, and important in my mind that mistake's been made, because what it's done is now put Redline alongside one another, and we always talk in this sort of an environment about the importance of having teammates, and right now, let's be honest, this is the fight that for many years people wondered who was the best in the world of sim racing, Redline or Coanda. I think it's fair to say, Dara, in the last year or two, Redline have maybe staked their claim across many different simulators that they are the best, competing at the top of everything that they choose to enter. However, we know Coanda are strong, and here they've come alongside both Coanda Esports and Porsche Coanda running at the front.
Yeah, it's going to be a really intriguing battle, probably into the middle hours of this race. Of course, first few, you'd expect them to stay relatively close together towards the front of the field, but that will not always be how it goes. But 3 and 3 right at the front is exactly what we wanted to see, and this is going to be a real chess game between them, because they're all going to have their own interests. They may be able to help each other a little bit if the strategy and if the situations in the race allow it so this is definitely going to be an incredible race, and it's set up perfectly in the wet at Bathurst. Well, I say in the wet, in the damp conditions at Bathurst, with rain looking like it's on the way towards the latter part of the race. This really does look like it's going to be a fantastic 12-hour race.
Just had our first meatballs come through, a couple of the grid and go cars. So Sven Haas and David Balsko returning to pit lane, and just one by one I'm seeing the number of cars that are tripping up off track increase. Niels Koch went off in the Marla Racing Team car, I believe it was. Oscar Irene as well in the BS competition entry. So drivers are struggling, having to really try and stay right on the racing line. Well, they're not on the racing line, but the wet line. You don't want to be on the racing line. That's where you'll find a little less grip, and sometimes find yourself starting to slip off the track. And as we watch the fight for 11th, 12th and 13th position out of the final corner, about 10 minutes complete. Gustavo Ariel's looking for another move on the 18 up to turn 1. He'll get that done as well. Redline starting this race off strong.
Yeah, I mean, leading the race for all of half a lap, of course, at the front with the number 70, 71 working its way through on Josh Rogers' mistake. Now the 72 working its way up the order is looking pretty good, but it's by no means over. You can see on the inset there, as we see the 89 going off the track, the BS competition BMW car, there's contact. The 18 slips up the inside. That could have gone worse, and somehow they're still side by side behind, including the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car.
And that's Drago Racing beating and banging. Nicholas Rubilar's now left on the outside, and he's going to get caught out by 1-2 Williams Esports entries that slip up the inside. Sotomuto, Beckham, Jasir able to use their team strategies effectively to make that work. Yeah, that replay just showing you how innocuous an incident can be here at the top of the hill as well. Ooh, another look in the braking zone. That just snaps around as well. So suddenly, wondering if that's one of the cars on dry tires. Now, this is what happened to Grid and Go. So I think Balska goes around. Oh no, this is already Sven Haas subsequently. Wow, I thought it was going to be something about rule number 1 of racing, don't hit your teammate, but that is 2 totally separate incidents.
That's almost impressive to be able to hit your teammate there. I don't think I've ever seen that before in my life, especially considering that's your teammate that's gone around. They're going to be somewhat unhappy, but probably slightly laughy cool at the moment.
Coanda and Redline still fighting. Tristan Iglesias has just lost out to Gustavo Ariel. They've lost a good 3 seconds now to the back of the top 4. It's already a bit of a breakaway starting to build at the front as we jump on board with Iglesias. You can see not really a move on into the chase with the line they're having to run. So much tighter to the inside than they would normally be in the dry, where they sweep their speed and their momentum the long way around. Confirmation, by the way, that BS competition seemingly have elected to go with an oddball strategy, and maybe that explains, Dara, some of the spins that we've seen for their cars. They're on the dry tire.
Yeah, and another one for the number 7 now. It's not really what they want to be having. And over the mountain, horrible place to get spun around. It's so difficult to get yourself corrected again. But clearly going for an aggressive strategy, going for maybe one that they thought could gain themselves some positions necessarily on the race start. But if they could hold position, maybe work their way towards the front as the track continues to dry without rain falling on the circuit. But it's clearly not worked out too well for them. There's going to be a move to the inside. I think the number 9's gone for the 22. Rubelar at the inside. I think he's just about going to get this one.
And all this building, by the way, as Rogers has gone off the track again. He hasn't lost much ground. His teammate Dane Warren's really under fire from Luca Kita, who can't do anything but relinquish the pressure up towards the braking zone of the cutting. But again, it goes to show, if there are drivers out there at this level making mistakes, remember, there are multiple tens of different splits for this iRacing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Ready Set Sim going on at the same time. That camera angle made it look like Luca Kita was a one-way angle in towards the wall, but no, it's just a passing opportunity over the top of the mountain. Oh, don't say so. Luca Kita sweeps past Dane Warren. They say you can't pass on the mountain, and that's why we've got a track blocker. It's Williams Esports Pit Fip. It's ripped the front end off the World Sim Racing car, but somehow it's not stacked up the whole field.
Yeah, and they've stacked it into the wall again. Into the pit lane comes the 22 Disaster. But going around, miracle really that more weren't collected in that incident. Going around on the exit of Skyline into the S's, into the Dipper. Horrible place to get yourself turned around and then sticking it into the wall down at turn 17. Not what they wanted at all. But it means that gaps have now opened up in this front train. 3 seconds nearly between Rubelar and Samuel Ward.
Well, I mean, that is why you don't pass over the top of the mountain, epitomized in one clip. A move attempted from Drago Racing, a move not cleanly executed, and bam, bam, bam. That is reminiscent of the couple of hard hits that I think it was Cam Waters had a couple of years ago. And now the damage, I think, so significant on the World Sim Racing car that even though Mahler Racing Team are on dry tires and struggling for grip, seemingly are going to be able to hold on. I am going to have to get confirmation if the Mahler Racing car is also on dry tires, because they've got a bit too much grip for what I think they should have if they were on the slicks.
Yeah, I mean, a good start all the same. I think they're going to be pleased. This is what the viewers from Porsche Coanda, you can see. Where are you going to go there? Where are you going to go? And pretty much stuck on that line and seeing the car spin off, not the ideal. But slicks, wets, it's a difficult call to have at this stage of the race, but I think drivers will be happy with their decision if they've gone onto the, well, what has been the consensus option, but we can see that it's not always the rule, is it?
Confirmation that Mahler and Phil Denez, who are 11th right now, are on the dry tire. Keep that in mind. Dry tires faster right now, but we'll get some weather updates brewing at some point. We're only 15 minutes in. We don't need to go down to the very handsome weather reporter that we've got on standby here at RaceSpotTV, but he'll be called up at some point, that's for sure. P1 and PGZ, Sam Ward, I mean, look at that pressure over the top of Skyline. Luca Kita, Phil Denez right in the mirror. Denez goes slightly wide.
Yeah, and Denez just trying to pick the right line. Luckily not going to get it into the wall too much, but still wants to be applying pressure to Luca Kita right now. For that top 10 position, you can see gaining down in towards the Forest Elbow. A little bit more confidence in that BMW at the moment. Look at the exit speed. Oh my word, Phil Denez nearly going for the move as they made their way out towards the Conrod Straight. These three could almost converge down in towards the chase. This could be dramatic.
This is not going to be 3 wide. Please, no. Phil, you're smarter than this. At least I thought so. He's going to get 1, though. I think he will get the move done on Luca Kita. He's got the ability to maybe take some different lines than those drivers who are on the wet compound of tire right now. Does definitely seem as though if you can hold on to the track, it is faster. Slight slip up, pushes wide offline, and suddenly Denez loses a bit of ground. Meanwhile, back up front, battle brews for the lead. Veyron has been closed on by Lebigra, and the Frenchmen are going to duel once again. Coanda started this race off very strongly, but I think that red line car, it's going to be very, very good as the race continues to progress.
Yeah, of course, we've had the 70 lead briefly. We've got the 8 leading now. Could we have the 71 being the third car to lead this Bathurst 12 in the opening 20 minutes? Well, let's see as they run their way up towards Griffin's Bend. They'll work their way up towards the cutting as well. Not really any chances to make a move down here, but Labriga can just apply the pressure, keep himself close to Bayer, or maybe get himself within a couple of tenths by the time they exit down at Forest's elbow and give him a chance down at the chase.
I mean, there's a look at some of the cars coming down to pit lane as Falcon Sim Racing, Mac Performance, World Sim Racing, all involved in incidents, and that's a rather sorry sight unless you are representative for a manufacturer thinking, I can sell some spare parts now. Veyron, the car squats down. We are 20 minutes into this race, and this, I mean, it's going to go one of two ways, right, Dower? It's going to be one of the greatest races that we've ever seen, 12 hours of this, or it's going to end in one of these drivers pushing a bit too hard and crashing, and then us being rather bored until the end of the race.
It could be both. We could see a couple of these cars crash, but we've still got the rest of the top 6, so there's always a chance. I mean, we've got 3 co-anders, 3 red lines towards the front of the field. Even if a couple of them come to blows, there's still a couple of duos remaining, but you are right. It would be nice to see these guys battling it out cleanly without making too many mistakes all the way to the end, but that could be wishful thinking. It is such a difficult 12-hour race. Doesn't take much to lose a little bit of concentration, and you had to have all your concentration with you to avoid a collision there.
Oh, man, I got tense. Can you... this is why I love endurance racing as well, right? Because all of these teams, for the most part, have 2 driver lineups. They've got 2 drivers splitting the 12 hours. So there's a second driver right now that's watching, biting their fingernails and going, please don't crash, please don't get involved in something. Give me a clean car so I can at least drive a little bit. That's all they're hoping for. Phil Denez, by the way, has just gotten up to 7th position, so say whatever you want about the BS cars that spun to start this race off. At the front of the field, at least one of their teammates is making it work, as difficult as it is. Up to turn 2, here he comes! Oh, surely not. Labigra backs out of it, but the intent's there for sure.
And how long is it going to be before Marla starts to cycle their way right to the front of the field? Where are they? There they are, just in the back of the shot of the leaders, as we see Commander 71 and the 70 come through for Team Redline. But Marla really have found a nice lick of pace. They're able to make these moves at the generic overtaking opportunities on the racetrack without having to force it anywhere else. And you can see here, getting right close to the back of the Redline car, over the top of McGillivray Park here. So nearly trying to, nearly getting a move done up towards the top of the mountain, which you don't often see, but just shows how much pace they currently have behind them right now.
And again, I think it just goes to show that sometimes a bold call pays off. The BMW maybe not favored in terms of BOP coming into this event, and reflected in the number we have of the entries, but put the car behind the wheel of, put some capable drivers behind the wheel of the car, throw some unique strategy choices out there. And it does seem to be working quite well, at least for the time being. He's going to make another move, this time on Gustavo Ariel, as they exit out of the elbow. And now, 10 positions gained, 20 minutes in, as Phil Denez out of Monterey slides his way forward. It's 5 o'clock in the morning for Phil right now. Pretty good wake-up call, I'd say.
Yeah, keeping himself, it's a coffee, all right. It's definitely one way to wake you up in the morning. I wonder if he's got a nice drink beside him for some of the straights, just in case he needs to have a sip. But he's going along very nicely indeed, exactly what the Marla Racing team were hoping for from this strategy. I think there's a change for me as well, though, as Bayron's in.
Is this a strategy call, or what's happened here? This makes no sense. 20 minutes in, and the race leaders bailed to pit lane.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, it looked almost like it was a late bail to come in anyway. It didn't really look like he was taking the pit lane line. Let's have a look on board with him. Coming down to pit lane, was it planned? Was it a mistake? Let's see. It looks like it was planned.
No, it's definitely planned.
Then has he gone deep?
He's definitely gone deep, so yes, but the benefit here is wait. The cone now is when you've got to be on the limiter. Okay, I've got to get on the blower to Coanda here, down on pit lane. We need to try and get word as to what's happened, because that Porsche Coanda, the 21's also come in. Dane Warren's on pit lane. Have they seen something with the radar that set them up for the rest of this race? I've got no idea, but this is remarkable.
they almost been spooked by Phil Dinez going through the field and seeing the pace that he's got at the moment. I mean, it's an interesting strategy. They're going to put themselves right in towards a difficult part of the circuit with the amount of drivers that they won't really want to be among. The Marla Racing team are now up to P2, though. Could they become the 4th team to lead this race in the opening 25 minutes? I think you'd be pretty brave to bet against it as they run down the mountain. But yeah, this is bold from Coanda. Surprising so early on into the race to go so differently compared to some rivals, even though we may still see Redline in this lap. We'll have to wait.
I think we're going to have to get a weather radar update at some point because, at least on my timing screen, Veyron is on the slicks. A couple of our viewers in chats have pointed it out as well. You can see that's what's coming. And the red shows the intensity of what is to come. But that's all in the future, about an hour away. And so it does seem as though Dinez has forced the big teams to respond. BS Plus grab another spot and to the race lead from 15th on the grid. We aren't even 15 laps in. It will be at the end of lap 10 that the BMW has stamped its authority on the race. But there's a long old way to go. Phil Dinez leads here at the mountain.
Absolutely incredible for them, as we do see Lebigra come in, not followed in by Goiter or by Josh Rogers, so Lebigra will be the lone other top 4 runner before the pit stop cycle to come into the box. I think Ariel and Iglesias, Ariel comes into the pit lane, Iglesias will go through, so a couple of red lines responding to a couple of Coandas. It really is going to be a matchup, isn't it, all the way through this race with these two in the box. We'll have to see where they come out, but all of a sudden, Dinez 3.6 second lead, and that's only going to grow.
I'm trying to write this down for the commentators that are going to join us afterwards, but how do you describe this? This is so intriguing, so interesting. That's going to be a move from Nicolas Rubilar as Iglesias slides back. It's a bit of a wiggle as they dive onto the brakes as well. It's going to be curious. It's going to be curious how this all works out. Redline drop and roll for both the 71 and the 72. You let us know what you think in the iRacing Esports Network chat. Do you agree with this call from one Coanda car, from Redline seemingly in their entirety? 70 and the 92 still out there bottom of the corner as you watch them roll through McPhillamy Park now. Do you pull them in this lap? If anything, Darry, you've left them out for an additional lap. They've lost 3 and 4 seconds already. I have no idea. I'm glad I'm not a strategist.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's impossible to call this because there's so many cars that you're going to be dropping yourselves into that even if you're there or thereabouts, I mean, Gustavo Ariel's 25th, Biga is 23rd, Veyron is 21st. They're not even together anymore. There are just cars in the middle, like the Cheshire Esports car, the Simify Esports car. They're just there, and they're almost in the way now with the strategy. I don't know, because there's always the risk that you can get caught up. There's always the risk you're going to be involved in an incident. Staying out in front gives you that known of where you're going to find yourselves in about 10-15 laps. But you can see that gap to Phil Dinez. It's opened up by nearly 5 seconds on this lap alone. It's an incredible pace advantage for the number 10 at the moment. I don't really know where to go. I think the smart idea would be to pit on the strategy, but is that the smart idea to do in the race overall with it being 12 hours long? That's the real question.
I don't know. That's the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, by the way. 15th for Lorenzo Manfredoni right now, who's paired up with Ollie Steinbraten. I've just seen Gustavo Ariel's been off the track, so he's on the slicks, let's not forget. So it's still, again, very, very easy to make a small mistake. And speaking of, are we going to see any further contact? That's the 123 around with Lucas Prada. 4 laps down already for them, by the way. So, oh boy. Now, I don't want to throw you under the bus, Lucas, but 4 laps down, that's not the best of rejoins, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Coitert versus Rogers up through Griffin's Bend. No change as they continue to lose time to the race leader. The lights flash from Rogers just to say, let's get a move on here. But they laid out their stall. They're staying out there on track, and there's barely anything in it between the two of them.
Yeah, and they're going to be fighting it out between them regardless of how far Phil Dinez is out in front. Rubilar may start to get a little bit more involved, though, in that number 9 Drago Racing entry. And could he pull along with 18 Coanda of Iglesias, the number 1 of Soitamuto as well in that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car? We'll have to wait and see because the gaps aren't huge still. 2nd through 9th, 8 cars, 8 seconds. It's not a big, well, there's not big gaps in that train. Of course, the big gaps are up to Phil Dinez front of the field, but there is still a very competitive top end of this race that could still go either way as we approach, well, what we think could be at the end of the first stints. But, I mean, that's already messed up, isn't it, with some of the drivers coming in already?
Remember, as far as I'm aware, all these different splits are slightly different in terms of weather, so let us know how you're getting on in your split. Oh my, bit of a pinch maybe on the grass there under braking, and Audi goes around as well, but it was BS Plus getting into the side of the Falcon 77. That really started that off. We are touching on 6:30 virtual standard time, and the precipitation chance at 6:45, 90%. I'm not sure if the right call was to make the swap onto the dry compound of tyre. If in 15 minutes we're expecting these teams to need to return to pit lane because of the deluge that's incoming. This is fascinating. This is what the weather, the rain, was expected to do, Dara, in the world of these special events. Gone are the days of a 12-hour sprint. You've actually got to stay on top of strategy now, and there's some calls to be made.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting when that rain does start to fall, what Marla can do, because of course those drivers that have been out the whole race on those wet compound of tyre will be, back in a better condition for their tyre. However, they're going to be worn down somewhat. They're going to need to come into the pit lane relatively soon for fresher tyres, especially if we get that sort of, red level rain that will cause a deluge on the circuit. Will their tyre, basically, will they have enough tyre left to help them in those kind of conditions? We'll have to wait and see, because Marla are in an absolutely fantastic position. Even if they come into the pit lane, they're still going to be inside the top 15, I think, if not a little bit higher than that. So this is a fantastic position for them to be in, and with every passing lap, they get into an even stronger position. I mean, at the rate they're gaining, they could even build themselves a pit stop gap before that rain starts to fall.
Such a tough race to try and figure out what's going on. David Toth's 15th in that Chesney Esports car. New tyres, new dry tyres, I should say, seem to be around 4 seconds a lap quicker, so that's a good sign. Dane Warren's been off the track, though. That's not such a good sign. Remember, he was one of the drivers that was bold and chose to make the call to swap onto slick tyres, so he's lost some time as we near on 30 minutes complete here in the first ever iRacing Bathurst 12-hour, presented by Ready Set Sim with the rain. And what a race it has really thrown up for us. Our Judah Kanki party alongside of Dara Thacker in the commentary booth. We'll have a whole suite of commentators to join us through the 12 hours of racing. But I tell you what, why don't we very quickly, weather report time, as we see the fog almost set into the track. I'm going to have to swap to this side because it's coming in, as you can see, rather heavy, and we have to take the scale, right? The scale's important, Dara. Blue is light rain, red heavy. So we're going to get the initial rain rather light, and then as it starts to build, heavier and heavier and heavier. Can we zoom, Mr. Producer? Is the button working? No. Anyway, what you're going to see is that the way that the rain sort of arrives at the track is going to be interesting, because I think part of it's going to be attacked by rain, and parts of it maybe aren't attacked by rain, Dara.
Yeah, and that's going to be critical, just to see what parts of the circuit are getting a little bit wetter. We might see over the top of the mountain drivers struggle a little bit more, or we might see them struggling a little bit more into the chase. It's going to be very interesting. I think the mountains where they're going to hope to avoid the rain. You can't always choose these kinds of things, can you? I noticed there was no, temperature or wind on that weather report. I don't know if you added for the next one.
You are setting your expectations high. I mean, are you going to give me an Emmy if we get this weather report segment all figured out?
I mean, I can try. I don't think it'd be very official if I gave you an Emmy, but I can try and make one up for you if I, stick.
So, apparently as official as some of my other awards, so take that with a grain of salt, I guess. Over the top of the hill once again, they are going to descend. I mean, the gravel, by the way, shows signs of what the race has held for some of these drivers. 22.3 seconds is the advantage for Phil Dinez right now. If anyone is made out like a bandit on the strategy, it's the Marla Racing Team crew. If you're wondering who's going to share the car with Dinez, always curious, of course, how the driver lineups end up shaking up with these teams having so many talented and capable drivers. Dinez paired up with Rainer Talvar, who I actually got the pleasure to spend some time with a couple of weeks ago. They were out at the Racing Prodigy event at Homestead, Miami. Phil was coaching some of the BS Plus drivers, which is such a cool story when you think about it, Dara. You've got Phil Dinez coaching BS competition drivers racing out there in the real world.
Yeah, it's fantastic, really, and so many guys now getting an opportunity, and guys and girls getting an opportunity in that series to really show what they can do on the real circuit rather than just on the virtual one. And to have someone like Phil Dinez there to give you those little pointers, to give you that little bit of support is absolutely fantastic. And then to be leading an iRacing special event race with Phil in the car and you're about to jump in, that must be a great feeling as well. But Marla and BS competition overall, bit of an up and down day, but I don't think they'd complain if you told them half an hour ago they'd be leading the race.
Absolutely. By the way, you can see that there are drops of rain around the track, as much as the radar indicates that it's not necessarily yet within the confines, and drivers have started to report that lack of grip. So keep that in mind. The drivers that chose to switch back over to the slick tires might start to be feeling the pain sooner rather than later. These are some of those drivers that have stuck out there. You've got to give credit to the number 12 World Sim Racing car, because the Mercedes has lost the front end. Can't necessarily be the most aerodynamic, efficient, quite draggy, I've got to assume in many ways, the black void that now sits at the front bumper, but it's working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't come off the factory looking like that, but it fits the livery somewhat, doesn't it? You wouldn't, I mean, if you saw it from a distance, you wouldn't think that there's too much wrong with that. As we see the number 002 grid and go into the wall. Oh my word, that's a huge hit. Needs some airtime as well. Absolutely huge. But that car's not going to be looking too well. At least, though, for the number 12, even if it's not looking great, it's still running and still running somewhat competitively.
Just trying to take a look at the times right now, because Dinez last lap did a 2:06.537. He was 6 seconds quicker. 6 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. I mean, I'm still kind of blown away by the boldness. I think that's what it comes down to. To put a car who started in 15th, let's not forget. It's not like Phil was starting down the very tail end of the field where he'd be out of the way. No, he was in the thick of the action, up towards the cutting the first time by, having to stay out of trouble. It was a really bold call, and you can see on the left side, last lap times as it starts to stack on up. Phil set the fastest lap of the race last time by. We're 34 minutes in, and while one Audi's backwards into the wall at the top of the track, there's a BMW up front that's running away with the lead.
It's poetic, isn't it, going around like that? Like, I mean, the Winter Olympics are next year, but it looks like a figure skating leap of some kind for that 002. For Phil Dinez, though, the amount of positions that he's gained, only 2 teams have gained more positions than him. That's the number 83 Zenith, which got in 15, and also the Team Huizinfeld number 35, who of course started last, up to P22, gaining 28 positions so far. Phil Dinez, of course, third in that list, so doing very nicely towards the front of the field. We could start to see a little bit of a chaotic bunch, though, as some of the laps or the cars that are pitted, I should say, are trying to come through the field.
It was so hard, right? It's so weird trying to figure out what's going on, because you're right. These are cars who have pitted, who are not laps down necessarily. Now, Jarno Koch is going to end up laps down if he keeps running into the wall like that. He is one of the sole surviving grid and go entries in the 003. Just keep it on the tarmac for the time being, and there might still be a decent result for the team, despite what has been a difficult welcome by the mountain to the gridandgo.com crew. Team Huizinfeld a little bit further down. I'm seeing them in one of a handful of the Ferrari 296s. Meanwhile, for Simufy, oh no, you were talking about air. That was lucky not to get some.
Yeah, and actually styled out very nicely indeed. I think high marks for that one from Simufy. Down towards the back of the field. Not going to pick up any major damage from that, so they've got away with it somewhat. Could have been much, much worse in the end, but I'm sure they'll be happy to keep themselves knocking around in some kind of contention. I was going to just pick up what you said about Grid and Go struggling a little bit over the mountain. Of course, on a bit of a high after winning the Daytona 24 in the GTP class. So, you know, they will have been targeting this race, and they come into it as definitely one of the contenders, but of course GT3 is not necessarily their class at Daytona, and so they're struggling a little bit to start off here, but they've still got more than enough cars to keep themselves in contention. The only issue is when you're getting overtaken by Redline like that on a different tyre, not necessarily going to give you the biggest boost to your confidence.
Well, you talk about confidence. This is a race where Don't think about confidence, just survive. It's so different, and it's why I love it. I love the mentality that you need now in a special event as to what you used to need. It's not to say that special events previously were boring, because by no means were they, but it's just added another element that's much more akin to what these events are like in the real world at the end of the day. That unpredictability, that element of unknown. I mean, you know, the benefit of the sim world is that, I mean, we've got a field of Porsches, right? All of these cars are identical when they roll off the virtual factory floor. The only thing that's different between them are setups applied and then how the teams have treated them once the race got underway. In the real world, no two race cars are going to roll off identically, even from the same factory. It's just the way things are going to work. You can't apply the same setup onto two different cars and assume it's going to work identically. You're going to have to account for the reality that is manufacturing tolerances. And so this is just one of those elements that I think is slightly different. And so for those that bring in some experience from the real world, maybe you have the ability to make some of those calls a little bit more easy, to be a bit more bold and against the grain, because again, it goes back to something which you have to keep in mind, Darragh. All these drivers get the same tools. What they see on track and the weather radar that you and I were just looking at slightly before, the radar's still saying there's no rain on track, but we're seeing it with our two eyes.
Yeah, it's very much damp. You can see the spray still being kicked up. I mean, it will get worse, of course, but it's going to get a little bit better before that does happen. Drago Racing are going to get overtaken here, likely by both Coanda and Redline as they work their way towards the chase. I mean, how many times have we seen Coanda, Drago and Redline fighting this close together down the years in iRacing special events? Of course, Drago Racing not necessarily on the same strategy, but it's the two in front, and you can just see the pace advantage that some of the drivers have right now. Namely, that Commander and the Redline car. The issue for them is they're 53 seconds off that Marla Racing Team car and falling further and further back at the moment. They're not necessarily gaining time because they're having to work their way through these cars.
Some nice updates from Dan Yeaman in our RaceSpotTV chat, who is Veyron out wide into the grass, and here comes the charge. It's going to be a drag race off towards Griffin's Bend, but not really one with much contention as Redline switch things around. Small little mistake. Veyron's going to fight back, you know. That's not what I expected. There's good respect shown between the two countrymen here as they continue to try and close. Dan Yeaman, who I should say, one of the fastest commentators in the world of iRacing. Can't say he is the fastest, but that's only because of foolery in our bragging rights from a couple of years ago. He's saying that we should expect the rain to probably start to approach potentially from the elbow, so that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on, and it should take about 3 laps before the track's totally rained over. Now, that's a slow-going Coanda car. Veyron's hit the wall, I think, a little bit harder as I was waffling on about weather.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be good for Veyron at all, but he's still, well, no, he's not ahead of the Redline car, so this isn't good news for Veyron at all. Let's hope he doesn't try and overdrive the car now. I think he may have just clipped the barrier coming down as he made his way through the S's. Oh, that's how. Oh, he's really hit the wall there then. Contact with the Redline car and somehow styling it out, but that's not what they need at all.
I was off looking at the radar. Might have missed that, and all that talk about respect between the countrymen. Never mind Arjuna. We're going to see a Mark Tubby Taylor appear in shot as well. Those who know. But our former race leader is out of contention, and there's a look at the zoomed in weather radar as it continues to move its way across the track. We've got the first light band of rain that started to make its way through. Darragh, the heavy stuff is on its way.
And rain falling on the circuit at all means that those slick tyres are going to get more and more difficult to control, and that may start to mean that we see a changing again of tyre strategy from some of the runners. It'll be a decision of when to pit rather than if to pit. The guys that are currently on the slick tyres, that really just will be an interesting decision to see unfold. Coanda, Drago, Redline, 2, 3, 4. This could get tasty up towards turn 2.
And they've officially, I think, now lost enough time that your race leader is going to be able to pit and hold on to the lead when they come in for wet tires whenever they choose to do so. Such a remarkable opening stint as Redline hold on to second. Drago grab third, though, away from Porsche Coanda. That Mercedes, remember, put it on pole technically. Not that specific car. The 069, but Nicholas Rubelard's doing quite well up in ninth. I will say, you know, for a driver that started down at the tail end of the field after putting it on pole, the 069's back up to 12th. They're not out of this by any means.
No, going along nicely as well, within half a lap of the leader. So, nice work in that car for the time being from Hugh Barter, who has been going along fantastically. Set the fastest time in practice as well. Great lap in qualifying. Disappointing not to be able to take that pole position, but working their way through the field very nicely indeed. This is the replay again of the contact between, you can just see Redline getting into the back. Veyron, and Veyron getting tapped around. Wasn't really much that the number 8 could do in that scenario.
Small contact, big consequences. How it tends to work here at the mountain as Hugh Barter now makes the move on Veyron, or attempts to make the move at the very least. Even that argy-bargy has not seemingly cost too much time for Veyron in terms of the speed of the machine. We'll see out into pit lane cycle how they'll recover and try and bounce back from this one, but still a long old race, not even 1 hour complete, and the last thing that you want to do is drop your head. And Coanda come into this race with so many drivers, so many teams, that you can dig in and know that there's still potentially a chance. You've got a pretty good machine to work your way through the difficult part of the race that might still be left to come. Altitude Esports in the middle, Scuderia Ferrari around the outside, and then Sheza, I think David Toth just sat there and waiting to try and find his way through as they head up to turn 1, being a change for second place as well as Nicholas Rubelard's made his move on Sam Coiter. There's a slide off the track from James Baume in the altitude car. Sheza take advantage and slide on through. That's what happens when you overcommit.
Yeah, and Sheza just about going to make that one work for them. It's going to get tasty, though, up towards turn number 2 as we see them work their way towards Griffin's Bend. Any moves in the offing? Let's see. I'm not too sure, but actually around the outside, there's contact between the two cars. The 2 and the 35 will work their way through. The 35 with the up and under with the better traction will get that move done. All whilst that was going on, I think there was moves going on between Labigra, Muto and Ariel towards the top 10, and Iglesias as well in the 18. So it's all starting to kick off now with the rain falling. Things really are starting to ebb and flow between the strategies.
It's all going to converge, though, that's for sure. The heavy rain is abound. It's not far away, that's for sure. And so your race leader, Phil Denez. Again, if you're just joining us, well, welcome. First of all, you've missed what has been one of the best opening 45 minutes to any iRacing Bathurst 12 hours that we've seen in history. Put it up against some of the real-world races as well, I'd fair say as well. Denez started down in 15th position. That BMW not getting the most out of qualifying, but while everyone in front of him was on the wets, the slicks have worked, and a treat for this number 10 as Mahler Racing celebrate 5 years in sim racing. It's an opportunity for them to stand tall on top. Below, we are currently watching the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, Sota Muto behind Gustavo Ariel. Dara, that's the little train that you were just talking about.
Yeah, and you can see how congested they are down in towards the final corner. The 72 of Ariel leading this little group of cars. Labigra just up in front, Kalpin and Kadlacek as well as... there's a little blink from Phil Denez there. Hard to remember for a second, but this group of cars is going to be really important, I think. Veyron's able to get that moved on, and Glazes is, as you would expect, being teammates, but getting through quickly is going to be absolutely critical. It's nearly that full minute to Phil Denez. He's coming off the mountain before most of the driver or anybody else is getting onto it, which is how big of a gap he's got. We're seeing Veyron make the move on Sota and Muto, but he's got to keep up with some of the others, the likes of Labigra, who've also pitted.
He's only 3 seconds behind Labigra, remember, for Veyron, so after that little bit of contact, not actually costing too much time, apparently, as switch back over to Hoisingveld versus Scuderia Ferrari, as Lorenzo Manfredotti loses out to Jansen Tokowski, who, I mean, a round of applause. I mean, get your claps together, because 34 positions gained. Team Hoisingveld started right down there in the danger zone, if you will, have slowly, surely, but quietly stayed out of trouble and worked their way forward. I mean, that's sometimes what you need to do in a race like this, and I'd fair say they started dead last. A top 10 finish could very well be on the cards.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long race for them to try and get there, but definitely an opportunity for them to get themselves into that top 10 by the end of the race. Been an impressive start so far, but they're going to have to keep it up. We run our way through this race as we can have a little quick look at the tyres and really show the difference between what some of the drivers have gone on, Arjuna.
Yeah, we can show you that now. I'm not sure if we're going to see it updated through the course of all of the race. Sometimes this does lie to us, so we'll try and let you know what's going on. Sometimes have to send a message down to pit lane and to some of the teams to get confirmation, but remember, it's a bit of a split right now still. A handful of cars on the dry compound of tyre. They are very much ruling the roost in terms of speed. Veyron, one of them, is going to sweep past. I think Kauppinen like he's standing still in that Drago Racing number 6 up towards the final corner. And as they complete lap number 22, there's been an incident at the front of the field. What has happened with Phil Denez? Where has he lost seemingly 12 seconds on track? It's looking good right now, but the margin has been eaten into, and I believe, Dara, it went wrong at the cutting.
Yeah, we'll have to try and see if we can pick up what did unfold for the number 10. Redline 71 making its way through on number 12. WSR car as we just about make our way in towards turn number 2 at Grotfians Bend. They'll make their way up to the cutting with Redline trying to go through it on Josh Rogers in the Porsche Commander around the outside of the cutting. You're going to have to get up very early in the morning to make the move there, but it's not really going to work out as they work their way through. This battle, though, 4 seconds, 2nd through 9th. They're all chasing this man, Phil Denez, and this will happen to him.
And if you're wondering why sometimes we miss stuff on screen, it's because we're looking at our timing screens to make sure we don't miss stuff like this. Ooh, okay, now, has to wait, lets the Audi go. That's a 10 out of 10 rejoin, Phil, so congratulations on that one. Doesn't get tangled up with, I think that's the Drago car that slides its way on through as well. So, question will be, Dara, how much damage to the back end of that Marla number 10?
Yeah, that's going to be the critical factor. It doesn't look like there's a great deal because after that little incident, he was 50 seconds ahead of the Drago number 9. He's now 53 seconds ahead of the Drago number 9. So still gaining away from the rest of the pack as the conditions on the track are still damp. They're not quite wet. The spray can be a little bit misleading. It really isn't that wet on the surface of the circuit. When harder rain falls, the track will require wet weather tyres. But for the time being, the dry tyres can just about work as well as they can. Still moves going to be happening towards the end of the Golden Rod Straight. This is side by side towards the front.
Ooh, contact as well. It's Redline versus Kawanda, Lebigra versus Rogers, and off the track goes Lebigra. It's so easy on those dry compounded tires to be forced offline and into the mistake. And now what do you do if you're sat behind? You have to try and stay out of trouble. Veyron's going to try and take advantage, but his teammate Josh Rogers has been pushed wide by Gustavo Ariel. It's getting testy, it's getting tetchy at the front of the field, and while temperature's cold on track, tempers flare between teams.
Almost seems that Ariel misjudged how he was going to break into that final corner there because it looked like he wasn't going to go for the move, and then all of a sudden he was, after a little bit of contact from his front right corner to the rear left corner of Josh Rogers. Rogers has to, of course, go off the road. He can't really control the car, otherwise he's going to spin the car, trying to keep it on the black stuff, but he's still in contention. He's still there or thereabouts. He's just not going to be too happy with these 3 red lines. Hunting is a pack nearly with Elliot Veyron in the middle. The 70 goes wide, though. One of the red lines will come through. Oh, Veyron is out in the middle.
He was almost sandwiched 3 abreast there, wasn't he? He didn't really have much choice. Oh, and that's out of sorts. Gets the middle of the Kawanda cars. Great save from Sam Koita and from Elliot Veyron to give them both their due. But Redline versus Kawanda, a battle tested in time, boils over, it bubbles up to the forefront, and Redline grab hold of what now is a bit of a stranglehold, 3rd through 5th in these drivers, all again on this slightly different strategy to your leader up front.
Yeah, and Redline, I mean, doing a little bit of doinking of a couple of the Commanders. I'm not too sure there's going to be happy conversations about the other teams going on at the moment, as we're going to see a replay will happen down the chase. This is what we're seeing from Josh Rogers, of course. Redline on the inside, little bit of contact into the corner, but as they make their way in, he hits the apex. It's the slightest kiss of contact. There's not much in it, but then it starts to kick off again down at the final turn.
Well, I mean, Gustavo touches the brakes, and then that's a full send before the braking zone. He makes contact with Josh before. I'm not sure about that one, if you ask me. I think that one's a little bit up in the air. And we do have race control, but race control that will take a look at everything post-race. So we're not going to see any penalties on track. We might actually end up seeing some incident point penalties and drive-throughs from drivers abusing track limits, but that's a totally separate discussion for us to dive into at some point. Gustavo Ariel's now second. He just passed Nicolas Rubelar. Florian Lebigra, Elliot Veyron aren't far behind. And so what we find ourselves now in, as we enter this first official pit stop window, Dara, is that Denez leads by almost a full minute. And now there's going to be 3 other cars on dry compound of tires behind him. And all 3 of them will have come down pit lane.
What should Denez do? I mean, if the track is still in this kind of condition by the time he wants to make his pit stop, does he stay on that dry tire? Does he go to the wet preemptively knowing that it is going to start to rain? I think that's going to be the difficult decision for him, because he's got that minute back to Ariel. He will, without some kind of drama in the pit lane, come back out in the lead of this race. I mean, there's a big train behind him. Barty getting himself into the top 10 now, part of it, with Gustavo Ariel to Tristan Iglesias, split by all of 12.5 seconds. But Phil Denez has the ability to play around with this strategy at the moment. It's just difficult to pinpoint exactly what he wants to do and what's the best thing to do in this situation.
This rain is so patchy on the radar, by the way. There are huge gaps. And so there's the chance that when we get the really torrential rain that's expected, there's going to be periods where it goes from super rainy to not raining at all, but still damp on track and with puddles around. And we've always said the thing that makes rain interesting isn't when it's raining constantly, because when it's constant, everyone can figure it out. It's when it's changing, when people heading into a corner for 3 consecutive laps have 3 different experiences of how fast they need to enter the corner, where they need to brake, and how they need to try and carry the speed through. So there's so much for them to all think about. But now officially, as Nicolas Rubelar gets passed by Elliot Veyron, front 4 officially on the slick tires. Those behind them, for the most part, are all on the wets. Actually, I've just noticed something as we see this brawl build up towards the little kink in the chase. Luca Kita loses out to World Sim Racing. Jan Tentikowski is up to 13th in the Team Huizingveld car. Part of the reason why Team Huizingveld are now up 37 positions, Dara, they also started this race on the slick compound of tire.
That's something we would generally expect for the team starting in 50th and last position coming into this race. Just taking that risk, there's not really much you can lose. You know that you're just going to be trying to avoid collisions on the opening lap. In the end, they didn't have to avoid any because it was a pretty clean start. But it's exactly the kind of strategy that you'd expect from a team further back in the order, and they're doing as well as we would expect. Denez going for it from 15th just shows how bold and brave it was, but how effective it has been with what is all but now a full minute lead. We're just about to creep there with Gustavo Ariel dropping a 10th or 2. It's 59.9. Where's the full minute? There we go, full minute lead for Phil Denez at the front of the field. But it just goes to show how being bold and brave can really pay off for you sometimes.
It's not a minute anymore. Just had to do it to spoil your fun, right? I see lots of chat going on in the world of the iRacing Esports Network, by the way. Plenty. Not sure how much of it I want to wade into. One thing I did find quite interesting, someone just saying that the grass isn't this green this time of year at Bathurst. Maybe we can say with the amount of rain that we have in this virtual race that it's a bit more reflective of that. It's a similar sort of thing to what happens at Sonoma, though. It's green maybe 1 or 2 days of the year at Sonoma, and yellow most of the rest of the year. I wouldn't mind if iRacing would make it look green, though, instead of the yellow, just to, as somebody who lives in the Bay Area, just would be a nice little way to look at the track. Oh, no, that's not nice. Falcon Sim Racing, the rear end wiggles around on their Audi, and Lasse back, nowhere really to go. And in his Veloce Thrustmaster car, a bit of contact, and I can tell you, that's actually caused a meatball to Lasse back, and they've had to head back to pit lane to get some repairs.
Head back to pit lane, if you will, down there. Not really the ideal for them, as Quiturk gets overtaken by Kazachik as they work their way in towards the chase. I also, on that point about iRacing keeping a couple of things, I wouldn't mind if they kept the grass down at Daytona and didn't change it to take away the grass down at the Boston chicane. That'd be quite nice. Yes. But we'll have to wait and see if they change that at all.
No, I think we have to. And by the way, Back is Back in pit lane. That's the hit song coming to you, top of the charts from Dara Thacker. Small and tall, actually. That's what we're going to call ourselves. Not Thacker and Kanky Party. It's going to be small and tall. That's Hugh Barter again. I mean, I still don't quite know exactly what happened to the car, but started not from pole position where they qualified. It was a quite remarkable effort in the go fast part of the day in a field that seemingly dominated by Porsches at the tip top of the timesheets for qualifying. Hugh Barter, local kid, puts the Mercedes at the front of the field, so impressive for him to recover after failing to start from pole position, starting in pit lane to recover back into the top 10. We'll see what happens to them as Iglesias slides in front of Sotomuto.
And the fact that he's P9, I think, takes away from the fact that he is only 20 seconds off the back of the 72 Team Redline car. Yes, he's a minute 20 off the race lead, but everybody's a minute off the race lead at the moment. The job he has done so far is absolutely exquisite, and the 069 and Jagger Racing overall, I think, are going to be very pleased about where they sit now in this race, especially after the fact that we weren't able to see the 069 start the race from the front of the field as they should have done, thanks to their qualifying performance that stuck it on the pole position. But, you know, good position for them to be in at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised if the number 6 sees the 69 coming up behind and gets out of the way somewhat. And then we'll have to see if Hugh Barter can go after the 70 Team Red on the WSR Esports butt kicker car in that train towards the front of the field as well. But definitely a fantastic position for them to be in, and someone we're going to have to keep a keen eye on over the next 11 hours.
I saw a comment, by the way, in our RaceSpotTV chat about white lines and those being dangerous. PTSD from some of our drivers here. You've got to be careful. Stay off the white lines in these conditions. They're painted. Last thing you want to do is slip off. It's very easy to, and that's something that you're going to have to watch on pit entry as well, which is important because Redline have coordinated. The 72 has followed, or rather the 71 has followed the 72 into the box, and so here we go. We're not a full hour in, but these are the drivers that, let's not forget, did come into the pit lane already and switch their wet compound of tires for dry. So they're going to reverse that now. They're going to put the wets on, full tank of fuel, and they've come in slightly earlier than the Mahler Racing Team car that continues to lead.
He continues to pull that gap out in front. 65 seconds now, the gap. Of course, with the red lines departing, that gap extending it just a touch as we now see the 92 Porsche Porsche Coanda car coming in. Dane Warren missing the box. He's going to have to... Oh, he's lost a couple of seconds there at least, that's for sure. Not exactly what Dane would have wanted, but he's in the pit lane at least. Could have been worse.
Where is Dane from? He's obviously from Australia. That was not the question. Now, where in Australia is Dane from? I believe he might be from Melbourne. So, not sure how far that is off the top of my head, Melbourne to Bathurst, but no, this in many ways is his hometown race. Same thing for Josh Rogers in the Porsche Coanda car. So they'll be wanting a good race. An hour complete or so, and Phil Denez is into pit lane. What a remarkable opening stint. Started 15th and comes into the box 1 hour in with a 1 minute lead. What a remarkable call on strategy, and what a sterling job by Denez.
Yeah, and he has been absolutely stellar. I mean, he's put 1/2 foot wrong up towards the cutting, but it's not really going to cost him too much. He still has a 30-second lead as he's about to emerge from the box. I think the team are going to be delighted with where they sit in this race, and I think as well for BS Competition, who've had a slightly difficult start to the race. One of their cars, of course, I think it was the number 8 car, spinning quite a few times in the opening few laps. They're now in a fantastic position with the Mahler car towards the front of the field, and look at that, into the pit lane, out of the pit lane, still with an incredibly comfortable lead, a bigger lead than we see than the gap between 2nd and 11th at the moment.
Incredible. And by the way, there is the rain. It's not just here. The torrential part of the downpour has arrived at the mountain with 1 hour complete in the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours presented by Ready Set Sim here in 2025. What a joyful opening hour it has been. I'll be honest, I wasn't sure quite what to expect coming into this race. I expected a bit more chaos and maybe a little less excitement, but it's had chaos. But it's had a lot more excitement, that is for sure. Redline very close to Drago Racing as they work off the corner down towards Griffin's Bend. It's got to be so difficult to try and follow in the spray. Ate Kaupen and trying to make the move on Sam Koitit, but the long way around, not the way to do it.
I just wanted to make a point about that cell of weather that we have coming in. You could see that either side of the circuit, the rain would have arrived earlier and would have started, a little bit gentler and then worked its way up. The increase in intensity of rain from pretty much nothing to, volcano levels, seemingly, is going to be a surprise to the drivers. We may see a couple of mistakes next couple of laps, with drivers almost surprised by how much the conditions are changing, and this could be a really important time to get off of any dry tyres that drivers still have on and get onto the wets as soon as possible, because it's going to get bad very, very quickly.
It's an amazing race, that is for sure. Arjuna Kankipati alongside Dara Thacker. And again, as mentioned, we'll have a whole suite of commentators to join us in the booth. Ron Miles, Brad Dalton, Mike Niles, Jake Sperry, and then at the very end, we'll get Ewan O'Leary in to join myself to the very end, and hoping it is a cracking conclusion as well. Have only once mentioned some of the previous winners to this race. Redline are defending race winners after the 2024 event saw Chris Lullum cross the line to grab the checkered flag in what was a Redline sweep of the podiums. But in years past, we've had the Apex Racing team come out on top. Redline, a couple of wins for them as well. Pure Racing team, a couple of wins. By far, Redline have the history at this track. This is a race they have dominated in the past. And one win for Kawanda. It came back in 2020. Jeremy Bouteloup paired up with Mitchell de Jong with Josh Rogers. That was the last year that, Dara, this race was run as a multi-class race, when we had both the GT3 and the Porsche Cup classes running on track together. And I'm just sitting here right now thinking, can you imagine what driving a Porsche Cup car around the mountain with these conditions would be like?
Oh, and just the lapping that would have to occur right now would be absolutely horrendous. I don't think we'd be able to deal with it. We'd be looking in 5 places at once for everything that was ongoing on the circuit. But, that was 5 years ago, can you believe? That does not feel like it was 5 years ago. It's getting a little bit touchy inside line from the 72 red line car, 71 following through as well. And Damon Woods has been double-teamed somewhat by the team red line cars.
It's a team game. We've said that it's nice having teammates in these iRacing special events. Let's continue to take a look at pit entry. Jan Zentikowski was already going super slowly. He puts one wheel off the track, and oh no, what a impressive start to this race. Comes to an unfortunate end, because that little bit of contact, it looks innocuous. It's given a meatball flag. Too much damage to the Ferrari, and they've got to spend time in pit lane fixing it up.
Yeah, that's not what they needed. Such a good opening hour, and Jan here, you can see it coming into the box, just going deep and then getting it back, getting help. The number 18 car, meaning that they're going to have to fix some of that damage. A little hit on the back, probably not going to cause too much damage, but they're probably going to fix that as well, as Hugh Barton nearly runs off the road. Ooh. And you can see how when it's got so quickly. That was Josh Rogers, wasn't it?
Yes. No, without a shadow of a doubt, Josh Rogers has made yet another mistake. That's at least the third, if not fourth time he's run off the track an hour and 5 minutes in. Behind him, a BMW's really struggling as well. If it was difficult at the start of the race, Dara, it's a whole new world now.
Yeah, it's so tricky out there. It's exactly what I mentioned, that conditions are changing so rapidly that at the moment, drivers just don't really know exactly how the car's going to fare through some of these corners. Just walking off the road, there's absolutely no grip for that number 92 car. He's going to walk it into the gravel. Lucky really to avoid too much more of a moment there, as over the top. Oh, coming in towards Forrest's elbow. This is survival now for some of these drivers.
So, comment in our RaceSpotTV chat about where Super GT and James Baldwin are. They're not in this top split, but they are racing in what is quite appropriately called the Shadow Realm Factory Squad Ferrari 296. Again, remember, there are many different races going on, different splits, as we call them, of this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. You're watching coverage of the top split. Theoretically, the best drivers in the world of iRacing, but in conditions like this, it makes even the best look like an average driver if things go wrong. Still waiting for a handful to dive down onto pit lane, and so the race lead as it stands right now is 53 seconds. So Gustavo Ariel, Florian Lebigra, they've come down pit lane, and they're trying to hunt down Phil Dinez at the front of the field. However, there was a different call in terms of strategy. Dinez stayed in the box for about 14 seconds longer I think there was a slightly different call from Redline here to not fill the car up with fuel. They're expecting this rain maybe to end sooner rather than later.
But then it's a case of how quickly is it going to dry. It's a lot of standing water on the circuit. The amount of spray is absolutely insane compared to what we saw at the start of the race. That's really going to have to be something that they factor in there. You can see the rain stopped, but look to the right-hand side. There's a little bit more rain coming that has a red tinge to it. It's not looking like it's going to be dry in terms of what's coming from the air for very long. And yes, even though we may see drivers wanting to get off that wet tyre sooner rather than later, we don't necessarily know that. We don't know how it's going to dry. It's a bit of a risk for Redline, but they've got enough time throughout the rest of the race to almost adjust their pit stops and adjust their fuel numbers accordingly to make sure they get to the end in the same number of stops, I reckon.
And again, they're smarter than us. so they'll be doing their calculations, you know, figuring out when they want to return to the pit lane. That is the bigger picture view of what is coming. There's some gaps to look at, but I think most intriguingly, there's a pocket that's starting to look like it's gonna go directly over the track, where there's going to be no rain and a very small amount of light rain, for potentially we end up with a period of dry conditions. And I say dry conditions, not dry track very specifically, because I'm looking at my weather forecast right now, and Dara, in about 4 hours time, there's another band of rain that's expected. So as we watch the Grid and Go car make a move for 20th or so position, that's something to keep in mind. We're getting some rain now, but there's more rain to come midway through the race.
And as a viewer, that's absolutely delightful news. As a driver or a member of the team, that is probably the worst news that they could have. That you have a little bit of dry running, then you're back into this kind of cycle of wet weather. Oh my goodness me, the 003 giving themselves and myself a little bit of a heart attack by nearly hitting the wall as they made their way through Quarry Corner. They'll make their way over the top of the hill as well, as they're trailing at the moment. Everything in terms of the strategy at this stage of the race has been thrown into the air. It's completely sporadic. You know, we've got these 4 cars in the pit lane now with the 70, the 92 and the 6, along with the 114 in together. The 72 and the 71 have gone through. Coanda have gone through. But now there's the big gaps between some of these almost mini trains of cars that were right together off the start. And they're still 50 seconds behind the leaders. It's all in the air. And we're only 1 hour in.
I'm going to quote our producer. I'm glad weather made the Bathurst 12-hour an exciting race. Boy, has it been exciting. A bit too much excitement there as Carlos Diguez almost gets T-boned off the exit of the elbow. Oh, blimey, that could have been nasty. And now Niels Kopp continues to struggle. This has not been an easy race for him by any means. Running 47th and last of those still on track and just pulling to the side now. To let drivers kind of go over the top of the mountain and pass by unperturbed. Pit lane busy, though, as we continue to watch replays. That's Luca Alper in the one of the only Ford Mustangs. That's why Niels had slowed down so significantly. But yeah, most of our drivers have been into pit lane right now. And Dara, the strategy is all over the place right now. That is for sure.
That's what makes an endurance race absolutely fantastic. If it was a 30-minute race and, you know, we have everybody on the wet tyres and everyone just struggling to keep it on the circuit, it may be a bit of a different story. But picking your way through a 12-hour race, deciding what tyres to go on, when to go on them, how much fuel to put in the car, which kind of pockets of the circuit you're going to drop yourself into, all of these little decisions are absolutely critical. You could lose 5 seconds this hour. You could gain 10 seconds the next hour. Still have 10 hours to go and be pretty much in the same position that you were in at the start of the race. It's an incredible dilemma to drive an endurance race. You never really know what the correct decision is. You always have to go with what you think is going to be the right decision. Redline working together is probably going to be a fantastic option for them, but that advantage isn't going to be afforded to everybody in this race.
It's also interesting, how do you plan out your driver strategies, right? When do you place the driver in at what point? Because everyone had a sense for what the weather was going to look like. They expected rain for the most part. Rain at the start, maybe rain in the middle, maybe rain at the end. But do you have one of your 2 drivers, maybe 3 drivers for some teams, that wants to be driving during the rain? Not sure. My suspicion is that no, you probably want to be flexible and ensure that all drivers are capable of being up to speed no matter what's happening in terms of the sky. But I mean, iRacing does allow you infinite practice time, so that's definitely something you can take advantage of. That was almost a mistake from Sam Coiter, running into the back of the World Sim Racing car that through the pit stop cycle has magically had its front bumper glued back into place. Gone is the black void, and suddenly a Mercedes grille has reappeared.
Yeah, it looks a little bit nicer. You can see the badge there, and the little details. Looks a lot more like you'd see it coming off of the factory, but either way, they're still having a decent enough race as we get further into this second hour at Bathurst, as gaps have opened up a little bit, but, you know, we're still going to see them close up again when the strategies cross over with themselves. Everyone taking that central line down towards turn number 2, because it is the optimal racing line. You can see that there's puddles on the left, there's puddles on the right. You don't want to be driving through those. The tyres are going to be cool enough with the amount of water on the circuit, so picking your way straight through the middle probably going to be the best decision that you can make, as it looks like Drago are going to be working their way through on some of that traffic.
That's a good point that you bring up, though. You know, we had a time in Spa when, to cool tires down, drivers were lawn mowering, right? Yeah, this is a couple of years ago. But if we do get that transition into a period of dry, which seemingly might happen during Darren and myself's time in the commentary booth, we'll be here for about another hour and a half or so before we step out, hand things over to the next crew. But I think it's going to be interesting just seeing how quickly it dries off, and we see drivers wanting to go onto the dry compounded tire. Because right now, I mean, I just love to jump on board and see how these drivers are having to tiptoe their way around, especially this part of the track, right? Because when you're heading downhill, the water's pooling in places that you can't necessarily control. And so Coiter's going offline, trying to set up the World Sim Racing car for a move here. And as they run out of the elbow, doesn't necessarily get the power down. Again, if you're just joining us, Phil Denez and that Marla Racing team entry up front, they were bold. They started this race on dry tires when the rest of the field elected to start on wet tires. They chose correctly. Some other teams decided midway through the opening hour to pit and to come on to dry tires, but now everyone, with the rain that we're seeing, has standardized on the wet. World Sim Racing have been off the track. Sam Coiter slipped off at the kink, but it's still going to let him grab a position here, because 1 and 2. Martin Cadillac drops to 8th. One small mistake.
Yeah, and Hugh Barton out to the top 7, knocking on the door of a top 5 if he can get through on Sam Coiter. Only 3 seconds up to Nicholas Rubilar as well. Really, really impressive drive so far from the 069, right from the back of the field into real contention in this race. Into turn 1, there won't be a move for him to make, but we'll see if he can make one down at turn 2 at Griffin's Bend. All whilst that's been going on, Christian Iglesias has turned in too early down at the final corner before the Conrad.
And well, there's no hope for that car. You can see that. He can't even steer it. He's full right hand down, and then there's no way. That car's on the flatbed back to pit lane. Meanwhile, here comes the battle. Mercedes around the outside. Can see how unsettled it was as it tried to dive down under braking. And Barter tucks back into line. And again, an hour and 15 minutes in, give you a quick race update. We talked about Marla, why they run up front. Gustavo Ariel leads Team Redline's charge. Second and third with Florian Lebigra, close pursuit for the 72 and the 71. And a bit of a gap to Elliot Veyron in the best running Coanda Esports entry as we watch yet another moment for Lasse Back, who backs it into the wall, unfortunately. Watch a Thrustmaster down in 37th. But Elliot Veyron's in 4th, a couple of seconds off of the Redline teammates. There was some contact between Lebigra and Veyron in the opening hour, and I'm guessing if Redline and Coanda resume their battle, the hostilities will get resumed as well. Then Nicholas Rubilar, Sam Coiter, Hugh Barter. We're watching them navigate around, well, through the water, I should say, with Martin Cadillac, Ate Kalpinen, and Josh Rogers, the rest of your top 10. Top 10 covered by a full 90 seconds as they run right now. And I tell you what, Florian Lebigra has just run off the track as well. They are struggling to stay on the tarmac.
I cannot envisage the idea that Redline and Coanda won't come back together at some stage in this race, at least with their leading cars, because the strategy's almost certainly going to cross over once again. There's no way that they're not going to see each other on the circuit and have a proper scrap. Ariel and Veyron, the respective leading cars for the teams, and we'll have to see if and when they do come back together, whether it's in the next hour, whether we have to wait a little bit longer for that to happen. But It absolutely will. For others like Sam Coiter, keeping on the circuit looks like it's a little bit of a struggle, and keeping Hubert behind as well is going to be very, very difficult indeed. The pace that he showed through this race has been absolutely stellar. He's working his way up through the field, maybe a little bit of a mistake in towards the chase, but you know, you can't be perfect all the way through the stint. If that's the level of mistake you're going to make, then it's going to mean you're not going to be stacking it into the wall too much.
I love how you described it, right? You want to minimize the level of mistake that you have, right? I think that's a great way to think about it. And I'll talk golf for a second, but it's the same way that, you know, for an average golfer, you're trying to think about golf. You're not always trying to hit directly at the pin. You're trying to think, right, if I hit at the pin, there's a risk that if I miss left, I'm in the water. So instead, let me hit it to the right of the pin, because if I miss left, then I'll be on the green and it's safe on the right. It's all about risk mitigation at this point in time. I think we might only be 30 minutes away from that rain having stopped falling and drivers just dealing with the moisture itself on the track. So it's that fascinating part of the race where, do you want to change your driver in this next sequence of pit stops? Because the theory should be that it's pretty constant, the rain right now, the level of intensity that they're having to get up to speed with. But they'll then be able to transition into the dry. Whereas if you put someone into the car during the transition, sometimes it can be a struggle.
And almost to chuck your teammate into that kind of difficult period, it's not going to be the most favourable of options, especially considering that if you've got some of the conditions nailed down as a driver, you almost feel like you're good enough to keep going through the conditions. The difficulty at the moment is the conditions are changing so much and they're fluctuating so wildly that it's almost impossible to really pinpoint a good point to change over drivers and put another driver into those conditions, because it may dry, it may change a little bit as BT overtakes down in towards the elbow. You almost are stuck between a rock and a hard place in when to make that decision. If we had a clear point of the rain stopping and the track drying, then it would be a little bit easier. But as it is, you're just going to chuck the driver into damp conditions either way. They're going to have to be guessing whether it's slightly wetter or slightly drier. It's not going to make too much of a difference.
Huberter's in this fight, on board with Sotomuto. What does he see? Spray. Doesn't really see much. You can see the lights just kind of blinking through everything, though, as I think officially Barter squeezes back into line. This is one of the first events that we're seeing Hugh Barter as part of the Drago Racing team contingent. Hugh races, or has raced in Formula 3 and Formula 4 in the real world, but alongside Taylor Barnard and Alex Dunn, also competitors in the FIA open wheel ladder. He has joined up with Drago Racing. Speaking of, Nicholas Rubelar just being given a bit of a hit check there by one of the Redline teammates. Sam Coiter's now leading this train, fifth on back, but it took a bit of contact, that's for sure.
Yeah, with a bit of a hit on Rubelar as Huberter, I should say. As Huberter comes around the outside down in towards turn 2, it's the Australian trying to find the grip. He can't quite get it, and he will have to stay behind in that Drago Racing car. Coiter keeping ahead by whatever he needs to, seemingly at the moment. We might have to see that little moment again. We only caught the end of it, but still inside the top 5 with a big gap up to the top 4. He's holding back this little train of cars.
I love that onboard, by the way. Just shows how difficult it is right now. I mean, the move was on. He was there. Does miss the apex, though, by not even half a car width. Maybe less than a quarter of a car's width, but he misses the apex. That's the important thing. Turn 1, you're trying to get right onto that inside apex curve. Just kiss it as you diamond off the corner and get onto the power, running onto that straight. Slight unfortunate little bit of contact. And well, could have been worse at the end of the day. Second and third, 72-71. Gustavo Ariel in front of Florian Lebigra, but last lap was maybe a slight oddball. They've been eating into the gap of your race leader. It's come down by around 4 seconds since we last talked about the Mahler Racing team being 50 seconds clear of the Redline teammates. Make it 46 or so as we end lap 35.
It may be a slight mistake for Ariel on that last lap before the end of this one, as we'll see them cross the line and be able to give you a bit of an update. Yeah, 2 minute 24, 2 seconds they've gained on that last lap to Phil Dinez up in front, working together, clearly working well. I thought for a moment that they may have come into a little bit of contact down in towards the chase, but they were able to keep it out of each other as they will slipstream up towards turn number 2. Spray eating water, quite frankly, for Labigra in that 71. He'll get to the inside. He'll take over the mantle of being in P2 and see how they work together in this order.
And actually on that last lap, they closed by more than 2 seconds on Dinez, so I think there's a bit of give and take. Let's just listen in for a second here. I mean, that's the second, third gear corner in the dry. He's gone down to first. That's flat out in the dry. Maybe a slight lift, a breathe of the throttle. This is by no means flat in the dry, but it's committed. Struggle city right now for everybody. Slightly different line for Gustavo. Watch it.
I wasn't sure that was the intentional line from the number 72, or whether he just made a little bit of mistake and had to try and correct it. Down the hill then, just trying to wrestle the car through. I mean, these are the conditions and these are the moments which are why these drivers are driving in the teams that they are. Keeping out of the wool whilst keeping up this kind of pace is absolutely incredible to see. I mean, Labigra has disappeared from Gustavo Ariel on this lap, and it's fair to say Ariel's not been horrendous. He's kept the pace pretty high. Just Labigra's been able to find that little bit extra through half of the corners, but this is how they earn their seats. This is what separates top split from other splits, and it's why we see such fantastic drivers fighting right at the front of the field.
There was a moment there where down out of the dipper, I thought he was going to understeer straight into the wall, but no, he's a better driver than myself. Down to first. Yep. Be careful on the traction. Okay, I'm just gonna say this right now. Before the rain arrived in the world of iRacing, I spent a lot of time during special events saying, you know what? Teams might pick the Porsche because it's known for being good in the wet in the real world, because the engine's on the rear axle. It puts a little bit more weight over the over those wheels when you're trying to get traction down. Is that maybe part of the consideration for why some of these teams have gone with the Porsche, knowing the amount of rain they're going to see over the 12 hours? That onboard, by the way, is scary. You can't see the track if you're in that number 12. What you can see is the Mag Performance SRT car that's gone off the road, and they're down in 41st position.
No, it wasn't going to make much of a difference in this battle. It almost looked like it was... I mean, we knew it wasn't Josh Rogers, but it almost looked like Josh Rogers from this angle, a little bit further back. Luckily, for the number 92, he is still on the road and still ahead of Sota Muto, as those two battle it out for P9, just ahead of Ate Kauppinen, who is looking to get himself inside the top 10. But these are such difficult conditions to drive in. I know it's easy for us to say, and it's, you know, it feels obvious watching, but the amount of skill it takes to drive these cars at the speed that they're driving them at in these conditions really shows the faith they have in their own pace, the faith that they have in the car and how they set it up. And I mean, you know, it shows that the faith they have in the other drivers in their team, because, you know, if they make a little mistake, it could start to go wrong, but they still may feel like they can work their way back through the field if anything does go wrong.
Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for in this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours powered by Ready, Set, Sim, as Cadillac almost gets a tank slapper up towards the cutting. I saw someone just saying they're cheering on for Ate Kauppinen in the Drago Racing number 6. I know we've got plenty of fans across of all the 50 teams entered into this top split. We still have seemingly 47 out there and circulating. Attrition has not played a huge part in terms of retirements, and what it has done is whittle the field down on the lead lap. Just 18 or so are left on the same lap as the leader, a number that I think is going to end up being shy of less than 10 cars on the lead lap by the time we reach the checkered flag. One more descent down through the dipper. Mercedes a little bit less understeer, but also pushing a little less than when we were riding with Gustavo. Dara, I've got to say, I once won a split of the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. It was in, 2019. It was the 7th split. I have a lot of memories of that race. I would not have won if it was like this in terms of rain.
Well, I don't think I'd win any split at all, given any kind of help. Whether it was a group of AIs that were driving about 3 minutes off the pace, I'm not too sure, especially in these conditions. I mean, you've got to get your goggles out, don't you, really, as you work your way through this spray. You can't see a thing, particularly over the top of the hill. I mean, look, Mark Perez, he's right behind the car. You're struggling to read what's on the back of it as you run right behind. It's absolutely incredible, the amount of water that is being displaced around this circuit at the moment. But, I mean, yeah, I guess it's nice to say you've won a race. I can't really say the same. It's why I'm up here, not down there. But you can do both, it seems.
Hello to a viewer from Cincinnati joining us on our iRacing Esports Network Twitch channel. Again, let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from. That's Shezzy Esports, the Hungarian team that's just seen Simufied. We were keeping an eye on Lucas Moreira, I think slightly earlier in this race. We're a lap down from the leader. Over the top of Skyline, it's gone wrong, and that Audi is very, very twitchy. Choice of Audi for this race is an interesting one for me. It has been known, both in the real and virtual worlds, as being very tricky to master for even the best in the world. And in these conditions, makes it even trickier. And wow, one 360 does another 360, but this is already after I think the damage has been done.
It has, you can just about see them rejoining the circuit, just about avoiding some of the cars around them. And rejoining, actually, is really difficult here at Bathurst. We've seen a couple of tricky rejoins so far, as, yeah, we can see it again. The number 4 going around, and, I mean, if you're the car behind there, where else can you go? Then another spin, and then, yeah, it's not comfortable. But then if you can just about make it through back onto the circuit without causing contact with that car on the right, maybe able to get away with it somewhat. Balash Pala didn't have a very nice look at this. I mean, you didn't have a look at it at all. Can you see anything? I can't. There's a car there.
I mean, it just kind of appears, doesn't it? And then just contact continues as the Chevrolet just tries to run down the hill. 90 or so minutes complete, and just looking at the weather radar again, we have a wall effectively that's going to reach the track and might effectively, like a switch, turn the rain off and start to bring conditions back to the favorable for the drivers. Lucas Muller into the puddle. That puddle's catching a lot of drivers out. That's the issue right now. You put the right side tires into the puddle, aquaplane through, and then, well, not much you can really do.
Yeah, it's a collection, really. Oh, and Lasse, he's just going to go into the back of that car in front of that 77. It was just being beaten up, really, by cars trying to make their way through. It is getting a little bit tetchy over the top of Skyline now. It's difficult to judge the racing line. You don't want to take off too much speed through that corner, but drifting anywhere, you know, close to being perceived as wide, is going to clearly bite you at your ankles and maybe spin the car around, and that could be the least of your worries, especially if there's a couple of cars coming through. We're seeing how difficult it is to be able to avoid collisions at the moment, but drivers at the front just about managing to keep it out of those walls for the time being, but they are also having to deal with these lapped traffic in the middle of their battle, something that wasn't really a feature in the opening.
And I think that's what is making it so chock-a-blocked in many ways for these drivers as they work their way through, is the fact that, like mentioned, still have 47 or so drivers out there and circulating, even if there are only 18 scored on the lead lap. So as a bit of help needed maybe from the spotter on occasion, just to tell a driver not to have to worry, a car is going to pull aside and let them go through, and maybe sometimes to tell them you've caught the guy in front of you, now get to work, make the move happen for actual track position. Ooh, Philip Ansel in that instant, heavy right front damage as well. You can see the steering not going where he wants the car to be pointed. That was definitely the risks of these sort of conditions. Lead is down to 41 seconds, by the way, so remember, we have a slightly different call on strategy from Redline, where we think they put in less fuel than the Marla Racing team. However, it's now 10 seconds or so since the pit stop cycle that they've lost in this leading battle as the BMW is being hunted down.
Ooh, and BMW eating a little bit of the ball on the outside as well. Ever such slight contact up towards the cutting. Yes, it's been 10 seconds, but they've still got a 40-second gap. Now, that's where we sit in terms of the rain. It looks like we may have little bit more range of the circuit, but we're generally going to avoid the bigger splodges at the back end of this weather system, which would be good news for drivers who want it to dry a little bit. On board we are with Phil Denez, though, through the tricky left-hander. You can see, actually, that's a great angle, to see how the right-hand side of the car gets snagged into that puddle. If you want to get out of it, you almost have to ride alongside with it, otherwise the rear end's going to snap around, and that's why we're seeing so many incidents. But that was a great onboard to really show how difficult it can be.
We were talking about Dan Yeaman was alluding about comments about puddles slightly earlier in the day. I think we're going to start talking about Puddlegate at some point sooner rather than later. 40 seconds again. Remember the advantage for the Californian up front. Expect him to hand over to Reina Talvar when the pit stop sequence is through, which our expectation again is probably around the top of the hour. These GT3 machines can go around 60 minutes without too much effort. Definitely something you have to keep in mind. Just realized something, by the way. I've got to take points off the Mahler Racing team for today. Dara, this is obviously an international GT3 event. It is not an IMSA GT3 event, so why is the Mahler Racing team shown up with WeatherTech banners and number plates on the side of their car instead of the regular GT3 ones? Take points off, please. Yeah, I know. It's a pet peeve of yours, isn't it? And probably fairly so. Well, you know, they were focusing on practicing. I'm sure that's what they were going to say. Phil Denez was too busy practicing. The team almost forgot about the livery, and then they realised last minute, and they're very, very sorry, I'm sure. But it's not slowing them down. If anything, maybe some of the other teams should have kept those banners on, because it's working for the 10. Bit of a wiggle for Solpec, as I think that's still Agustin Canapino behind the wheel, who holds on to the Audi. We ride with Marc Perez, send up the inside from the 71, so that's the leading machines. Second place, Florian Lebigra, that's carving his way on through. Next up, of course, the Argentine driver, Canapino, who's going to see the rearview mirror, the blue flag from iRacing, and probably let this move happen out of turn 1. Running up towards Griffin's Bend. David Barraclough just made a great point as well, by the way, about fuel level, which I guess I should have realized slightly earlier. Because Redline pitted in the first hour, remember they would have probably had some fuel left over when they made their pit stop for wet tires about 30 minutes ago. So might actually be that the Mahler Racing and Redline cars are on similar fuel levels, Dara, and there's not actually a difference between them. And this commentator just doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, I was going to mention exactly the same thing when I saw that pop up in chat. So they've been making it's a very, very good point, and it's something we didn't really think of, but absolutely it's likely to be true that probably all on the same fuel level, but Lebigra and Ariel just having to put less in just to top it up to the maximum. But they're still a little bit faster. They don't necessarily need the lighter car to be gaining a touch on Phil Denez. That gap flirting with being under 40 seconds now, but it's still 40 seconds. It's still a pretty, hefty margin that Phil Denez had all created from that correct strategy choice right at the start of the race to go onto the slick tyre and not to go onto the wet. You can see drivers coming over the top of Skyline there, avoiding that puddle like the plague, and I think it's fair to see why. You can see left side of the screen, 14 positions gained, again remembered for your race leaders. Team Hoisting, but where are they? At one point they were, what, plus 35? They're in 35th right now, which is still a gain of 15 positions from where they started dead last, but Jan Sendkowski will be a little bit frustrated, I think, that a pit stop entry incident has cost them 4 laps on the race leader. There's a couple of drivers, 18 positions gained for Zenith and for Door Esports. That's 27th and 28th respectively. Also 18 positions gained for Lasse Urinen in the Grid and Go 005. That's a very good performance so far, because let's be honest here, Dara. Grid and Go came into this race with, what, 4 or 5 entries, and it's not been easy for them, to say the least.
It's not. I mean, especially after such a good race at Daytona a few weeks ago in the Daytona 24, it's just not been the easiest opening hour and a half for them. But, you know, there's still chances as we work our way through the rest of the race. Defensive line being thrown even down in towards turn one. That isn't quite the Grid and Go car. Of course, that's the Solpec Precision Racing car. They do look remarkably similar with the liveries, but it is Solpec Precision who are just about going to hold on. And it's good to see that we've still got Agustin Canapino still in that car, battling his way through in what is a chaotic part of the racetrack.
If you were wondering, everyone's on the wet tires right now. There's no question about that. Some big blocks are being thrown up towards Griffin's Bend, but just at the back of the shot as well. Our drivers definitely, as the suns continue just to rise, we start this race under the cover of darkness, just poking through the sunrise and poking up the inside. That was enough waiting around, I think, for one of the red line cars. Gustavo Ariel said, Agustin Canapino, I've lost enough time sat behind your Audi. I'm third on the road. Let me through. Blue flags, please. And now allows the margin to close slightly in this battle. So Canapino covering Marc Perez, who can't afford to make the move stick just yet. But it's a couple of Audis that are really having to work, and a spin around in front of that Scherer, I believe, once again in the Ford Mustang. Nice little 360 no-scope. They're pointed in the right direction and going once more.
Yeah, pirouette, beautifully done. Top marks for that one. I don't think they're going to be overly pleased to make the mistake, but again, we've seen worse happen in the last 15-20 minutes, so got away with one somewhat. Did look like it could have been a lot worse, though, couldn't it? Down there with 4 cars arriving onto the scene. In more than that, even, it could have been a very messy moment. The messiest moment we could have seen so far in this race. We've nearly been going for a century of minutes, but we haven't really seen too many pile-ups or any pile-ups at all, which is fantastic, despite the conditions, which have been oh so treacherous all race long. It could get treacherous, though, into the chase. 2x2 for a moment there.
Centuries. Are we going to start talking about cricket now? I mean, it would only be fitting that we made our way down under. Although, do we want to talk Ashes? Do we want to talk Champions Trophy? Not quite sure.
Well, I was going to say, very quickly on that, England are playing Australia at the moment, so that works out.
It's true, actually. Luca Albert, like I said, that was a great little 360 as the puddle on the outside of the curb there catches yet another out. What's the score in that game, by the way?
I'm going to double check.
Totally off topic right now.
350 after their innings, and Australia are 86 for 2.
Right, well, for the Aussies and the Brits who are interested in cricket, we'll give you some updates maybe for the cricket as we go along. I'm sure that's what everyone's come here for the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours to really care about. We jump on board with the Grid and Go Audi that is running in 15th position. Got a Porsche in front of them. That's for position, the PGZ P1 Docks car. So they slide past one of their teammates. That's a Grid and Go machine that's a couple of laps down. And now they're going to flick off to the right. This was a section of the track added when the FIA was bringing international motorsports to Bathurst, and there was a rule about no single straight could be more than 1 kilometer long. So guess what? They needed to add a corner to make this complex conform. And guess what? I've got to say, for a corner added because of safety regulations, it is one of the most iconic corners that I think I can think of in global motorsports.
Can I say something about the chase? Just that may be slightly controversial, but I think could be said. I think they could make the corner slightly tighter. I think they could
you
make
want more chaos?
I want more chaos. I don't think there's enough chaos down there, because we don't get the chaos into the final corner, and it's really the best overtaking spot on the racetrack. I think I'd prefer a slightly tighter corner. I don't know, people in the chat will have to say whether they think I'm insane or whether, I may have a point, but I'd like a little bit more chaos.
Well, I think what it does, right, is you've got the kink, that's a high-speed sweeper, and then you've got a heavy braking zone. So making the corner tighter might actually invite some... Well, I guess there's 2 ways to think about it. It might invite more sends because you're decelerating more, so there's more opportunity. But it might also promote less opportunity because the corner's tight. So I'm not saying I agree or I disagree with you, right? I'm sitting on the fence with this one.
Yeah, even taller than me than you already were.
It's true, that's a big slide for the PGZ Porsche, by the way, so it's not easy. And that weather radar did indicate that this was right around when we should expect for the rain to stop. Now, that's not going to mean the track's going to dry in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Again, just remember, it's going to take probably an hour or so for things to really start to develop in terms of a dry line on the racing surface, but it won't be so treacherous as it has been so far. We've seen plenty of spins at the top of the mountain, and I think they're just looking forward to getting out of the car. If you've started this race off, Dara, 2 hours of absolute tension, holding onto the wheel as tight as possible.
Yeah, and I think for the next 2 hours stint, the drivers are going to have it a little bit easier with the rain maybe and not featuring as prevalent for them. But then, if we're seeing, 2 hour stints, you give over and you take it back, you give over, you take it back. In about, 3 hours time, in the middle of the stint, we may be looking at some more rain again for the drivers who could currently be driving the cars. So, dilemma really, but I think if you're going to be handed the car now, particularly if you're running on the lead lap, of which there aren't many left, of course there's only now, 18 cars on the lead lap still. If you're one of those 18 drivers getting into the car, you're going to be very pleased about how you sit and with the conditions that you find yourselves, because it's been far trickier than it has been, than it is right now.
Red Lions chase up front comes to now 37 seconds left to close, as it's about 15 seconds that they've been able to eat into the lead of Mahler Racing Team in the second hour of the race. After diving into the pit stop sequence, let's not forget, I see some comments about what's up for grabs, what's on the line here in the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours presented by Ready Set Sim. Well, it's an iRacing special event, so for the most part, just bragging rights and the ability to tell the rest of the world that you won a race like this. But Dara, it's why we always like to say that, we're commentating on the broadcast split, but there are so many different splits, which are individual races of the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, with 50 different teams from around the world all competing on track together. And every single race has got its own stories, its own winner, and its own losers, of course, as well. And so I love the iRacing special events because everyone gets to go through that journey of what these races are like, the emotional roller coaster of what competing in a race like this is all about.
So many of these drivers that are driving here tonight will have driven in a special event, or maybe in the Bathurst 12 Hour, but not in the top split. They've worked their way up to top split. There's something special about that yearly almost progress that you can mark yourself against in terms of what split you're in, how the car drives, how you're able to, what position you're able to finish in. It is fantastic, and with the number of splits, it always means that anybody who turns up to race always has a chance at that victory, wherever they are. I think the Daytona 24 a couple of weeks ago was at least the biggest Daytona 24 races. There's a car around the exit of the Forest Elbow. Was the biggest Daytona 24-hour race that we've ever seen on iRacing. I think maybe the biggest iRacing special event that we have ever seen. Great to see so many people getting involved. Great to see the growth in these events, and it just makes them all the more prestigious and those bragging rights all the more significant.
Of course, the 4 VCO Grand Slams add in a little bit more to them, but the special events are great. Different things that we get to do are so cool as well. We'll return to the mountain, to the great track for the Bathurst 1000, and with some new supercars as well. The next generation of V8 supercars is on iRacing. I know the community has been very much looking forward to that, so I'm looking forward to returning here for another fantastic, great Australian race. So Ate Kauppinen, he avoids rear-ending the car into the wall, but now how do you point this around without A, rejoining unsafely, and B, losing time and taking damage? Oh, this is painful. Ate Kauppinen, this is probably 15, 20, 30 seconds lost right here. And Nicholas Rubelar in the live pictures done a similar thing as well. This is through the cutting, rear wings gone flying, and Drago Racing. Couple of moments for them as the rain starts to disappear.
5-point turn to get himself righted again. It's a miracle that there's no one else coming through to really impact him there. Massive hit on the rear end, snaps the front end of the car into the wall. That's going to be big damage on, well, the entire right side of that car and the rear as that rear wing falls off. Maybe a little bit more cosmetic than it is physical damage, but either way, Rubelar with the mistake. He's going to drop out of the top 10 and likely have to come down pit road with some damage, unless he's got away with it somehow.
Elliot Veron's had an incident as well down at the cutting, so right as we thought things were going to get easier, no, there we go. Around goes the rear end. It's a lazy slide as well, and the left front bams into the Falcon wall.
Yeah, it's not really what he needs at all, and Veyron running up towards the front of the field is going to be losing a big chunk of time. The gap now for Ariel and Labigre is, over 20 seconds ahead of Elliot Veyron, who's falling into the clutches of Sam Coiter. How quickly can he get through? Can Hugh Barter find a way through? He's been on the fringe of the top 5 for so long now in that 069. He's just about going to be able to get through, not quite on the 70, but on the number 8 instead. So looks like the sun's poking out a bit. Our junior, it could be drying a little bit.
I did think at the cutting there was not much rain. I did feel as though, and again, this is where certain parts of the track are going to stop getting rain sooner rather than others, right? So I do feel as though we are starting to get into that transition phase of the race right now. We'll get a weather update maybe just before the pit cycle, but my expectation is that there's going to be a call here. Do you think you want to put the wet tire on to just try and get through the next stint, or are you going to gamble? Will you be bold? And Dara, do you throw the slicks on in 15 minutes time?
That's the question. You look at the track conditions right now, they are not ready for slick tyres. But if you look at the weather, there we are. The rain is stopping. The rain will be stopping pretty shortly as well. Yes, it's still raining. Oh, it's a difficult call, isn't it? Because it probably will be the right tyre to go on, probably will be the wet. There's a possibility maybe that I think some teams may split the stint, will go onto a wet tyre and not fuel the car up too much, as we see a bit of a moment between Sotomato and Luca Kita. They're still side by side there as they run over the hill.
Oh no, surely not. Mark Tubby Taylor's watching over all of it, and Luca Kita's a man on a mission. That's not the first bold pass he's made over the top of the mountain. He went around the outside of McPhillamy Park before, but he charges up through Quarry in towards Reed Park, and Luca Kita's on to try and claim driver of the day. Look at the radar, by the way, though, because, Dara, you can see that as the cell's moving atop the track, the last and first corner getting dry relative to the rest of the track. Meanwhile, wheel to wheel towards the kink. It's fourth position as well. It's Redline versus Coanda once again. How's this one gonna go? Veyron versus Coiter. Once again with contact between the two of them. Veyron's off into the kitty litter. It was to be. And Drago Racing sit back there. Hugh Barter, the pole sitters, going, right, where's my spot in the top 4 from all of this?
It's an absolute miracle that we're able to make their way through to the corner without making too much more contact to spin them around, because they were door banging down the Conrod straight in conditions where, as a slight change in how much grip the rear end has can spin the car around. Miracle that they were able to make it through. A little bit more contact though into the corner as Barter to the inside. That's late, that's bold, that's the position, but he's not got the right line as the 70 comes back through.
I mean, he got to stop some time, which I'll give him a prize for that. I thought he was going sailing straight off at turn 1, 2. The second contact's the one that really does the damage to Veyron. A nice little drift. That's not the Dakar version of the 911 by any means, but it will do for now in terms of getting through the grass and back onto terra firma. Redline versus Coanda. I mean, I was so excited to see Porsche Coanda making their debut in an official iRacing event here today. Redline versus Coanda has been the storyline that's kind of dominated proceedings outside of the Mahler pit strategy. Hugh Barter had a great view of all of it. Wasn't able to pick up 4th position, though, as a result.
Went for it, though, didn't he, down at turn 1? Not quite to be, but he is still sniffing around there, still trying to find a way through on Sam Coiter, who has just been a rolling roadblock for the last 50 minutes or so. Barter clearly seems to be the faster driver in this little train of cars, but he just hasn't been able to pick the right line, pick the move through. As a result, stays behind. He's into the top 5, though, by virtue of Veyron dropping down the order a little bit. But I think he wants to be in P4, chasing after the 71 and the 72 red line, because that gap opening up to around 26, 27 seconds now. It's not going to be comforting for him to see that grow and grow and grow.
What's just happened to Florian Labigre? What's just happened to Florian Labigre? Because he's been caught by Gustavo Ariel, and you can see now, right on top of each other, car goes straight, but it looks all right as Ariel makes the move. So, swap around for second. Gaps back up to 35 seconds at the front of the field. I've just seen Mark Perez and Agustin Canapino have gone off the track as well. Florian Labigre has made a self-inflicted mistake. Watch this rejoin. He doesn't get tagged. Does a great job to the oncoming cars, the Ford Mustang and the Ferrari, to avoid the stricken Frenchman.
Yeah, just tried to kick it around from a 180 to a 360 spin. Did well to get it righted, but losing the position to Gustavo. I mean, there's worse drivers to lose the position to, quite frankly. Nacho Gaspar. Oh, there's a little bit of contact on the entry to the corner. And that Zenith is sent spinning into the corner, into the gravel. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's quite a bit of damage on that front end.
I saw Carlos Diguez has had an issue, Julian Sonnen as well. This is down at the dipper, and you can just see the car, the weight just kind of pulled it off to the right as it bottomed out almost and ran right. James Baume, has something happened to him too? No, I thought we were going to get just a carousel of incidents rolling through on our replay machine there, but no. 10 minutes to go, and we'll close another hour. Here continues the carousel. It's the curb, it's the puddle on the outside of McPhillamy, and it's straight into the wall for the Drago Mercedes, not once but twice, as the race leader, the Mahler BMW, makes its way on through. Speaking of a race leader that now 35 seconds clear as Gustavo drifts down the hill. I don't think that they're going to be comfortable in the race lead by any means, but if there's any team that I think is going to make the gamble for sure and switch on to slicks in 9 minutes time, I think you can put your money down it's going to be the Mahler Racing team.
Yeah, I think they're looking pretty good for the time being. Yes, Team Redline are gaining, but they look a little bit impermeable at the front. Will be interesting to see when Phil Denez gets out of the car if things start to change, but all but 2 hours into this race, they have a commanding lead, really, at the front of the field. That 96 spin at the top of McPhillamy Park and through Skyline, really smart for them to just reset back to pit lane quickly. They were stricken across the road, didn't try any games about trying to get it back or righted again. They realised that the car was probably done for and didn't want to cause any more collisions. So lucky for them and smart for them to get themselves out of the way. The first time we've seen drivers have to tow back to pit lane today.
Elliot Veyron has got a meatball flag. The marshals are waving it to tell him you have too much damage, you must return to pit lane. Not quite sure where that's developed from, but the highest running Coanda Esports entry from 6th position is going to be forced to return to the box. Here we go. Oh no, to the cutting. He sweeps the speed in, but the rear end never turns in. In fact, it almost over-rotates on him, and bang, right rear into the wall, and that effectively is race over for the number 8.
For a driver and team who had such a great start to the race, were running so well at the front of the field, gutting to have these 2 little moments towards the end of the stint. Mark Perez, oh, he's trying to, oh my word, trying to get some more marks for maybe some airtime. I don't quite know how he wasn't collected there on the exit of the corner. Incredible to see.
So Veyron into pit lane. Let's see if they're going to be able to get damage repaired quickly and head back out sooner rather than later. It promotes a whole bunch of drivers up through the field as a result of that. Just having a chat with some people behind the scenes. If I had to, I'm not a betting man, but I think right now, as the form book sort of lies, it's clear. It is right now red line 1, 2, 3 in terms of, I think, net race picture. If the BMW is going to struggle in the way that some people have led us to believe, Phil Denez is going to just be sitting at the front and waiting for the gap to start to diminish. So really, in some ways, the team's taking the fight to redline here, trying to prevent them from a second consecutive year getting a sweep of the podium spots in the Bathurst 12 hours. It's Mahler in their BMW. It's Hugh Barter in that Drago Mercedes as well. Do not count them out. Apex in their Audi, World Sim Racing in their Mercedes, and maybe Josh Rogers in the Porsche Coanda entry, with Sotomuto not far behind for Williams Esports as well.
Yeah, it really is a congested part of the circuit, particularly for overall race positions that will mean quite a lot to some of these teams, especially early on into this 12-hour race. They're still not even 1/6 of the way through as we run our way back down the hill. Drivers just dialing it into the rhythm a little bit more. As the track dries, they're going to be finding that a little bit more grip. Oh, it's good that I was saying that, isn't it? Because Josh Rogers nearly lost the car. That would have been quite the timing there, but he just about holds it together. Maybe I won't talk about the grip because it's not quite as there as I thought it was.
No, it's definitely not there. Spray is still very much intense. It's going to be curious. We are maybe 2 laps away at most from, I think, seeing drivers think about their pit stops. Are we going to see a gamble onto the slick tyre? my gut feeling right now, it's too early. I don't know if it's worth the gamble. It'll be interesting just to maybe ride on board from the perspective of Sotomuto for the lap and see, you know, how much spray there is, how much wheel input there is as well, right, Dara? Because that's sometimes what you're kind of thinking about. How much are you sawing at the wheel? How much are you fighting with the car in the rain versus just trusting that things are going to work?
Yeah, and you can put so much trust in your car, it's never necessarily going to come up for you, and especially in conditions like this, you will have had practice lap after practice lap. You will know these setups in these cars inside and out at this circuit, but in racing conditions, in changeable conditions, it can start to change around at you, and that consistency in that rhythm may start to fall away a touch. But these drivers, we're in Split 1 for a reason. They're in the teams that they are for a reason. They're able to find that rhythm and find that right racing line quicker than most can, and you know, can find their way up an order in times in a race that looks so challenging from the outside. But for them, it's just an opportunity to gain a little bit of time on drivers around them.
Spray's definitely less intense at the cutting, so I think that's kind of what we expected. The rain at one part of the track to quieten down a bit before it quietens on the other side of the track as it passes over. Nice little smooth inputs for the most part. This is the corner which I think in the dry I love so much. Oh, the top of the hill here. Full commitment, run it out to the curb on the outside. Can't do that in these sort of damper conditions with that puddle, and then this, just the descent. It's on pins and needles at every point. Do you have the grip to get the car turning? Are you running slow enough? It's not a question of are you going fast enough to go quickly, I think, in many ways. It's are you going slow enough to get the car to turn, to get the car to rotate without the back end stepping around on you. Both have navigated around the mountain once again. 50 laps now complete in the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours as we near on 2 hours done. And Dara, it has been a remarkable race so far. 50 started, and in terms of drivers still out there on track, we are now down to 43.
Down to 43, we're only down to 14 on the lead lap at the moment, which means that, you know, the race already starting to focus towards the front of the field of who could be potential candidates for the race win. Still a lot of cars a lap down. We have another 14 cars 1 lap down, so 14 on the lead lap, 14 on the next lap, and another few following down. Of course, drivers having some difficulties off the start, dropping a couple of laps down early on. You know, the likes of that Jaguar Racing 96 we saw had a crash. With the Grid and Go cars a few laps down, the Jaguar Racing 9, Veyron in that Coanda Esports car dropping further and further down. Still a lot of contenders though towards the front of the field, and a lot of cars that have worked their way back through the field, namely the 069 Jaguar Racing car, the WSR Esports butt kicker car in P6. What can they do as we work our way into the next couple of hours is going to be really interesting to see.
Jan Sekowski goes around in the Team Racing Veld Ferrari. Not what we wanted to see, but I think the thing that you do want to see here is rejoin safely, which he's going to try and do, spin it around on the grass potentially. How long is this going to take him? Oh, he's going to... That's dangerous. That's uncomfortable. Doesn't back into the wall though, so give him some points, give him his credit for that. Then sees the cars are coming, doesn't want to rejoin into their path. I mean, that's why I have so much respect for a driver like Jan Sekowski, because guess what? He made the mistake, didn't want to make anyone else's race worse for it, and rejoins as if nothing had really happened.
Yeah, prime awareness there from him. Knows exactly where the drivers are around him, knows exactly the best way really to rejoin the circuit. Gabby Montoro's having a bit of a spin. In the wall, how's this rejoin? Does he just tow it back? Have to wait and see. It looks like he's just going to tow it back. No, he's going to flick it around. Find out.
Now, you do have a traction control toggle switch, which I think in conditions like this you need, so that you don't have to do this. But he's lucky. He can back up into that sort of, you know, little gap that they have there. Spin it around. And I was going to say hit the wall, but no, just enough steering lock to get the car turned. 10 out of 10. Love to see it. Right. Okay, 60 minutes away, 60 seconds rather, away from the top of the hour. And we still haven't seen anyone come in, I think, on the fuel window as I would have expected. So I guess one thing to remember is that you can go a bit longer with the damper conditions. You spend a little less time on the throttle as That was uncomfortable from Dinez as he bobbled over the curbs. He's lost a lot of time on this lap. Not quite sure what's happened.
Not necessarily ideal for him. Maybe I think it's just is it just a combination of lap time loss? Well, he's lost 4 seconds on the last lap, hasn't he? Yeah, and slower than anybody on the lead lap at the moment, and he's the one leading the race, so not ideal for Phil Dinez, but he still has that comfortable advantage out towards the front. I was going to, pick up what you were putting down about the fuel here, because yes, with the wet conditions, the ability to extend this stint further is going to be very attractive for the teams and the drivers. If they can push this, further into the third hour than they otherwise would have done, it makes the numbers a little bit easier towards the end of the race, can shorten the pit stops if they need to towards the end of the race, and gives them more wiggle room and an extra card in the back pocket to try and get themselves to the front.
Well, we will click over 2 hours complete in this iRacing Bathurst 12, presented by Ready Set Sim. And Ready Set Go, it's Phil Dinez that leads, and by 26 or so seconds from Redline. The Redline have shown up in numbers once again. They swept the podium a year ago in this event, and right now they're looking to try and do the very same. Gustavo Ariel running second, Florian Lebigra in third, and Sam Coitert back there in fourth. A bit of a gap between third and fourth, yes. Coitert a bit adrift from his teammates as they sit right now. There is the number 70, with Hugh Barter not far behind. And we need to get down to the root of the issue right here, Dara, because Hugh Barter qualified on pole position. He was the fastest when that pressure was on. He didn't start from the front of the field. He started from the back and has had to fight his way forward up into the top 5.
It's been an incredibly impressive drive for him to do so. It's been a little bit stagnant in the last hour, but I mean, that's just being harsh, really. The amount of work done in that opening hour to get the 069 up in towards the position it was able to be, to fight for a position like P4, really, really was impressive. Made moves at places where we didn't necessarily expect moves to be made in the early stages, and through wet and wild conditions, was able to pick his way up the order, work his way into the top 10, now into the top 5, and now still pressuring the Team Redline 70 for P4. A little bit of a gap has formed, of course, with a couple of lap cars in the middle, but it's not going to concern him too much. The pace is relatively high at the moment from Sam Coitert. He's lapping faster, Coitert, last time round than Lebigra, and Hugh Barter was faster than that. So it's still looking good for these two at the moment, but I'm sure Barter would like to get himself ahead of Coitert relatively soon to maybe put off the possibility of a Redline 1-2-3.
And the benefit of the rule set which we're racing under as compared to the real world. The real world, they have, limits around stint lengths and stuff. So I think, what was the rule? Maybe they changed it for this year. But, in years past, a single driver couldn't do more than 65 minutes as Jawad Karoni gets ran into there by, unfortunately, Dalton Zavadil in the fiercely forward car down at the chase. Unfortunate incident after spinning. I totally lost my train of thought. Where was I before that incident?
I'll be honest, I was looking at the timing page. I was looking at the timing page briefly. I'd lost it.
That's not very important.
Ooh, there's a spin. That's the 23, and yeah, that's Zavadil.
And that's one of the only Acuras in our race as well, by the way. So, disappointment for them. We do have a decent mix of the different manufacturers, as much as the Porsche is represented at the front. I think some people have noticed that the rear engine nature of the car definitely helps it in these wet conditions. But we've got some Audis, we've got a couple of Mercedes, Ford Mustangs, Chevy Corvettes, McLarens, and even that Acura. So, yeah, nice little healthy mix. I was talking about the real world. So the rule set that they've had for the IGTC, Intercontinental GT Challenge, is that they've had a stint length maximum. So no matter what the condition, no matter how much fuel you've got in the car, you're not allowed to go more than, for example, 65 minutes. You're also then required to have a minimum amount of time in the pit lane, which, really starts to make the race a little bit more prescriptive than anything. So, when it comes to that and our strategy developing, Dara, we don't have that rule, right? So because these drivers are going slightly slower on their wet tires, because they're able to take the fuel that much longer, we might be in with a situation where wet stints are closer to 75, 80 minutes than the 60 minutes we're used to.
And that will mean that there's a shortening of the stints in the dry, or whether, the stints get pushed on. It actually could mean, if we have enough wet running, and there's no guarantee that we will, He may try and shorten the race off by an extra pit stop. Now, that would be bold. We really still have to see how long they can push this stint that has been entirely run in the wet, and see if they can get it towards 80 minutes. That's the only real way that they're going to be able to maybe do it in 11 stints rather than the 12, but it's definitely a possibility that we still have to think about, because we're going longer than we would normally expect in dry conditions on this stint, and depending on how long we can go, it could then have a knock-on effect. There's still 10 hours to go in this race. A lot of saving can still be done.
Word in the iRacing YouTube chat is they removed that for this year, which is great. I'm so glad. I unfortunately wasn't able to watch this year's race. I was commentating a couple of other events, so was only catching some bits and bobs here and there, but that's great. It's one of those personal bugbears that I've always had. You know, it doesn't make the race a race when you have rules like that at the end of the day. I'm seeing the spray has gone down quite significantly. The lap times are still hovering around the 220s, which I think is still wet weather tire territory, but we are inching towards that crossover window, and I'm going to send a message down to the teams and see if I can get an official confirmation. But I think my gut's telling me maybe 4 or 5 laps or so before we expect some of these teams to slide into pit lane. Of course, I say 4 or 5 laps. There were some teams that came in very early in the first pit stop window, so expect them to be in first. And then there's some other drivers, for example, Red Line's number 70, that came in slightly later in the window. Dara, they can come in a couple of laps later if they want to, and maybe that benefits them to switch over to the dry tires.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see where I think the 72 particularly comes out here, because there's a little window between Hugh Barter and Martin Kavacek, between 5th and 6th, that they could be looking to filter themselves into as they make their way through to the end of their stint. As we can just see Sun and they're having a couple of difficulties over the top of the hill. But yeah, definitely interesting to see where they can almost slot themselves into. A little bit more difficult to judge where Goiter and Barter will be able to fit themselves, and can Barter try a little bit on the strategy to get themselves through over the end of this stint.
Oh, I tell you what, for Barter, I think probably wasn't bargaining for that, but I think his experience in the real world is probably helping him here, right? Because he's one of those drivers with some real world background in Formula 3, Formula 4 out there in the open wheel ladder, and so he's got that experience of being here and trying to figure out what he's got to do, right? What the weather's doing and how he's got to navigate his way through that. So I just wonder if that's a benefit for him, right? Because everyone else is who's been on iRacing for so long, Dara, they've spent years just driving in the dry, only focused on maximizing their grip there. Oh, as I say that, Hugh makes a mistake, pushes himself out wide, trying to pass a lapped car, and loses some time.
Oh, I mean, takes an interesting line as well. Coming through the S is a little bit of a lapse of concentration. Hopefully, I'm sure he can gather it back up together to get after the red line once again. Just needs to pick his way through on the lapped car. Will do that down the Conrod, I have no doubt. It's Apex Racing's number 98 that's in the way somewhat, and that's currently being piloted by... Well, I can't find it on my timing page, Arjuna. It's Alex Gall in that 98 in P20.
And I think our first taker into pit lane, so Alex Gall might end up into pit lane sooner rather than later as he tries to stay out of the way of Hugh Barter, but it's Florian Lebigra that comes in. So I said maybe 4 or 5 laps. He's on to the 29th lap of his stint. Is that going to be the number that everyone else is somewhat working again? So 9 hours, 52 minutes to go. And again, that starts to now shift the rest of the pit stop strategy, because we've gone 10 minutes beyond the top of the hour. Dara's called it out quite correctly. Strategists now need to start to be thinking about how they're doing their fuel numbers for the rest of the race. Can also tell you that weather radar is clear. There is nothing on the horizon until you get to around 11:15 a.m. It has just ticked past 8:15, so 3 hours time before we expect to see the next bit of rain. That's what the teams want to see right now, though, Dara. A clean radar on screen.
And grey is good for these guys at the moment. It normally means it's a little bit dull, but it means that the drivers can get themselves into a little bit more dry running. They can get themselves maybe a little more comfortable with their pace and into the rhythm that they've been searching for the opening couple of hours in this race. Up the inside goes Hugh Barter on the lap car. Nicely done, nicely executed, and he will keep track with the 70. Battling on going as well, though, between that Portugal and the 21. They're in the pit lane, and that'll be why, aren't you?
Sorry, I'm just sending a message to Eduardo Leo, who is teammates to Florian Lebigra. I'm just trying to figure out what the strategy is going to be. Dry tires, wet tires. Benefit of being in the world of sim racing is even if I'm not able to go down to pit lane, I can send a message on Discord. Now the driver stationary, so Dane Warren into the box, but Phil Denair's still out there. The gap down to Gustavo Ariel, 20 seconds. So this stint, this sole hour and a bit of the race that they've been on the same compound of tire, running each other down, the Brazilian has been able to eat in 30 seconds to the lead of that number 10. Here comes Ariel into the pit lane. Expect him to hand over the car to his teammate after a sterling opening 2 hours.
Yeah, he's put it in a fantastic position to give it away to his teammates. There's Julian Cernan gets into contact. That's one of the grid and go-karts going around as well. Two of them there coming a casualty of the one driver's mistake, and it's Dino Lombardi who has to, just gets the rear end tapped as he works his way through. Such an unfortunate moment for him. Wrong place, wrong time. I think both of them will have to come down pit road and maybe join Ariel down there, as Ariel will jump out of the car, we believe.
No, he's staying in there because Diogo Pinto is not even in the sim right now, so it's a triple for Gustavo. I guess they want to get him through this transition phase of the race, and maybe Diogo jumps in for the next period of the rain. It's a long 3 hours, though. You started the race, dealt with all the treachery on that initial start, and then the jeopardy of the rain as well. So an interesting call to leave a driver in for a triple in the opening phase of the race. But tell you what, Gustavo might have to jump on a plane to fly out to the Atlanta Motorsports Park, where he'll be competing in the Prodigy 3 Championship, which is heading into the final part of its season. Gustavo competes for Thibaut Courtois Racing alongside Eduardo Leo, as well as Lorenz Herzing and Dino Filippo. Thibaut Courtois, of course, being the goalkeeper for Real Madrid. So looking forward to seeing Gustavo out there. I'll be there as part of the broadcast team. And that's one thing that's actually just reminded me that Gustavo's actually done a bit of driving. He's driven a Radical in these sort of damp conditions. Now, not as heavy rain as what we've had to open up this race, but you know, the Radical SR1 that we're using in Racing Prodigy, Dara, it doesn't. We're using a DOT tire, so it's not a slick tire, it's a road tire basically, an intermediate, and I remember distinctly when Gustavo was out there driving in the damp conditions. It was also very cold, and so there was like some questions about, right, how is the tire going to perform? The drivers have to understand how to heat up the tire, get it into the window, etc, etc, etc. I love that now Gustavo's getting that same experience here on iRacing as well. It's not just out there in the real world that you get to go and figure out what the rain's going to do to your tires and everything else.
Yeah, and that's what makes sim racing somewhat transferable, and what makes those kind of, the Prodigy Racing Series great, because it shows that skills that can be picked up in the sim can be transferred to the real world, and you really do get a sense of how some of these cars are able to drive, and in changeable conditions you're learning so much, of course, lap after lap. It really is a great benefit to drivers, that is for sure. Ariel going longer as he can do, and showing why he is one of Team Redline's drivers, who, of course, they have one of the best rosters on in sim racing. I don't think that's controversial to say at all. And he is one of their primary starters for this race. A really important role in such a difficult time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw a question there. Someone was asking, are there any real-world racers in this field? Well, I mean, technically you do have the Hugh Barders, the Augustin Canapinos, Jeff Giassi. I mean, those would count as some of your real-world racers. But again, you can include the Gustavo Ariel, you can include the Eduardo Leos, you can even include the the likes of Phil Denez, who's leading this race, let's not forget, in the Marla Racing Team number 10. Phil used to race USF 2000, now almost a full decade ago at this point, and last year raced in both the Lamborghini and a BMW GT3 car out in the Italian GT Championship. So, like you say, the similarities between the sim and the real world are pretty numerous. And even if it's not 100%, 90, 95, wherever you think that threshold falls in, sim racing can get you most of the way there. And I can tell you from the Racing Prodigy stuff in particular, I've been talking to people like Max Pappas, Catherine Legg, Kenton Cook, Brian Till, Weston Workman, Connor Zilic. These are all people, Robbie Foley, these are all people that have been out there watching these sim racers jump into the real cars, and they've all been very, very impressed. Jumping into a car, maybe jumping out of a car for Phil Denez, up on the jacks for the Marla Racing Team number 10. And seems as though Denez stays in for another stint himself.
Yeah, and Robbie Foley, of course, part of the BS competition setup, isn't he? I remember doing a broadcast with him last year for the ESLR 1 events for BS competition, and they very happy with how it was going. Robbie was really happy to be involved with everything that was going on as well, and yeah, incredibly exciting to see so many real-world drivers getting involved with some of these teams, helping them out in iRacing particularly, and it is fantastic that they are a real staple of setups now in terms of these big teams. So let's hope it can continue and more get involved, because it really does make a big difference.
Word from pit lane, by the way, is that dry tires not the call for this next stint. The mountain being so narrow, you want to stay on the wet tires for maybe a bit longer, so not expecting the switch over just yet. But we'll keep that in mind. Barter with a bit of a wiggle. Coitet not going to be able to take advantage here. The windshield wiper still working very hard, as now World Sim Racing bring the number 12 into pit lane. I go back to Robbie Foley. For those that don't know his story, Robbie used to be a high school American football player. I'll say American football because we have viewers from outside the US as well. He was had a nasty injury, broke his leg, and basically during his recovery was, in a bed, not able to do much, and started watching some racing, got into iRacing. And so really it was iRacing that sort of triggered Robbie's transition from high school football player to now being a BMW factory driver and representing Turner Motorsports across multiple different championships in the US. So yeah, just again, the world of iRacing has so many different parallels to the real world. And yeah, don't forget, this race a couple of years ago was won by a real world racer. His name was Max Verstappen back in 2022. You might know him.
Yeah, and I think I've heard of him. I'm not too sure, but I think that name does ring a bell somewhere. But it's been really exciting to see how sim racing has become almost more involved in setups of some of these bigger teams. Of course, we have Porsche Commander on the circuit. We have Team Redline. Sebastian Job, who's a big member of Team Redline, involved in Red Bull's family photo a few weeks ago that we saw. I think there were a few people asking, who's that? I mean, if we all know Sebastian Job, but it's great that they're getting involved in these moments, and they're really being welcomed into the family, showing how important sim racing is becoming, not just for us as sim racing enthusiasts, but also to some of the bigger motorsport teams and to the wider motorsport community as well. It's really exciting to see.
Gustavo's lost a bit of time on this last lap. He's gone off the track, but it's just a couple of seconds. It's not really a big dent in his chances, you'd say, as Hubardo trickles down the pit lane, getting ready to finish up the sequence of pit stops. Just about 5 or 6 more cars yet to dance their way down into the lane and switch up their tires. And again, just a reminder, we aren't seeing too many drivers go out onto the dry compound of tire. Wet seemed to be the call. What I think we're going to start seeing, though, for the rest of this race is if you've got team cars who have struggled in the early stage of this race, you've got to use them as experimentation. So take Porsche Coanda, for example. Josh Rogers is in 5th position. He's yet to come down pit lane. Julian Sonnen has just left the pit lane on dry tires. He is 40th position, 11 laps down, but guess what? He's going to give a bit of a read on the track to Rogers and to the team behind the scenes, Dara, and Porsche Coanda will make the call. Does the 92 take dry tires or stay on the wets?
And that's a little bit of an advantage that Coanda will have over Redline. Of course, Redline running 2, 3, 4 right now. They're not really going to want to be throwing one of those teams into a more difficult position, not just now necessarily, but throughout the race, as we're going to see a move from Luca Kita in that Apex Racing car, just about getting a nice line through the final corner. But as we do see the red lines work their way at the front, they don't have that ability to almost use one of the cars to test out the conditions. They have to look at what others are doing. If you're Coanda, yeah, you've had a couple of cars who haven't had a fantastic start to the race, but that is giving you that opportunity to give a better read for those cars that are going very well as to when's the right time to go onto a tyre, how the cars are feeling, and it could give them a bit of an upper edge as we get in towards the second half of this race.
Something I'm going to be thinking about as well. I mean, we've seen some good moves in iRacing special events, but Luca Keita's made two of the best moves that I think I've ever seen. One around the outside of McPhillamy Park, and then one up the inside out of here, working out through the cutting. There's a double right. The first one's here, and then he decided, you know what, let me go around the outside through the second one. It takes a brave soul to do that, but I think in many ways, the Apex Racing team might not have necessarily felt like they had a car that was in contention to win based on how the weather forecast had played out, and so has maybe slightly freed up Luca Kita alongside Alejandro Sanchez in that machine to be a bit more aggressive. Dalton Zavadil, though, struggling a little bit, to say the least, with the weather.
I think, yeah, a lot of drivers have been struggling, but Dalton having, another little moment. Another couple of cars at the cutting, struggling a touch. I think we will see another few cars struggle at this stage of the race, next 5-10 minutes, with the changeable conditions, with drivers going to the dry tyres. I think this is going to be another stage of the race where we see a couple of spins. Bome in the number 2 goes around again, but just about gets it righted nicely. As we're seeing a move, that's for P5, and that's the 69 and the 70.
And so this could end up being quite important, because it might be a fight for the third step on the podium if things go in a certain direction. And so these two resume their hostilities. Barter versus Koiter, seemingly round 3. If Julian Sonnen was going to give any feedback on the dry tyres to Porsche Coanda, I think the feedback is no, just no.
Yeah, and not looking good at the moment. And Sonnen, I mean, yes, he's got the ability, he's 11 laps down, he's not going to be happy to go spinning. But at least it shows that he's pushing the boundaries here. He's pushing the car in the same way that you'd expect a team running on the lead lap to do so. Of course, those teams on the lead lap are running slightly further and fewer between now after nearly 2.5 hours worth of racing. If you've got a car up there, you want to keep them there at this stage of the race. And good that we can get a read and realise that it's probably still wet weather running for the next little while.
Are we calling this wet weather running or damp weather running?
At least wet. Yeah, okay, damp. Yeah, there we go. That's more what I was going for.
Right. I think it's just important to emphasise that, because again, 3 or so hours, we're expecting another band of rain to return. Unsure its severity just yet. We'll only get a sense about 30 minutes before, but that's going to be interesting. All the teams have the same info. They have the weather radar. We've shown you that a couple of times over the course of the 2 and a bit hours that have kicked off this race. They also get a table, for lack of a better term, that shows 15-minute intervals how the weather is progressing. That doesn't necessarily show you how the weather is going to impact the track. That's where the radar comes into play, but teams have both tools to try and combine and figure out. Roger's in, so he's gone quite long, able to extend to, what, almost a good 25 minutes beyond the top of the hour.
Yeah, really impressive, and it bodes well if we've got rain later on in the race that they may be able to extend this race to 11 stints rather than the 12 that you would normally see. You may be able to get to 11. You're really lucky. In the dry conditions, much easier to do clearly in the wet, and it's going well for them as Mitchell de Jong will get into that car. Oh, we will see Lucas Camber Moreiro go round coming off of Skyline. I've noticed really now with those 92 and the 21 driver changes, de Jong and Charlie Collins coming in. They're two drivers you wouldn't mind coming into the car. For Charlie Collins, that driver close to my heart, he's short enough that I didn't have to sit on a stool to interview him last year.
Sir Collins indeed. For Philip Ansel, very lucky there not to be tagged by Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. So Charlie Collins already in to the number 21. It's Mitchell de Jong, former race winner, alongside Jeremy Bouchaloop and Josh Rogers back in 2020. Heads out onto track, and one of the most impressive stats I think that I've ever heard in the world of motorsports is one that Lewis McLeod has been tracking at Daytona, which is a couple of years ago. This would have been going into the 2021 Daytona 24-hour race on iRacing, as that's the Racing Prodigy Williams Esports entry with Parker White behind the wheel, trying to get the up and under on fellow Porsche up to the cutting. But Mitchell de Jong had led, I think it was something crazy, like 90% of the laps that he had run at the Daytona 24 on iRacing. That number is a little bit lower now, probably closer to the 70-75%, but Mitchell is such a capable driver across disciplines as well. Competed in the X Games in the real world in rallycross racing. E-NASCAR competitor a couple of years ago with 2311, multi-time PES competitor, including returning to the series in 2025. And oh yeah, don't forget, last year he returned to the world of real world racing at Nitrocross Next RX. He was competing alongside another iRacing rallycross standout, Tommy Hallman. Unfortunately, Nitrocross halted operations, but Mitchell de Jong was leading the championship when it happened. Oh, bit of a slip up there, and he's fortunate he didn't get run over from Parker White, fellow American behind.
Yeah, got close, and these two will keep each other close together as they work their way out of Forest Elbow, but Parker White with an unoptimal exit out towards this Conrod Straight will give Mitchell a little bit of breathing room, but incredibly accomplished drivers. Parker White as well, of course, incredibly capable in so many different machines on iRacing that you can chuck them in pretty much anything, and they will be on the pace right at the front of any race. So incredible to see these two battling it out. They've got Manfredotti a little bit further behind, not a long way, but close enough that they'll know that they can't fight too heavily. You could just about see them in the background there in that number 50 car. But again, these guys, this kind of train of cars, they're not nose to tail, but from 6th down to 10th, Manfredotti, just about a dozen seconds, and mistakes could be costly at this stage of the race in this train.
Very, very costly, I think. Agree with you. You don't want to slip up now. You've got through the morning, the first batch of rain. You're just trying to now tiptoe your way to the middle of the race and survive. Parker White, by the way, I love talking about the stories of these drivers because, you know, we're talking about them on a Saturday where they're spending 12 hours in the world of iRacing, but, you know, Monday through Friday, a lot of these drivers live other lives. You know, Mitchell de Jong, yes, he is a full-time sim racer. Parker White is definitely not a full-time sim racer. He is a full-time student at the University of Maine, an aviation student as well, which I really do think there's a lot of similarities in the world of race car and aviation. You might not think about it because, you know, in some ways they seem counter to each other, right? A race car driver needs to take risks, be willing to do things that maybe aren't always the smartest, whereas, you know, a pilot, you want them to be methodical, process-driven, and not take risks. But I disagree. I think a smart pilot is calculating the risk that they are comfortable taking on, right? And I think a smart race car driver is doing the very same thing. And so that's why I think Parker White is one of those drivers that we're going to have to keep an eye out now every single year in the world of e-NASCAR to be at the Final Four and to defend his championship that he won in 2024, because he puts himself in the right positions at the right times. And not often, Dara, do we see him make a rash decision.
that is what's going to be key in this little battle, I think, because with De Jong and with Parker White, neither of them are really known for those, ambitious moves, let's call them. They're known for keeping it nice and calm, working their way through when the opportunities present themselves, and just trying to force an opportunity, but not force the move through. And that could be an interesting nuance in this battle between the two drivers. I wouldn't expect them to start battling and sending it on each other. If Parker White sees a gap from a mistake from Mitchell de Jong, he's going to go for it, but I wouldn't be surprised if these two stay in the order that they are without mistakes, I'm going to add in, for the next little while in this race.
And if you like following people on social media, I encourage you to follow Parker White if you're an aviation enthusiast, because he likes to just randomly post pictures of planes and stuff, which, again, if you're an aviation enthusiast, it's the kind of content that you kind of like to see. Solpec Precision Racing still have Agustin Canapino behind the wheel of the number 5. Balázs Pala is behind them in the second of the Sheza Esports team cars. This is one of the stories of 2025 that I think we've got to keep an eye out for, because we've always known that Hungary's got a hunger for racing, if you will. Apologies for what is one of the worst puns I've ever made. But now we've got a coordinated effort between drivers from that same region, right? We've seen David Toth grab podiums in the Force Dynamics iRacing Dallara Grand Prix Championship Series back in the day. But now it's getting more Hungarian drivers together in multiple different cars and delivering. 2 cars right now, Dara, inside the top 20 of an iRacing special event.
Yeah, great to see them going so nicely at the moment, and being in the top 20.
Sorry, what's happened to Mala Racing Team? Dara, why are they in pit lane? They're on the dry tires.
This is interesting strategical then for Mala, because this looks bold. They called it right at the start of the race, so they're calling it right now. This is going to be really interesting. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one.
I looked to my timing screen for a second and I got very worried that I didn't see Mala up front, but it's apparently with good reason. We've had another bold call. They'd been on track for, 5 laps? So maybe 10 minutes. That was the difference between dry and wet tires. We're going to have to figure out if this was the right call now, but based on the opening hour, you'd be hard-pressed to discount Mala at this point.
Let's watch that gap between themselves and the leader. I know they've got a little bit of traffic, but coming through the cutting, they're gaining a couple of tenths on the 72 Team Redline car. I know it's very early, data to take off there, but it doesn't look like it's as an egregious of a decision as it could have been. They're still gaining time, 30.2. It's not by much, but it is coming down somewhat. Have Mala nailed it again? I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. They've got a little bit of lap traffic to work their way through, which will slow them up. And then they've got the likes of the 70 Team Redline, the 69 Dragger Racing, not too far up the road either. But this is looking like it's a bold call, but is it going to be the right one? Remains to be seen. They have to get through the lap traffic before we can really take some of the numbers away.
And I wasn't sure if I was misreading my timing screen when Mitchell de Jong came out of pit lane. I'm pretty sure he's on the dry compounded tire. Pretty sure Scuderia Ferrari are as well. Pretty sure Drago Racing's number 6 is. There's 4 or 5 cars that have already made the call. And while Oscar Irine's beached in the gravel, I think he's coming in for dry compound tires as well. Redline 72, Redline 71, still 1 and 2 with another 30 minutes complete in this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. It's tall and small. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker in the broadcast booth. Here is former race leader Phil Dinez. See how he's going to have to navigate his way through these damp conditions out on track.
He's gaining time here in some corners, losing in others, but generally it's a net. Well, pretty much not loss or gain. Maybe a little bit of a gain if he doesn't have lap traffic in the way, but you can see through the final corner, losing a little bit of time on the entry, but the exit he's picking up 2-3 tenths. I do think actually at the moment this is the fastest tyre. The real question is, has it been worth going on to them now, or will it be quick enough to regain some of that time, especially if the drivers towards the front try and stay out for as long as they can on this tyre? We'll have to wait and see, but you can clearly see that gap is coming down. There are a couple of little moments where it is tricky, but if Dinez can keep it on the surface, then this could be a really good strategy call once again from the 10. You can just see the gain he has through turn 2. It's definitely the faster tyre right now.
I mean, it was, 6 seconds a lap quicker at points where dry tyres in the opening hour. I don't think we're quite there, but if he can tiptoe his way through a couple of laps without losing too much time, I mean, just look how quick he is through the cutting. And, I mean, I can read that message on the rear wing, which is not a good sign. Follow Sheza Esports this close. Dinez is saying, no, let me through right now. Luca Kida into pit lane as well. I think we've got some drivers and teams saying, put me in, take me into pit lane right now and put me onto the dries.
The right call at the moment because Phil Dinez has the pace right now. Yes, he's losing time again to the leaders. That's because he's behind lap traffic. In clean air, he's gaining. We saw that gain up behind Sheza Esports, and it looks like he has called it correctly. The issue will be that he's now been caught up behind lap traffic. He's not really gained anything in terms of that time to Ariel or Labigra. He will be on a couple of laps, tyres a couple of laps more warm, but will that make much of a difference? Out of the Forest Elbow, he will go straight past on that Sheza Esports car. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets through on the next car before the end of, well, maybe turn number 1, but definitely up towards turn 2.
And remember, this is what I was saying earlier, right, Dara? If you have multiple cars in this race that you can put one car that's been into trouble onto the dry tire and figure out if it works, then you can make the call with the car running well. Redline aren't in that position because guess what? All their cars are running well, so they can't afford to bring a car in, and they're somewhat reliant on the other teams and their sort of lap times to make the decision. Drago have pulled Hubada in. I think every other team has got another car on track that is going so quickly that they've got to make the call. Even on the damp inside line, Marla's going to bully their way forward to fight their way past one of the Redline machines. Phil Dinez now up to 3rd.
A bit of clean air now for the number 10 to drive into to maybe make use of these dry tyres. That gap, 28.4 seconds to Gustavo Ariel. We'll come back to that when Dinez makes his way off of the mountain. I suspect he's going to close down by a couple of seconds with the amount of pace he's able to find at the moment. You know, there's always a chance for a mistake, but he's looking pretty smooth at the moment. And you really can see that dry line now very much formed. The sun reflecting off of it shows where the damper part of the track is. That shinier surface where the tarmac is a little bit drier. It is exactly where Phil Dinez is placing the car. It's exactly where he can gain some of the time here, and exactly the line he looked at to see why he'd go onto the dry tyre in the first place.
Parker White into pit lane as well, and I think we saw the gap grow between Mitchell de Jong and Parker White after Mitchell was able to get the tyres into their operating window. It just shows, again, it was the right call, and I think Porsche Kawanda are going to have a cheek-to-cheek smile right now. They went slightly longer, didn't need to come back to pit lane for an additional time. It's probably saved them some track position, and we'll see how it cycles out once things swing their way on through. Will Redline respond on this lap, or are they committed? Do they feel as though they have to stay on the wet compounded tire? Answer's no. Ariel Labigra, they're in this time by, and so it's a 10-lap stint on the wet tire. 9 hours and 24 minutes to go, and the field's going to be switching on to the slicks.
Phil Dinez should retake the lead if he's able to get towards turn number 1 without making too much more of a mistake, and the 10 that has led the majority of the race up to this point will be inheriting it once again. Will Koiter come in? We'll have to wait and see on that one as well, but these top 4 again a long way away from the likes of Barter and De Jong and Ward, who are all trying to work out their strategies. Strategies, of course. But Labiga and Ariel in. Dinez cycles to the front. Koiter will stay out as well, I do believe. Means that he'll inherit P2 all of a sudden.
He is on the wets as well, just to confirm. He did not do the same thing as De Jong and go long and then put the dry compound of tire on. So Marla indeed reconfirmed as the race leaders. 4.5 the margin technically, but I think we're just waiting to see, once Labiga and Ariel head out of pit lane, what's it going to jump up to on the timing screen? It's going to be around 25 seconds or so that Marla Racing will enjoy. So it's grown, their strategy call, 3 laps or so of extra running on the dry tire has given them another 10 or so seconds of an advantage. Will it be enough to hold back the might of the Redline Porsches? Only time will tell, but once again, a great strategy call and a strategy team that's on top of everything.
Yeah, and they, time and time again, haven't they, have nailed the strategy, have been able to find their way through an order without really doing too much in terms of overtaking on track. They've been able to gap the rest of the field, give themselves time to work out the best strategy, then nail the best strategy, and win special event after special event. Redline have been really impressive of late. I mean, the fight is being taken to them by Marla, but they are running 2, 3, 4 for the time being. Of course, Quartet should cycle back behind the Drago Racing entry by rights when they come into the pit lane to get off of the wet tyre. But at the moment, it is great to see that it's not necessarily a red line 1, 2, 3. We've got a little bit of competition at the front.
Keeping it interesting. Again, remembering the history. A lot of the Team Redline drivers have origins, of course, in the Pure Racing team. Pure Racing team won this event in its first 2 iterations. Redline have won it 3 times as well. So put them together, that's a total of 5 victories and 7 years of racing here at the mountain on the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. It could be another historic victory for them, and just adding to their storied history in these iRacing special events. On board with Labigra as he's now behind his teammate, as we've officially had the first black flag handed down by the iRacing automated race control. So our teams have been going off the track enough times, accumulating enough incident points, that iRacing has said, all right, next time around, down on towards pit lane with you. And so Adrian Greiker in that grid and go car that you saw pull off to the left, heads down pit lane for his drive-through.
And he will serve that now. He'll be trying to avoid many more incidents, but I mean, with 9 hours and 21 minutes to go, safe to say that the team may be facing a couple of difficult conversations with race control towards the end of the race. Koita in the pit lane, of course, as we expected to see him, should drop behind that Drago Racing entry. We'll see where he comes out among Ushko Anders, Mitchell de Jong here. Could be a really interesting crossover point, but he leaves his 2 teammates to get away towards the front of the field and get themselves maybe ever closer to that Marla Racing team car.
So 25 seconds or so. That is the margin with 9 hours and 20 minutes to go. Still waiting for some stragglers towards the tail end of the field to flip their tires back onto the slicks. But for the most part, at this point, inside of the top 20, everyone has made a return to pit lane or made the correct call initially. If you want to follow along, by the way, with live timing and scoring, head to timing3.racespot.online. You'll be able to try and follow along with all 50 or so of the starters. Now down, of course, to just over 40 out there and running. Dara and myself will be here for another 20 minutes before we hand over in the commentary booth. It's been an exciting 2 and a bit hours so far, hasn't it, Dara?
It really has been engaging. I mean, we haven't really known where to look around the strategy, around the strategy and around some of the moves we see. The weather has really impacted this race. We've seen difficulties over the top of Skyline, as we would expect, but still the battles at the front of the race still somewhat compact, still intriguing. Marla leading, but that gap coming down over the last hour and a half or so. The likes of Portugal Commander in the 92 gaining. Labigra, oh my goodness me, nearly hit his teammate there.
Got to be a little bit careful here. Don't want to end up in a situation where you just clash with your teammate, run into them through the concertina. But the lapped car under no obligation to pull out of the way. Don't forget, blue flags on iRacing are a bit more informational than anything. However, I've always kind of said you race others how you want to be raced, and so drivers have long memories in the world of both the real world and in the world of iRacing, and so if you are good in terms of traffic, you will, for the most part, tend to have it reciprocated back towards you. And indeed, pulling out of the way, that's Dmitry Domenko in the Grid and Go 003 that allows the teammates to slide on through. So let's break down the race as it stands right now then. A bit of an in-race update from this 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12 hours presented by Ready, Set, Sim. It is still Marla Racing Team that lead. They started in 15th, and it's been bold strategy calls all the way through that have seen Phil Denez rise his way to the front of the field. An impressive drive, yes, but the job is not done, and they've got to keep a BMW that may be unfavored in BOP at the front with more rain on the horizon. The Predators hunting down the BMW up front, though. It's Team Redline, Gustavo Ariel, Florian Labigra, second and third respectively, as they try to defend the team's win from last year at this very event. They've been very quick in trying to hunt down Dinez. Let's see if they're going to be able to close in the next couple of hours before we reach the halfway mark of this race. Behind them, it's not one of their teammates anymore. Instead, it is the Drago racing car of Hugh Barter, the 069. On the pole position. You might not have necessarily believed me so much. However, yes, they started from pole position, then had to go all the way from the back of the field because they failed to grid up in time for the start, and now sit 47 seconds off of the leader and still have a chance, you would say, of victory here. Lights flash as they pass some of the lapped competitors behind them. Then fifth for Mitchell de Jong in the Porsche Coanda number 92. They've done one pit stop less than the majority of the field by going long in the previous hour of the race and making sure they didn't need to come back down to pit lane to get rid of wet tires that had no place on a drying track. A great call for a team that had numbers at the start, but one by one, teammates have been dropped from the top 10. Rest of the top 10. Redline in 6th with Sam Coited. Apex Racing in 7th. Luca Keita's made a couple of amazing moves. Contender for driver of the day and maybe move of the year as well. Over the top at McPhillamy Park, around the outside in the dam. Kamil Grabowski sits in 8th for the World Sim Racing team. And then Williams Esports Racing prodigy Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Top 10 as they stand right now. And the top 10 covered by almost a full lap, Darrow.
Yeah, really has been impressive to see how, particularly the leading three, have been able to work their way towards the front. Of course, Hugh Barty getting himself into that conversation somewhat has been gaining on Phil Dinez and actually the 72 and the 71 in the last hour or so. But Dinez, Ariel Labigra have been in since the start of the race, been ultra consistent and have been really impressive with how they've gone about their business, stretching the field out. Now only the 11 cars on the lead lap. Charlie Collins now a lap down. And this Heisinfeld car, who were running so well in the early stage, has started last up towards the top 30, have just not had the best of hours or so. And Sendkowski is just struggling to get his way to the end of the stint at the moment.
Yeah, it was a great start, let's not forget. But yeah, the pit stop incident put them on the back foot. They have not got a meatball, though. There's a couple of cars that do. The second Sheza machine, the 19, is going to have to return to pit lane. Daniel Ola's behind the wheel of that car. And then I think this is the other one, Sven Haase. Not sure if that's the left side wheels into the grass. What I know for sure is it's hard into the wall on the right side of the track, running towards the chase. And you can see the way the suspension was bouncing as well. They're clearly not all right. And the 001 back on pit lane.
Yeah, not good for Grid and Go. They have just been struggling a touch today. I mean, their highest running car is, of course, in P14 at the moment with Domenko behind the wheel, and they've got another car just the lap down, but then you've got to look back to Lombardi, who's 5 laps down to find their third car in this race. They have struggled a touch, and Angelo Michel, my word, he hit the corner of that curb there, and that's what made the contact so significant.
I mean, that car is ruined as well. I mean, if there was any questions about it, no. Oh, and then that's the Falcon car that's gone around as well. That's Jonas Vanner behind the wheel. I mean, that's why I love that corner. It's so committed, and in the dry, it's not one that you're too scared about, but I think in the wet, it's a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah, it really is a difficult part of the circuit to run your way through. I don't think there's many cars, if any at all, that haven't at least gone a little bit wide up at the top of Skyline, as we see the two red lines will work their way through this very part of the circuit. Should be able to nail it. It's getting a little bit easier in the dry conditions. Oh, Daniel Ola was going, well, quite crazy, really, down in towards the chase, the number 19, struggling. And we are starting to see a little bit more of a carousel of little incidents, aren't we, at the moment?
Tends to happen, I think, as maybe focus slips a little bit. Some of these drivers, again, have been in since the start of the race. They didn't want to leave, or rather put in a driver to deal with the transition. Instead, you tend to want to leave a driver in through the course of a change in weather. It's just interesting that while some teams have left the driver in, of course, Josh Rogers jumps out of that Porsche Coanda 92 and hands the wheel the keys however you will, off to Mitchell de Jong. So there's some teams that clearly feel like it's not worth the risk of forcing a driver into doing another stint when you could potentially instead just ensure that you manage your driver stress just that little bit more. Of course, Porsche Coanda have the benefit of all their drivers being in one facility for the most part. So from the hub in Gronau, they'll be able to kind of figure out when everyone needs a break. But Dara, it's a little bit different for you and me, for example. You're on one side of the pond. I'm over here on the west coast of the US.
It is, and I'm sure it's probably a lot nicer over there right now in terms of the weather than it is over here. The sun is shining, but it's not warm, and I wouldn't mind a nice week over there. It's a little bit like it is here at Bathurst, a little bit warmer than it is where I am, a little bit sunnier, but it has been a little bit rainy, more of a British summer than an Australian summer today, and it's going to be interesting to see how the weather impacts the rest of the race. I was going to mention as well, you were talking about handing over the keys, handing over the wheel. One thing I thought about randomly, as Christensen goes wide and the Door Esports car hits the door into the right-hand side of the cutting, I was going to say that with, passing over the keys, I'd love if there was almost like every team has a little key set that they have, almost notionally, where they add a little bit, and add a little key fob for each race they win. I think it'd be quite a nice token.
I see what you're saying. I like it. Of course, VCO Grand Slams, so iRacing, yes. Daytona 24, Sebring 12, Watkins Glen 6. That's Julian Sunnen's number 18 Porsche Coanda that's been used as the test bed, smoking in pit lane. But also Petit Le Mans, there's 4 special events where we do have actual trophies for our top split winners. But yeah, I like that idea of having little collectibles and mementos that you'll be able to commemorate your wins with, right? At the end of the day, there's all sorts of unique things that you want to try and remember from the race. There's been some paint schemes in the past. It's going back a few years now, but I just think about the Biela Racing team. They used to, for every special event, they tailor their paint scheme. So when we come to Bathurst, for example, they put kangaroos on their car. When we'd be at Petit Le Mans for the 10-hour race there, Atlanta's known as the Peach State. They put peaches on their car. So, little things like that, which are nice to see.
Yeah, and it's always nice when the teams go that little extra mile. Whoa. Oh, my word, it's the 15. Hello. That's, it's dramatic. It's not necessarily the right racing line. I don't really know how they've managed to do that. Maybe a little bit too much pressure on the brakes there, and the rear end said absolutely not. But yeah, they've gone around towards the middle of the pack. To pick up your point, actually, I do think it's a nice little, not necessarily a token from the teams, but a good effort, really, that they can change up the liveries a little bit and give us something to look at least if the races get a little bit slightly duller in the middle phases.
Speaking of, I think that's where we sit right now, and that is a sorry sight. Car that was up in the top 10 that's now lost its rear wing, at least the part that generates the downforce. James Baumy's going to have his moment at the top of the hill in the Altitude Esports car, and is that going to be what involves the World Sim Racing Mercedes? Baumy gets out of the way by backing up out of trouble, but that doesn't explain what happened to Kamil Grabowski and his now missing rear wing. Again, there's no downforce being generated, at least that I can assume.
No, it looks a little bit more like a road car as well, doesn't it, than it would a race car, but they're going to have to deal with the slight damage. Of course, maybe a little bit more cosmetic than it is actually impacting the car, and I think for the team, at least, they'll be hoping that that is the case. Won't stop them on the straights, at least, and it'll give them a nice little bit more, if indeed the rear wing has fallen off, then they give them a little bit more pace down the straight, but that's not necessarily going to help when you have so many technical corners coming up over the top of the mountain.
Right, they saw a little brush with the wall on the exit rather of the cutting, running towards the kink out of the elbow. Getting all my corner names confused. It's been an early start to the morning. We're about to jump out of the commentary booth, Dara and myself, with what is a still very interesting race. And you've got to say, Redline aren't closing in the same way as they were in the previous hour. Dinez is, if anything, holding the Porsches at bay, and the gap staying at around 30 seconds as it stands right now. They're not bump drafting like they were at Daytona to kick off the iRacing special events, but teammates trying to help each other as best as they can. What do you think is going to happen here, Tara? We're a long way removed from the checkered flag. You're not going to be here with me in the commentary booth, unfortunately. It's going to be me and you and O'Leary at the end of this race. But what's your prediction? Who wins this race? Because we're going to figure out if you were right or not.
Well, I'm just going to quickly pick up on the fact that you say that being with you and O'Leary is unfortunate. I'll just note that very quickly.
Very.
But if I've got my crystal ball out, I think we have seen Phil Denez on the dry tyre. Yes, he had the tyre differential at the start of the race, but he's got it now, in comparison to the two red lines, be a little bit faster than Aero and La Viga. That won't necessarily transfer when Phil gets out of the car, but I think there's every faith that we can have the market will be competitive all the way through this race. The onus really is on Redline to get themselves back towards the front. Of course, the rain that we're going to be likely to be seeing the next 3 hours, or in about 3 hours' time, I should say, or so, is going to have a big impact into the race. You know, the strategy decisions there could change everything that we've got so far. The reason we've got, you know, only 9 cars in the lead lap are because of the strategy choices that have taken place in this race so far. So I think it's difficult to call. I would back Marla because it would be fantastic to see them to the top. But Redline, they have 3 cars up there. It'd probably be a safer bet to go with them, but I'll stick with Marla. I will.
You know as well that you want to see something different than last year. I think that's part of it, right? Redline swept the podium last year, and there's still that threat that they could again. So there's the emotional pull of wanting to see a different winner. There's also, I think, in some ways, for Marla, as you can see last lap times on the left side of the screen, I think for Marla, there's a bit more incentive in this race in particular for that outfit. It is officially, as we watch now, the Falcon Sim Racing car. Jonas Ruten's lost the front end. He was running up in 18th, so was running relatively high. Second best of the Falcon cars. It is an important day for Marla. As I mentioned, it's officially 5 years. 5 years that we've seen Marla in this sim racing world. Their very first outing in the virtual world was in the 2020 iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours. Actually, before I was even commentating with RaceSpotTV. It was that long ago. But that car was run by Williams Esports, of course. Marla has been partnered with both Williams and BS Plus over the years. It's just great to see such an established company, especially in the world of racing. Marla doing, you know, quite a lot behind the scenes with things like hybrid units and whatnot for various race cars. It's so cool to see their support of our little niche of esports and to continue being a supporter of continuing to help us grow. That's going to be a look up the inside. Fight for 16th position, and Augustin Canapino slides off into the grass as he overcommits under the brakes.
They're not going to make that move in the end, and the 5 will have to find another way through and depositing all sorts of gravel and debris onto the circuit with Will as well. So not the best line, but trying to get himself into the top 16. I'm sure he will have another go here. And I mean, you mentioned, you talked about the niche of sim racing. It's really great to see it becoming less of a niche, isn't it? And teams like Marla being involved as they have been for some time, almost being a bit of a trailblazer in that aspect of getting more motorsport companies into the sim racing world, showing what can happen over here in the virtual Bathurst and the virtual Daytona. Everywhere that we do go, it's absolutely fantastic. And to have Denez leading the race in that Marla car really does cap off what could be a perfect 5-year anniversary. Still, though, it's still 3/4 of the race to go. Very early doors to say that, though.
I mean, given that, where's the next best BMW? The answer to that, it was a rhetorical question. The answer to that question is in pit lane, because the other 2 cars, the other 2 BMWs were also run by BS Competition, and they've effectively retired from the race. So they are the only BMW left. If they get a podium, I think they will be thrilled with the result. If they win, oh my days, cue the celebration at Marla and BS Competition. Might not hear the end of it as well. 3 minutes to go until we'll hand over in this commentary booth to Ron Mouse to Brad Dalton. What surprises have you had, Dara? Because I think, you know, I've said it before, but when we see Josh Rogers making a couple of mistakes and running off the track, when we see some of these drivers at this level slip up, it makes me feel a little bit better that I'm not as capable as them. But what has shocked you in terms of what we've seen in this opening 3 hours as attrition has definitely started to play its part?
been a lot, hasn't there? A lot has gone on in the opening 3 hours. Of course, we saw Drago Racing take pole. Kubato was fastest. Oh, in the practice session as well. That's one of the Porsche cars off the road. Who is that? Is that the 21? It very well could be. But as they run their way, it is the 21 coming through. Surprises, Drago, of course, dropping down the order, coming through the field, back up to P4. They effectively started last in the pit lane. Incredible to see the progress that Kubato has made. Marla, of course, coming from 15th to 1st in the opening 20 minutes and pulling away at the front has been a very pleasant surprise indeed. I think we're also being surprised to see almost the pace at the front of the field. The fact that we only have 9 cars on the lead lap after 3 hours is quite significant, I think. And the ability of some of the leaders in this race to keep themselves towards the front, and the ability to avoid mistakes like that from Samuel Ward.
And that, unfortunately, I think is going to drop them out of the top 20. And I saw that one of Sam Ward's teammates, I think Kalen Chin, his family wanted to see him race. Unfortunately, might have to be slightly delayed there. Continue just to watch a bit of a carousel of moments at the top of the track. Oh, that's a second moment for Marrero in about the last 30 minutes. And behind him, here comes the Apex Racing Team machine as well. I believe that's the one that's got Gar Valero behind the wheel, not the one with Luca Kita up inside of the top 10. But yeah, before we hand things off in the broadcast booth, Dara, and we'll watch Gar Valero's incident as well. Lead's grown. Marla Racing are pulling the advantage on Team Redline in these dry conditions.
The dry tyres working well on the number 10. They weren't as quick in the wet conditions on the wet tyre, but Phil Denez has just got this nailed down. He's got the lines to a fine T. He's looking like, you know, with all things going as they are, like he'll hand off to his teammate in the lead of the race, and with quite a comfortable lead as well. There's only 3 other cars within a minute of them right now. Incredible to see the progress that they've been able to make throughout this opening 3 hours. Manfredotti, that's not the line, is it?
That's Scuderia Ferrari, who had climbed up into the top 10. Now dropping down. No meatball for them. So maybe they'll minimize the damage. But officially coming up now on 3 hours complete in the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours presented by Ready Set Sim. Ready Set Rain, more like to kick things off, and what a start it was. Marla Racing are on top. They had the bold call, not once but twice, that slicks were the right choice, and Phil Denez has done a sterling job. He'll hand off to Reina Talvar in a couple of moments' time when he heads down to pit lane, but for tall and small, Arjuna Kenkipati, Dara Thauer, I'll be back in the broadcast booth slightly later on. For now, it's time to hand you off to Ron Mouse and to Brad Dalton.
Thank you very much, Arjuna. Hello, everybody tuning into this broadcast on the iRacing Esports Network of the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour. It's been a brilliant day of racing action up to this point. Some risky strategy calls, some brilliant racing action, and the rain playing a huge factor in the first ever running of this iRacing special event with rain in the picture. Myself, Ron Mons, and Brad Dalton going to be with you on this broadcast for the next 3 hours. Brad, we've been tuning into this broadcast ever since the drop of the green flag. It has been a brilliant and a hectic race up to this point, but we now find ourselves in a transitional spot in time. The rain, not really a factor. The sun peeking out through the sky, and this track slowly but surely starting to dry out.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. There's not a lot of things that will get me out of bed at 7 a.m. on a Saturday, but if you tell me the 12 hours of Bathurst is on, well, I can get up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday, watch it, commentate it, and enjoy the competitive GT3 racing here. Drago Polsitter's missing the start in the beginning, kind of just set off the bell for what was the first 3 hours of action. We're going to see how the next few hours go. Big crashes everywhere. I don't know about you, Ron. I believe I heard Arjuna say this just before we came in. Seeing the drivers with these transitional conditions and kind of things not going picture perfect for these drivers that we know are the best of the best, it makes me feel better about myself because I know where my lap times are around Bathurst in perfect conditions with no tire wear, no fuel wear, or no fuel usage. I kind of feel a little bit better about myself sometimes when I see the drivers with the rain, the great equalizer showing up, and I'm curious to see how it affects the rest of Bathurst here today.
Oh yeah, I mean, this track is tricky enough as is. Throw rain into the picture, and it creates a real challenge as we see Kyle Boss in the 113 car go upside down. That's at the top of the track, heading through McPhillany Park of turn number 10. He goes off the track in dramatic fashion. We've seen plenty of big collisions heading through that corner, and even with the reworked gravel physics on iRacing, doing nothing to slow that Audi down, ending up on his lid. That was a huge hit for the 113.
Mind the curves at the top of the hill there, going through Skyline, through McPhillany Park, Solman Park. Mind the curbs. That narrow uphill run is just, it's dangerous. If you're not careful with that, Ron, it can produce just upsets and moments and problems, and I feel like we are going to continue to see that. Fiercely Forward, I mean, they're going to be reeling from that through. We'll see when they come back out kind of what the real damage is going to be. We've already had some teams that have just felt the pain of the Skyline down in the S's, down in the Dipper. We hop on board with Solpec Precision Racing here, and I mean, this Audi is just really trying to go through.
And riding on board with the number 5 car, currently being driven by Agustin Canapino, the touring car racer from Argentina. He used to race in IndyCar as well, but his touring car record down there in Argentina is absolutely spotless. He's had a rough ride thus far in that Solpec car, but he gets that move done, heading down that Conrad straightaway off into the Chase. The Chase, one of the latest additions to this track. It was added back in 1987. Was the first ever time Bathurst had that section. It's the only major alteration ever since this track opened all the way back in 1938. Those track designers all the way back then knew what they were doing when they designed this 23-corner, 3.86 or 6.2 kilometer road circuit. Technically speaking, it is a street circuit, but this track's still an absolutely wonderful ride. Arjuna mentioned it right at the top of the show. Bathurst plays host to 2 very big races every single year, but there's some of motorsport's best. The V8 Supercars Bathurst 1000, and of course the Bathurst 12 that we're hosting here on iRacing today. These drivers slowly getting a grip to the challenges of this ever-changing racetrack. The rooster tails coming off the back of these cars definitely shrunk compared to how it was earlier on, but there is some nervousness in the air still. You can see as we see these racers heading through turns number 2 and 3 right now into the cutting. You can see the racing line just about dry. Everywhere else still a bit damp. So these racers, they have a razor-thin margin of error. It's a super fun line that these drivers are having to master.
Yeah, this transition period for me is the most dangerous time, when you have that narrow line to hold on to, and that is all you have. Because the thing is, all of these drivers are going to be looking at dry tires and holding on, because that's how you get the most pace. Dry track, dry tires. It's kind of 1 + 1 = 2 in that regard. The problem is for them, that line is narrow, as you said. If you get that dry tire just off in that water a little bit, there's no grip. Dry tires do not work well on a wet track. So if you try to pass, if you try to do anything, and there's not grip to be found, well, the back of the car can very quickly become the front of the car. You get it up in a wall, and Ron, I'm sure I don't have to tell you what happens when car meets wall here around Bathurst. It's not a good time.
Yeah, it's not a very comfortable ride if you do end up smacking the barrier around this racetrack. It's an old school track. I believe it's a grade 3 according to the FIA. So you got a whole bunch of concrete barriers, some tire walls every now and then, and not a whole lot of runoff area to speak of outside of some grass and gravel traps in some of the faster parts of this racetrack. It's a threatening ride around here. This track, one of the most intimidating in the world, as far as I'm concerned. Certainly the most intimidating in the entirety of Australia. Strangely enough, the sense of foreboding danger whenever you're driving around Bathurst, it feels like less threatening than even a track like Adelaide does. Adelaide, of course, the iconic Australian street circuit, hosted the Formula 1 Australian Grand Prix for many, many moons. That track somehow feels less threatening than this one. They're both technically street circuits, but Bathurst, even with that smidge of runoff area, it's just such a terrifying ride, especially in conditions like this.
And the thing is, it all starts in Quarry Bend. That is the first corner of this track after the mountain straight. And now as you run up through Griffiths Mount, through the cutting here, it's just, there's no room for error. And I think for me, that's what's intimidating. Malte Johansson, that's a spin in the number 8 Porsche. That looks like just a lockup of the rear axle. Thankfully able to get away with it, get back on track. That was down in the chase. We're back up on the top of the mountain here into Solomon Park. Now we head down towards McPhilmy Park. This is going to be Dino Lombardi. Again, a lockup of that rear axle down into the chase. That's an interesting moment. It kind of shows just even simple spots like braking in for a left-hand corner can be harder than others, but the elevation change of this track, the narrowness and the speed you have to carry to be competitive here is what makes it challenging for me. I'm not going to admit to the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours that I have spent trying to have a good lap time here and just immediately bending the car up the hill, down through Forest Elbow, on the cutting. I mean, there's so many moments that the car is never comfortable for me. And maybe that's a me issue more than it is anything, but the car never truly feels comfortable. You have uphill, you have downhill, you have curves, you have walls side by side. There's not a good position where you ever really get to rest on this track.
I gotta say, honestly, Brad, I can echo your experience trying to drive around here as quickly as you possibly can. I mentioned a few moments ago, it's a really challenging ride around here, and with 23 corners, it's hard to piece that perfect lap together. And if you pick a really tricky car, it is a super tough experience. I think the hardest time I have ever had in my entire time on iRacing was driving the Dallara IR01 around this track and trying to set a really good lap time. That experience was about as difficult as like trying to pick up a cruise ship with some raggedy old shoelaces. It is a really tough ask to piece together a perfect lap around here. However, these drivers looking to piece together as perfect of a lap as they can. As this race continues to develop, the track is still drying. There's a bit of spray every now and then when these cars dip a wheel off into the damper parts of the track. However, it has been a brilliant race up to this point. The Male team, the number 10, still leading it at the moment. The Red Line team, number 72, and the number 71 Red Line team rounding out your podium as it stands at the moment in second and third. Your pole sitters, the Drago Racing 069 car, currently sliding fourth, with the number 92 Porsche rounding out your top five as it stands at the present moment. As we take a look at a battle forming just barely inside the top 10 involving the Apex Racing team number 99 car right in the midst of a 4-car pack.
Yeah, I think what's been interesting for me watching this race since the beginning, one, Mall Racing team with a 31-second lead. At one point, I remember that lead being over 60 seconds, up 14 places there on the day. But what's really been interesting for me is kind of the pockets of racing that we've seen come through. It's been groups of 3 or 4 cars that are finding similar pace together as they go through. And look at this, side by side, we run down the Conrad Straight. We're going to head down into the chase here through the kink, and they do settle it in single file. That's the safe option here. That's the very, very smart and safe option going into the chase. Get back single file here. I don't know that I'd go side by side again with the track not drying. I'm not sure if more rain is expected either, but if more rain is expected, teams kind of have to factor that in. Pit stop strategy at this point with 3 hours down, I mean, it's going to be very all over the place. I would say we're not too far from pit stop round 3 beginning, so drivers have to kind of be thinking of that as they go through too. You know, what's the weather going to be? What are things going to be like moving through here on this race? Do we need to think about, are we going to have to transition tires again? So should we move stints around where they need to be? How are we going to pass cars? Because look at this. This is the battle for 8th or 7th place here. Apex Racing Team William Esports Prodigy. Look at that. The pass is done, and that number 1 Porsche is going to get ahead in the P7 for Williams Esports.
Parker White heading down that straightaway off into turn number 2. Incredibly bold. He nearly drove off into the grass in that Williams Esports car trying to get the move done on the Apex Audi. Got it done, though, heading down the mountain straightaway, so well done to him to slip his way up into P7. This pack, though, still really intense to take a look at. The Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car and the Apex Racing Team car still covered by practically nothing heading through the top end of the circuit. But you brought up a very good point a couple of moments ago, Brad, talking about the strategy content, which has been a huge factor thus far in this race. And Mally team, the number 10, has made some very bold strategy calls, and it's worked out well for them. Some other teams have cut their way through the field like a hot knife through butter. As a result, some bold strategy calls, and also maybe a little bit of good luck between the drop of the green flag up to this point where we have 8 hours and 48 minutes still left on the clock of this 12-hour classic. But come time for that next round of pit stops, these drivers have to think about how it's going to time out when the rain comes back again. I believe I heard Arjuna and Dara talking about how the rain was coming up in about 2.5 hours when they said it, and that was probably about 45-ish minutes ago, if my memory serves me correctly. So we're getting to the point where these drivers do have to think about that rain coming up. If you find yourself pitting in the not too far off future for your next round of pit stops, then running out through that stint, and then coming in about 5 laps before the monsoon rain conditions approach the track yet again, you're going to find yourself really getting the short end of the stick. So these drivers not only having to manage the race and manage battles and manage this ever-changing racetrack, they're also going to have to manage the strategy call. Thankfully, a lot of these teams have those number crunchers behind the scenes trying to work out the math and figure out when they should come into the pits, when they should probably hold off on that run through a pit lane. But either way, these drivers at this present moment have a lot on their minds. Even though we're kind of in that midsection of the race where these drivers are starting to take it a little bit easier, it's still a lot that's riding on these drivers' minds.
Yeah, and that's going to continue to be on their minds, and that's where you lean on your team, you lean on your teammates, because again, Bathurst, look at this as we run up the hill here on board with the number 99 Apex Racing Team Audi. You don't have time to really do the math or the calculations yourself. Some drivers are going to have, you know, a little bit of mental capacity to do that through, but you really have to focus in and out, lap after lap, apex to apex, and just keep pushing through and really lean on your teams. This is one of those events where leaning on your team is going to be the most important. As we see in front, Parker White there was very offline heading up towards Skyline and the S's, throwing up a lot of spray. And now down the hill, this is the point where you have to be precise through. I love Bathurst, and I can never not enjoy an onboard lap of this track, but keeping the weather in, keeping the calculations of when do I stop, what do I do, how do I move this forward, that is something that you really need to lean on the team for. They're going to be the ones who can kind of know best, because the drivers, again, all that mental muscle needs to go into keeping the car together. It's just easier that way, I find. But, you know, race car drivers are race car drivers. Sometimes they don't listen to the team. Sometimes the team is going to say you need to pit now, and the driver's going to say, well, I can go 5 more laps. I can go 10 more laps. I can go 5 more minutes. And they may not see that big picture. So it's kind of a give and take skill that they have to learn there.
I'll give you a nice little story, Brad, talking about the occasional thoughts that go through a driver's minds as we see Parker White running wide out of Murray's corner of turn number 23. He's been really risking it in that number 1 Williams Porsche. So I think he's playing a dangerous game as it stands at the present moment. We saw that moment at the top of the hill about a half a lap ago where it was just a total spray of mist going to Luca Kita in that number 99 Apex Racing Team Audi. But getting back to the point that I was going to mention, talking about how these drivers, as much as they may try and avoid it at all costs, some drivers will occasionally start to focus on some other stuff while they are driving. Back in my karting days, I remember at one point thinking of some racing drivers' excuses while I was out there on the racetrack trying to set a good lap time. So some of these drivers may have some of that some of that brain power to think of multiple stuff as they're going on. Who knows? Maybe they're thinking about what they want to have for lunch when they get out of the car. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. But you got to pick and choose your battles for these drivers. Not only in terms of the ones out there on the racetrack, but the ones in your own mind as well. We've talked about the strenuous nature of this racetrack, and that not only extends to the race cars taking a pummeling, the drivers having to wheel these cars around in these challenging conditions, but the amount of exercising that your brain has to do in conditions like this to remain in that solid mental frame to be able to extract the most amount of performance out of your car as you possibly can is another big factor of these endurance races. It may be 12 hours long, but for some of these drivers, those 12 hours could disappear in the blink of an eye, and we've seen close finishes, not only in iRacing special events, but real-life events as well. A 24-hour race can come down to a matter of thousandths of a second as we see Daniel Ola in the number 19 car sliding his way down the hill. That was a moment, I believe, coming at McPhillamy Park of turn number 10, and he ended up in the runoff area through Skyline. Shows you how challenging and slick these conditions still are. As we see another moment, another rear lock for Angelo Michael, the number 24.
Yeah, those rear locks, those moments are really kind of going to start catching people off guard. That mental fatigue, we're over 3 hours into a 12-hour race, might start to wear in. Ron, I won't speak for you. I'll speak for myself as a driver when I'm driving. It takes a lot of effort for me around Bathurst. And this goes back to I find Bathurst to be probably the most challenging track for me. Not for a lack of trying, just for the uniqueness of the track. It takes a lot of mental effort for me to put down laps on this track. Now, I am not the top and the cream of the crop of iRacing, though. For these drivers, it might be simpler for them to go through, but at the same time, weather is so new in iRacing. They've done such a good job with this that the weather just adds everything. And I don't know about you, Ron, but for me, racing is about rhythm. You get in a rhythm, you get in a flow, you get very comfortable. And at Bathurst especially, you have to lean into that rhythm, that flow, that comfort that you can find in that car track combo that you are so comfortable with. And you just have to lean into it, be comfortable with it, and keep on your rhythm. And that is how you end up where you're at. You throw some rain in, you throw anything in, your rhythm's gone, and it becomes a whole mental endurance. That's why we call rain the great equalizer in racing. It can make drivers who are the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, the best of the best, and it can make driving a genuine challenge for them again, because it is something that is just so hard to do, and iRacing does it so well with the different levels of grip, the racing line rubbering in and being slicker, so you have to go offline and search for the grip. But then when the track starts drying up, certain sections will have puddles and certain sections won't, and you have to mind the racing line. Every lap at that point is a big check-in of you just making sure that you're trying to stay in the flow, stay in the rhythm, stay comfortable. And at some point, you can only do that for so long, Ron, before you have to start thinking of driver quotes. You have to start thinking about something else. And those little split moments are what we're seeing catch drivers out and cause those spins up in Skyline, cause drivers to lock up the rear axle into the chase. We're starting to really see that effect come in, Ron. And the fact that we're 3 hours into 12 hours, almost 3.5 into 12, I have a feeling the longer we go into this, the more difficult that's going to be, especially we know more rain is coming in an hour or so.
Yeah, you mentioned a very good point, talking about the rhythm that these drivers have to find themselves in to extract the most amount of performance that they can. Not only these drivers, just all drivers, period. If you want to try and be the best in a race like this, you got to be in the best frame of mind. I know from my experience driving in the sim and in real life, if there was something that threw me off a little bit, I would not be able to execute too well. I used to do autocross with the SCCA. Used to run in the karts there, and back in 2021 I was going out to the SCCA Solo Nationals out in Lincoln, Nebraska, the Super Bowl of autocross here in the US, and on a test and tune run, I had the tie rods on my kart completely blow out on me going 70 miles an hour, and I came to a stop at about 90 feet. That threw me out for a loop for the entirety of that weekend, and I wasn't able to get back into that good frame of mind as a result of it. These drivers having the rain, I mean, they probably thought, okay, yeah, rain is very much so a possibility, considering some of the rainy conditions that we saw at the Daytona 24 about a month ago at this point here on the iRacing Esports Network. These drivers had to have thought, yeah, the rain is very much so a possibility of something that can affect this race. But going into an event like this, as much as you may prepare for all probabilities, when it comes to rain racing, there's only so much that you can think of before you take that green flag, because anything can happen in a 12-hour-long race. You can have a meteorite strike down. I mean, just look at Bathurst in real life and some of the crazy stuff that's happened here over the years. There's been kangaroos going across the track. I think for the Bathurst 1000, one year a tree fell down coming out of Forest Elbow right here on the racetrack. One of those trees fell down on the track, completely blocked it out, brought out a red flag. There's a lot that can happen in these races. So as much as these drivers may try and think of every single possibility of what can go down, there's only so much space that a driver has in their mind to think of these eventualities and probabilities of stuff happening.
You know, Ron, you mentioned SCCA and real life racing and kind of, getting thrown off the rhythm. If you think about even drivers starting their weekends, we all like to watch real life motorsports, right? Like all of us are here watching virtual cars, but we're all fans of real life racing. Kind of by proxy, it kind of defaults itself together. Your favorite driver, your favorite sports team, your favorite anything, they all have a very, very dedicated, sort of superstitious style to how they start weekends, how they start race days, how they start events. If you think about Formula One is the one that comes to mind for me. Every one of those drivers have a very, very default setup. They have, the set thing they eat, the set time they wake up, their set workout in the morning, the set music they listen to, with their set of headphones. If something throws that rhythm off, it throws a race off. We have seen top-tier drivers be completely thrown off of their rhythm, thrown off of what should be the best weekend ever for them because of moments like that. It's crazy to see real-life racing, how it affects it. And you see it carry over in sim racing. These drivers have become the best of the best, the cream of the crop, the top of the top, because they can get into that rhythm, that flow. They have those dedicated routines. So when they set up for events like this, they're prepped. Oh, there's the 99 Apex Racing Team, big lock up there, going into the chase, and I believe hit another car as well. But no, I'm not sure if he took someone with him.
Yeah, I think he took the one Williams Esports Porsche with them, and Parker White going to make that call to come down pit lane. There we go, the number one Williams Esports Porsche going off the track through the chase, and that's going to spur his call to come into the pits. Parker White, as it stands at the moment, the last car still in the lead lap, and look at that. Oh yeah, contact. Actually, I wonder if there was actually contact being made. Augustine Canapino in the midst of all that in the number 5 Solpec car. That had to have been absolutely terrifying from his perspective. Just seeing that number 99 Apex Racing Team Audi come in like an Axis-sent missile. Let's take a look at, you can see him get squirrely, and oh yeah, there was contact being made. Not as bad of contact as there probably could have been in a moment like that. However, contact being made, I think that could have been part of the reason why we saw Parker White in that number 1 Williams Esports Porsche make that decision to come down pit lane.
Man, if you are that number 5 Solpec Precision Racing car, you could see how hard he jammed on the brakes there. That was a big certified code brown overnight Amazon shipping moment. So that was, a hard run there. Solpec very, very lucky to be getting out of that. We check back in here with Gustavo Ariel and Florian, number 72 and number 71 Team Redlines respectively. Here's on board with Solpec's number 5. Look at that. He's on the brakes. He's on the brakes a bit more and then just takes the racing line. Just nothing happened. Just do. On we go.
The best way I can describe having a moment like that is like being in school and just seeing a random fight going down the hallway and then just walking around like nothing was going on. Now, I went to some shady schools, so maybe that's just an experience that I alone share on this broadcast, but that's how it feels whenever you see something like that. It's like, oh, here's a glorified round of bowling heading down into the chase. Anyways, let's go through this next corner here. So that's that number 5 Solpec car has been the center of attention all throughout this race, and this is going to be a terrifying perspective looking from the back of that car of Augustine Canapino. Heading into the chase right now, you can hear him lifting, trying to let those two cars by, and I think what got that number 99 Apex Racing Team car loose a little bit was the fact he was braking right as he was in the spray and the mist coming off of that number 5 car. That catches some drivers out. It certainly caught me out of my time driving in the rain on iRacing. I think that may have been what spoke that. Really nothing that Canapino could have done to avoid that, but either way, a terrifying moment for the 1 in the 99 cars.
For sure, 1 in 99. Just wow, that was a moment. It's one of those things, again, the rain is the great equalizer, and you get little moments like that where you just don't expect the car to behave the way it does, and then when it does, you kind of you can't react to that, because that's one of those things that you can't practice for. You can't practice for trying to get around a lap traffic car while battling for position, and then the car snapping around to the rear. You kind of have to react in the moment. We see the headlights flashing there for Gustavo Ariel, trying to signal to the Ferrari ahead, kind of just, hey, I'm here, please watch out, let me through here while while we have a nice position, it does look like there's going to be a little bit of a lift there from that Ferrari car that is going to let things through as we continue on down and around, slot back into position, follow on up the hill. I mean, that is a good decision there to play it safe, survive, live to fight another day. And yeah, I mean, in moments like that, that's stuff that you can't practice for, Ron. Those are things that you kind of learn on track in the moment, that you either survive and you do the right thing and you know for later, or you get a little lucky and you learn for later, like, okay, I got lucky with that, but don't do that. And then sometimes the car just kind of goes around and you're just a passenger.
That's the thing when it comes to a race like this. These drivers will eventually learn. Once you get struck by a falling anvil the first time, you'll know to carry around that industrial strength umbrella after that. So these drivers looking to avoid those moments at all costs, but around a track like this, especially in this tight, twisty section at the top end of the circuit, through the Dipper skyline into Forest Elbow, that entire section, you can really tell that it is technically a street circuit here at Mount Panorama. And I think we've already seen it thus far in this race. Some track blocker incidents or some near track blocker incidents heading through that section. No real room to go. Even hang down the Conrad straightaway. As much as you've got some grass, considering that grass is probably soaked with rain still, despite the fact we haven't seen a drop of rain fall down on the circuit in about an hour and a half. You still don't want to run through the grass electively, because that is a recipe for a code brown moment if ever you see one. So trying to avoid those incidents. It's said a lot in motorsports commentary, but the saying to finish first you have to finish really rings true when it comes to these endurance races.
Truer words can't be spoken, though. That's the thing. And, we kind of say that sometimes just to, remind drivers you don't win it on the first lap, you don't win it into turn one, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, it's so true when you think about the fact that sometimes you just have to be there in the end. And as of right now, that is really the goal. You just have to be there in the end. As we continue this run through, there's not a lot that can be said beyond just get there, get to the end. Sometimes, and again, maybe this is a me thing, Ron, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes just the fact that you finished an event like this, regardless of your skill level, regardless of, who you're racing, sometimes just the fact that you have finished this event, you've endured the 12 hours of chaos, you've made it through the rain, you've made it through the dry, you've made it through those transition periods, you've had the sketchy moments, you've survived the big wrecks. Sometimes that satisfaction is just as good as if you had finished first. It's so nice to be there in the end and say, I survived 12 hours around this track.
This probably isn't the first time Top Gear / the Grand Tour has been mentioned on a sim racing broadcast, and certainly won't be the last as long as I'm doing these. But everyone remembers the Top Gear Challenge, in which they put together that BMW and drove in the Brit Car 24 at Silverstone back in, I think, 2007 or 2008. Everyone remembers the scene of when Jeremy Clarkson was behind the wheel of that car and crossed that start-finish line. That car was battered and bruised. It had broken down so many times. The splitter was gone. The track marshal probably took it and sold it on eBay. But that car just making it to the checkered flag, despite the fact it was a shell of its former self, you could see the genuine joy and emotion from everyone involved in something like that. Even though they didn't get the result that they probably had in mind because of some poor luck, they were still able to make it to the checkered flag. And when it comes to endurance racing, that achievement of just being there from start to finish can be so important. Everyone thinks about the 24-hour events, 24 hours of Daytona, 24 hours of Le Mans, 24 hours of the Nürburgring, 24 hours of Spa. The list goes on in terms of the endurance races that people think about the most. But despite the fact it's half the length, the Sebring 12 and the Bathurst 12, in my view, are more challenging than races like Daytona and Le Mans. Granted, you're going for half the time, but, as an American, I can attest that Sebring, that's a rough ride. You were driving around a track that's about as patchy as my face when I was 14, and Bathurst isn't any better with those concrete barriers on either side of the racetrack and a foot of wiggle room either way that can just spear you off and give you race-ending damage in the blink of an eye. These 12-hour-long races, to me, are always the most challenging of them all. So these racers looking to try and withstand that challenge. The number 92 car currently running sick, the Porsche Coanda Toyota car has come down pit lane. They were running 5th not terribly long ago. However, they have made that call to come in to the pits. That's going to give P5 to the Team Redline number 70 car. So that's going to give us 3 Redline cars in the top 5. Arjuna and Dara mentioned earlier on the fact that 1 year ago, those Redline cars were victorious and they were stupidly quick all throughout the 2024 iRacing Bathurst 12. At this point, it's still very early doors, and we got about 8.5 hours left to go. But Brad, those Team Redline cars are here to fight.
Yeah, Team Redline is a team that I have followed for a very long time through multiple series, through multiple events. And I can tell you right now, everything I know about those drivers in every way, they don't mess around. They show up to win. Again, I say just the fun of finishing is enough for me. Team Redline does not take that stance. They take the stance of, if we're going to show up, we are the best around. Nothing's going to ever bring me down. And they are here to win. They are here to be there in the end, and they want to be battling with each other at the end. There's a big support, a big following for them, and they are going to be pushing lap after lap, time after time. And there's 36 seconds to the lead right now. That is not a comfortable 36 seconds, I'll tell you that. As this race continues, as the weather comes through and around, that gap is going to continue to come down. But I will say that they're going to be looking to have everything wrapped up. It's never guaranteed. Again, you just said it. This 12-hour race is so challenging, more challenging than 24-hour races. I wholeheartedly agree with you in that regard, because one small moment, you have no time to get back. You have no time to recover. You have no runoff area. There's no massive paved tarmac down a backstretch for you to run off on and save the car and bring it to the pits and, change the brakes, change the tires, do whatever. You have a moment, you sneeze coming up the hill, you're going to eat a concrete barrier and it's race over. So for them, that goal of perfection is really what kind of drives Team Redline forward. And they're in a good position, don't get me wrong. Their lap times, they're a few tenths off of that number 10 Mall Racing Team car, but they're still, I would say they're still in contention here as we head towards, under 8.5 hours to go. I think they're going to come into their prime in the back half of the race, realistically, with 4 hours, 3 hours to go. I think that's really where you're going to see Team Redline step things up and start to push a bit more forward.
I think that's a good way for them to manage this race as well, Brad. You want to strike while the iron's hot. It's good that you're leading the opening stage for that number 10 Mall Racing Team. It's good that they're leading it at the present moment and have that 35-second advantage over Gustavo Ariel in that number 72 Redline car. However, you still got 8.5 hours left to go in this race. So you're better off leading that final lap and making it to the checkered flag in first than you are leading all of the laps that come before it. So that's, I mean, it seems like common sense, but the thing is with these drivers, you'll see them push so hard right at the drop of the green flag, and they'll end up burning themselves out a little bit too much. They'll burn out their equipment, they'll burn their drivers out. They're going to be pushing hard and hard and hard and hard, and it's only a matter of one mistake, pushing too hard right towards the end, that can really seal one of these teams' fate and bring one into victory lane at the end of this 12-hour long race. So as much as it's a good thing that the number 10 team is leading, they need to worry about having this current performance, which, let's face it, they're strong at the present moment. They've been leading for a vast majority of this race thus far in that number 10 BMW. They're currently leading 36 seconds in front of Gustavo Ariel, but they need to make sure that's consistent performance. You can't have a race where you're really quick, but you're about as consistent as expired mayonnaise. That's not a winning formula for a race like this. You need to be strong, but you need to maintain that level of consistency and pace all throughout this race. Let's see if the number 10 team can execute that. They certainly got the pace. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep it.
I definitely think they'll be able to keep it if they have done well enough to pace in the first few hours, as you said. You don't want to burn yourself out too early. You just have to sort of, settle into the rhythm. And here we have Johannes Rutten, who has come around in the number 33 and had a moment, that front end of that car just not looking great, but hey, it is what it is right now. You're driving with the damage for survival here to the end. Phil Dennis, the number 10, is into the pits. That's that rear axle lockup yet again, and Well, second verse, same as the first. Do it once, do it twice.
Now, I feel like the vast majority of these cars that we've seen have moments like that hang down into the chase have been some of the Audis, so maybe there's no correlation or causation going on there, or maybe there's something up about that. Either way, your race leaders in that mall racing team number 10 BMW have come in for a driver swap. This is now Rainer Talvar behind the wheel of that BMW, and let's see how this is going to shake out. It's going to give the lead to the number 72 Porsche of Gustavo Ariel. Looks like Tavlar going to exit out in third, depending on how long he's still stopped in his pit stall. He-Man, yes, he does get overtaken by Hugh Barter in that 069 car. The team that started this race from the pole position, now jumping their way back up into the podium spots. But there is your at 1 point race leader of the mall racing team BMW. They're out and away, 41.6 seconds stopped in the pit stall and 64.3 seconds down pit lane. So over a minute trip down into the pit, but they've got a fresh driver behind the wheel of that race car, and he's getting into this car at probably the best time in terms of the conditions out there on the circuit.
Yeah, I full-heartedly agree. Best conditions you could possibly be in right now. I'm really curious to see if the track fully dries off. I'm still seeing a little bit of spray here and there, depending on where the tires dip at for the drivers. But I'm really curious to see if we get some full dry track, full dry running. We do have that racing line in, Ron, but we don't have that run off to the side that we're looking for. You don't have that space for side-by-side racing, side-by-side running here. So we continue to follow that Team 72 red line car going through. This is Gustavo Ariel. When are they going to pit is the $1 million question, of which I have no answer. We continue through, continue around and down. Bathurst is, I think the Bathurst 12 always delivers. I don't know about you. I've always thought that this was one of the best endurance events that can go through, other than the Daytona 24, which kicks off the entire year of motorsports and is iconic in its own right. Bathurst 12 for me is the big challenge all the way through. So we watch through, no pit stops here, but we do have the Apex Racing Team 99 that is in the pits here. It looks like Team Redline maybe just enjoying the lead for a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're just at the front deciding to tick the laps away as we see, oh, that's an off-track moment for Hugh Barter and the 069 Drago Racing Team Mercedes. That's heading into the pit entry, and one thing to raise about this run through the pits, as much as the track is dry to the point where those damp spots and puddles around this racetrack are becoming fewer and far between, that pit entry is still sketchy, and I think that may have caught out Barter in that 069 car. He was running a third. They've come down pit lane. I'm curious if that's going to be some sort of unsafe pit entry penalty for that 069 Mercedes. That may be a big game changer for that team. Started this race from the pole, currently running in fourth. However, if that's a penalty, as much as they have a whole lot of time left to go in this race, that is going to sting nevertheless. Just want to raise a quick point about the two red line Porsches. I nearly said Mercedes. That would be an odd looking Mercedes. The two red line Porsches at the front of this field, currently running P1 and P2, and comparing them to that mall racing number 10 BMW. Both the Porsche and the BMW have the same fuel limit for this race. Of course, it being GT3 Racing, the BOP being rather important. Those two both limited to 99% capacity for their fuel tanks. However, that Porsche has a slightly better power reduction. That BMW M4 down 1.25% from its total output compared to that Porsche at only 0.5%. But in terms of the fuel, they're remaining about the same. So we'll just have to wait and see how these drivers in the red line cars are going to tackle this. Maybe getting the drift from some of the lap cars they've had to deal with. Maybe just saving a bit more gas at this point in the race. A couple of laps into this race, I heard that Arjuna and Dara started mentioning the fuel saving discussion in this race, Brad. So let's see whether these two Porsches at the front of the field have been able to weather the storm and save up a lot of gas and stay out for yet another lap in the process.
Yeah, it looks like we probably have a couple of more laps here until they come in. I would say at least 1 to 2 more laps here for the 72. The 71 is in though, so perhaps I stand corrected in that regard. We'll see where they come out together. I was looking at the BOP up at the top of the broadcast. I thought the interesting thing was that we're basing all the fuel levels off of the Corvette Z06 GT3R. It is at 100% fuel. Everyone else is adjusted slightly accordingly and left through. And again, on that power scale, it's the Lamborghini Huracan Evo that was left at 100% power along with the Audi R8. So it just kind of shows the BOP can vary a bit depending. Nobody has a huge run, but it's interesting to see how that settles in here as we continue along through. We hop on board with gridandgo.com 005. I wanted to say 007 for some reason. Somebody can correct me on why I wanted to say 007, but 005 we go through is the 003 Grid and Go esports cars in the pits here. Falcon Sim Racing Team Red moving around. This is the big pit stop cycle that is starting here. This is our next big pit stop cycle. This is where things mix up, and this is where I think we really get to see how strategy goes as one Grid and Go car is in and the other one stays out.
So there we go. More drivers assigned that now is the time to come into the pits. We'll mention the fact the number 71 Redline car came into the pits not terribly long ago, I believe, leaving Gustavo Ariel in the race lead in that number 72 car for now. However, we're probably going to see him make that call to come into the pits either this upcoming lap or the next one. You can see him in that number 72 car heading his way into the chase right now. Let's see if Ariel decides that now is the time to come into the pits. Also considering that this is the third pit stop, we'll be seeing some driver swaps. Already saw that with the number 10 team with Rainer Talvar behind the wheel of that car. Let's see if Gustavo Ariel stays in it. Heading his way through that pit entry, you can see how sketchy it is through there. The gravel and the grass all around the track. The pit entry road still absolutely soaked. You could not only see it, Brad, I could feel the understeer with that number 72 Porsche making his way into the pits, turning, and the front tires just deciding, no, and then just going straight. So I am wondering as to whether or not we will see any sort of incident coming in to the pits. Either way, Ariel down pit lane right now. That's going to give the race lead back to the number 10 Mall Racing BMW, now being driven by Rainer Tavlar. And yes, we have seen a driver swap in that number 72 Redline car. Gustavo Ariel out, Diogo Pinto in.
Yeah, Diego Pinto is also a fast driver. So we're going one fast Redline driver to another. No surprise there to see how these two work together as they go. I'm really, really surprised we haven't seen more pit entry moments yet, honestly. And you can see there, if we were to get back on that onboard shot while someone's coming through that double chicane pit entry, which I think was the track developers just saying, how can we make every driver upset? Oh, let's do a double chicane pit entry. Let's just make it one of the most difficult pit entries in existence because we can. There's been a lot of drivers that have had that understeer moment, as you described it, Ron, that turn, but nothing happens. But also, the drivers are doing their best to straighten those double chicanes out and get that pit entry as straight as possible to save as much time on pit entry as possible. But you can see the runoff in the grass. You can see moments. I'm really surprised we haven't seen anything bigger. I know in real life Bathurst, there have been some pretty big moments on pit entry that have caused some drama for different drivers, different teams in the real world. I'm surprised we haven't seen anything here yet. I'm sure it's on the way eventually, maybe sooner rather than later. Pit stops are cycling. The number 10 Mall Racing team is back out in front here, and they are running through, trying to pull out more of a gap as they can.
And looking at these drivers dealing with the lap traffic dilemma going to be super important throughout this race. I mean, you got the heavy braking zones, like heading off into the chase, probably the premier overtaking opportunity around this racetrack. But outside that, you've got quarry corner of turn number 2. Seen some drivers go for some moves into the cutting. However, with the tight confines of that track, it feels like you're driving through an alleyway more than anything else. A little bit sketchy, going for some moves into there. Murray's corner of turn number 3, Hell corner of turn number 1. You got some good overtaking opportunities around this racetrack, but with these still damp conditions and these drivers firmly on dry tires, it is a bit sketchy trying to deal with lap traffic. So managing it is going to be super important. We'll note as we're basically out of this third pit cycle in this race, at least for the drivers up to the front, the gaps have seesawed a little bit. The gap between the number 10 Mall Racing BMW that we're following right now still in the race lead. That gap between themselves and the number 72 Redline car has decreased, while the gap between the two Redline cars, the number 72 in second and the 71 in third, has actually ballooned out a little bit. It's only ballooned out by like well, it was about 2 seconds ballooned out now to about 3.5. However, those small little incremental gains can make a huge difference come time for the end of this race.
See, here's the thing with Bathurst, too, to remember is that the game of survival is we see that number 10 really pushing. I almost think that was a little bit of a wall scrape there to the outside up at the top of the hill, going towards Skyline now down the S's. That's the number 2 that is facing around backwards at the S's towards the Dipper. That is not the way you should be facing your car there. That was the Altitude Free M Esports 111 Leaf Sebastian that was facing backwards there. I have to imagine that's just a case of get a little bit on the wrong side of the track.
Yeah, just a small little excursion for there. Not a whole lot of harm or foul done as a result of it, but still unfortunate nevertheless. Looking at these racers still negotiating this racetrack as best as they possibly can. I think that's the best way to describe how these drivers are tackling this race. You're not attacking it, you're negotiating. As we take a look at Jamie Christensen heading through. That's coming out of McPhillamy Park right at the top of the hill in Skyline. Goes off the track, hits the barrier in a really bad way, and grinds to a halt in that number 20 Audi. Take a look at another moment. This is Alejandro Sanchez in the number 99 Apex Racing Team Audi. Spins it heading through Forest Hill, and you can also see the buildup of marbles on the outside of the corner. So not only is the non-racing line completely soaked still, well, I'd say completely soaked, just moderately damp. Take a look at a big impact for Leaf Sebastian and the number 20 Ferrari backing his way out of harm's way, ending up in a runoff area right towards the top end of the circuit. That's got to be a pretty big hit for him. But getting back to the point that I was going to mention, when the rain comes back, we're fairly confident that's going to be a matter of when, not if. These drivers got to find themselves in a real tough spot. You either run on the racing line where the rubber's built up and it's got to feel like you're driving on a slip and slide, or you run outside of the racing line where all the marbles are and it feels like you're running on gravel. That's going to be a fun little debacle that these drivers will find themselves having to deal with. Very happy that I'm in the commentary booth and not behind the wheel of one of these race cars because of that.
You and me both, and there's a pit entry moment. That's the number 8 Coanda Porsche, just completely missing the pit entry there, slowing down but not enough and just sent it off. Thankfully not coming back out onto the racing surface and going through. Let's check this out from the outboard. You see the spray hit, and as soon as you get on the brakes, just the whole Porsche wiggles and wiggles and wiggles. Again, thankfully able to get stopped there in that grass. I'm seeing reports of rain within the next 30 minutes. We'll see if we can get confirmation of that, but that's just that's the little rumor mill that I'm seeing floating around. Not sure of the accuracy of that, but you know, the one fun thing too with the iRacing rain is it's never always precise. It's true meteorological in that regard of sometimes there is just a bit of prediction that comes into that as well. It's not always going to be perfect in that regard. What real life teams do, Ron, if you've ever, with real life motorsports, sometimes the best thing they do is they just grab one of their guys, send them 15 minutes up the road and say, hey, when you start getting rained on, you're going to call me or you're going to text me. You're going to let me know that you're getting rained on and what direction it's coming from. And that's how they figure out when rain's showing up.
Yeah, I'm going to relay a quote that I said earlier on in the race. Not something that I said over the microphone, however, something I said in our small little broadcasters chat here on RaceSpotTV, making this broadcast possible on the iRacing Esports Network today. iRacing being the peak motorsports simulator, everything is about as close as you can get to real life, including the weather forecast. The weather forecast on iRacing could be about as inaccurate as they are are in real life. So iRacing truly at the top of their game. I say that fully in a humorous way. If anyone's listening to iRacing, don't send someone down here to Philadelphia to whack me. Anyways, looking at the Apex Racing team number 98 car, this is Gale Valero in the number 98 Audi, heading his way off into the corner. I will note, as we've been riding on board with him, I'm looking around the track. The racing line practically bone dry. The outer line, that's I have a couple of puddles here and there in the parts of this track where just about the only cars that run on it are cars that got involved in some sort of accident which led them to that puddle in the first place. This track is definitely getting drier. So we're at the point of the race where these drivers are going to try and set the fastest lap times that they possibly can. I had this stat in my back pocket, and considering that this race is heavily affected by rain, I'm not sure how much I will be able to use this stat, but the GT3 lap record around here was actually set by former V8 supercar and now NASCAR driver Shane Van Gisbergen back in the 2016 running of the Bathurst 12-hour, driving in a McLaren 650S GT3 car, set a 201.567. So that's a lap record around here. With the rain conditions, though, I don't think we're going to be seeing any lap record speed today.
Yeah, not at all. No lap records. And also, I'm going to correct myself on the rain. It's in an hour and 15 minutes. Still plenty of time for that track to dry up, for us to see some, competitiveness, see how the drivers handle. This might be the best run of dry running that we get in this race so far. I don't know what the next 8 hours of weather are going to be in total, but I will say this is probably going to be the driest we will see the track through to the end, as it goes around and along and up and down. Gale Valero, I love this onboard shot. And again, I love the onboards here around Bathurst because it shows you just how sort of carefree you have to be, Ron, to survive the laps around here. You really just have to push. You have to just sort of not care if you total the car. There's a little bit of a I don't care sort of that has to go into it. You obviously do care, right? Like, let's not mix this up. Like, we all obviously do care, but you have to sort of not care. Otherwise, you don't maximize the lap time around here. And it's interesting to see how the drivers handle that as we, ride through with them, as they go through around and up and down. They get close to the wall, then they're a little bit further somewhere. And then sometimes you see drivers that when they're going for just that peak time, they're just all the way right against the wall.
I think at this point in time, these drivers are trying to figure out the best way to tackle this race, because there's been so many things that have tackled these drivers that these drivers and these teams are looking to try and tackle back. We got 3 Audis running down the mountain straight away into turn number 2 right now. The number 98 Apex Racing team car is currently the last of this trio, and you can see that car's ruffled up a little bit as it stands at the present moment, not winning any beauty contest really, or any of these Audis. I think the Audis have had a really tough time of things thus far in this race. Just on the time that we have been on this broadcast together, Brad, we've seen a lot of Audis go off the circuit, so I'm not sure what it is about this car. These drivers feeling the burn in the car. It hasn't had any reduction of power along with that Lamborghini, that slight reduction in fuel, but I think I think these drivers have seen that non-deduction of power and be like, oh yeah, that Audi is really good, but now they're feeling the burn in terms of the handling or ill handling of these cars. We see another moment for the number 8 car of Gabriel Solomon. That was in the Coanda Porsche, and oh boy, he nearly just got T-boned.
I don't think you could have put a sheet of paper between his rear bumper and the car that went beside him. That was scary. I was just sitting there looking at that, kind of thinking, and in my head I was kind of saying, like, okay, that's a very not ideal place to be. How's he going to get out of that? And then I saw that car go by, and I was just like, okay, not what we want to see. But wow, that was, for Gabriel, not ideal. We hop on board with that was almost an Audi into a wall. That probably would have clogged the track up, which is a classic Bathurst moment to see big wrecks clog the track.
I'm going to be honest with you, Brad. I think if that resulted in a collision, we may have seen that number 002 car ballpark it at the top end of the circuit. I certainly won't rule that out happening between now and the end of this race. I've seen stranger things. I remember one time doing a Road Atlanta broadcast, and I saw a Formula 4 car strike the bridge as we see, oh, this is a 720. Ooh, wow, okay. I'm got to work out the exact number. That was a spin and 3/4 for Joel Caroni in the 23 car. That was at the top end of the circuit. Hit that exit curb coming out of McPhillamy Park, which we've seen a lot of drivers do. Not only is that exit painted curb, obviously, painted parts of a racetrack and rain go together about as well as peanut butter and tuna. So that's bad enough as is, but there's also a small little divot around there as well that results in there having a lot of rainwater picked up in that section of the racetrack. Not the first time we've seen someone lose it coming out of turn number 10. Probably won't be the last either, but at least he kept it out of the barrier somewhat.
Yeah, I think what was more impressive to me than him keeping it out of the barrier with that spin was we hopped on board there with Gianni Vecchio. He didn't even lift. He just aimed the car to the left and said, you know what? We'll see what happens. But that's the bravery that you have to have around Bathurst here. We hopped back on board with Gael Valero in the number 98 here, currently sitting P18 for the Apex Racing team. Nice and smooth and comfortable, keeping that car under control as much as possible. Again, Gael is a driver that I know has the consistency and has pace. At this point is really probably just in survival mode. I would argue we're a third race distance. I think some drivers are really going to be settling down into this middle stage and just settling in, looking for survival, just trying to maximize the dry pace that they have, maximize the time on the dry track until this next round of rain comes in, whenever that may be. And we'll just, have to settle in. We're going to see some drivers push. We're going to see some drivers conserve. The rain, man, we talk about the rain so much in these special events, but this is the first full year of special events where rain is really becoming a factor for events that has to be considered. And it adds a whole nother layer that we don't usually have. It adds a whole nother layer of strategy in iRacing and into your pit stop strategy, into your play out that you don't usually have to think of, that you haven't had to think of for honestly years in iRacing since the service was out. So now it adds another layer, it adds another excitement. I don't want to wear that kind of, hey, rain out, but it is such a big thing, and I can't stress enough how different it makes everything. The puddles around the track, the racing line, the finding grip, the everything with it. It's such a huge factor.
Well, it is a massive factor in this race, and it's great to have that new addition into iRacing where we have to worry about the rain. We have to worry about real-life situations that some of these drivers may find themselves involved in. Hitting a painted line around this racetrack and looping it around, it can be frustrating at times, believe me. I've been frustrated by iRacing rain myself. I remember doing a Toyota GR86 official race and ended up starting a race in heavy wet weather conditions in dries because it was a race held under the lights and I couldn't see what the track conditions were. I never said I was the brightest bulb on the block. And I will actually, on the subject of me not being the brightest bulb on the block, we got some clarification from someone in the iRacing YouTube chat of today's broadcast on the iRacing Esports Network, a user by the name of Jason, saying that a 1.75 spin is 630 degrees. Thank you very much, Jason, for giving us that mathematical information. As your forgetful host cannot do math, you can tell I was great in school as a kid. As we take a look at these drivers still negotiating the track with some rather beat up Audis coming out of the chase.
I kind of feel for the Audis. I don't know about you. They just... You hinted on this earlier, and I'm going to elaborate on it. The Audis have not had the best run here today around Bathurst, and I don't know exactly what that's for, why that is, but it just kind of seems like they are not having their favorite time around this track, which is really interesting considering, I would think the Audi would be kind of a comfortable, well-rounded car for Bathurst here, but the first Audi that I see on the leaderboard is indeed going to be the Apex Racing Team 99 that is currently sitting in 9th place. Everything ahead of them is a couple of Mercedes, a few Porsches, and a BMW of the number 10 Mall Racing team that is leading the race right now and has been leading considerably. The gap's 40 seconds to the lead right now. it's really interesting to see that Audi is just not having the most fun here. Porsches look very comfortable. The BMW, I mean, with Mall Racing, is second to none right now. I don't know what they've done to that car, but very clearly they have it set up to perfection, and they are running to perfection. I'm going to imagine that they've raced hours upon hours for the past month getting ready for this event, but I don't know what it is with the Audi, and maybe someone can correct me on this and kind of help me understand. I really thought the Audi was going to perform so much better around this track than it is.
Yeah, that's a very good thing to raise, talking about the Audis and the difficulties they've had thus far in this race. It's been tough for these Audis, and I kind of mentioned earlier on talking about the fact that they did not have a power reduction. BOP did not hit the engines of the Audi or the Lamborghini. They're essentially the same motor, so it kind of stands to reason. But I think some of these drivers saw the Audi and was like, hey, it's got no power reduction, and around a track like this where you've got a long straightaway named after a part of an engine, you think, okay, yeah, that's got to be the car to go with. Really hasn't been. The handling woes have been affecting those cars really badly. I gotta wonder whether or not something with the changeable conditions that we've seen thus far in this race, whether it could be something relating to getting the tires up to temperature. Not entirely sure. So if anyone running the Audis in either this race or some of the other splits who have felt the difficulties of running the Audi around here, if you could please let us know, that would be greatly appreciated. I will mention as well something when it comes to these big official special events here on iRacing. You see a lot more people running the Porsche than you usually see in like just normal official events with everyday people. I think part of the reason why that is the case is down to the fact that as someone who drives the Porsche on iRacing myself, a little bit sensitive to setups. You have to have a good setup to be able to do well in that car. And with these drivers in this big top split event, looks like the Porsche seeming to be the car of choice. Got a lot of Porsches at the front of the field, including this duo of Mitchell de Jong in the Coan, the number 92, currently hounding the back of Gianni Vecchio in the number 70 Redline car.
Yeah, and as we follow through here, this number 92 Porsche that is just going to, again, follow along with Team Redline. Team Redline, they have had a great ability to just defend their positions. They're second, third, and fifth currently. They've been doing really well to just kind of hold and defend to the car behind. They're losing touch to the leader. There is a bit of a gap building between Gianni and Hugh Barter in that 069 and the 70. But if there's a car behind them, that car behind them just... Part of this is Bathurst, but part of this is also Team Redline is just struggling to find a way past. They're kind of just stuck in a position to follow. We'll kind of see where this leads through, what happens here as we ride with Mitchell de Jong here, and we head down with Porsche Coanda. Let's see as they run down Conrad Straight, what can happen here, who can do what, is there a pass to be found, Porsche on Porsche? Well, let's see, please no Punterinos, and let's send it through the kink down towards the chase, and early on the brakes is Mitchell de Jong here, is going to just settle it in. Again, right on that rear bumper of Team Redline, but Team Redline's number 70 there, putting the car in all the right places to defend. Not really an opportunity for a pass, and we will go another lap, it looks like, with these two in this order.
And Mitchell de Jong in that Coanda number 92 Porsche, a real-life racing driver and a rather accomplished sim racer in the process as well. Trying to break that number 92 Porsche up into the top 5 as it stands currently. Certainly has a good shot to get it done coming out of Hell Corner onto the mound straightaway right now, enjoying the draft off of that fellow Porsche right in front of him. Let's see how it goes heading into Quarry Corner in a couple of moments' time. It's going to be about last late breakers. Let's see if he's going to try and go for the move. Not going to go for it into turn number 2. It's such an inviting spot to try and go for a move in the dry, but around a track like this, it's still a little bit damp. You can see a little bit of spray coming off of that number 70 Redline car of the Chio. It's still a bit threatening to try and go for a move around a corner like turn number 2, because if you end up in the marbles and you end up in the rain, you're just going to skid your way off into the barrier, and then the race ahead is going to be a much harder road to traverse.
Indeed it is, and there's still spray coming off of the cars here up on the top of the hill through Skyline, through the S's, into the Dipper. There's still a little bit of spray coming off of the track. which is really shocking me at this point. I thought the track would be a lot drier. The conditions are really favorable right now, but as we continue along, those white lines are very dangerous. We go through, we're still seeing that little bit of spray, especially if they venture a little off the racing line, a little bit of a wall tap there from Forest Elbow from that 92 Porsche of Mitchell. As we continue down the Conrad Straight into the chase yet again, it's 70 behind the 92. Any late break moves, any thoughts of a move here? That he's not close enough for the move, but he's definitely trying. There's a little bit more pace, I think, in that number 92 than the 70, but again, the 70 is just in the right places at the right time to hold that 92 behind. Has all the right speed for Conrad down into Murray's Corner, up the mountain straight, and then really once you hit the cutting all the way through Forest Elbow, it's kind of a follow the leader effect. If you don't want to risk bending the car into a wall off of the final corner here, Murray's Corner, and now down the pit straight we go yet again. We're going to just hold these two in position where they're at. Here is the number 35 on the top of the hill. There's a spin from a Ferrari.
That was a big hit. 2 impacts, in fact, into the back of that car, and more contact being made. That's another Audi coming in. More drama involving Audis up and down the grid. That was Andreas Fink in the number 35 car. Losing it at the top of the hill. Another moment coming out of McPhillamy Park of turn number 10, and he ends up pancaking the barrier twice and getting hit by an Audi again. Unfortunately, we're going to take a look to see. This was the Audi in question, that mint green number 44 car of Dylan Bierce. You can see just a little bit of spray farther up the road, trying to figure out which way that car is going to go. That sort of moment, that there's nothing he could have done as far as I'm concerned. That number 44 car tried everything he could have done, but with that car being positioned where it was, it's just a matter of luck when it comes to a situation like that. And unfortunately, he bet it all on red and it came up black. But as it stands at the present moment, looking at these drivers battling, we just ticked over less than 8 hours left to go in this race. It's been an hour for us in the commentary booth. Myself, Ron Mullins, alongside me in the commentary booth is Brad Dawn. We've been on the air for an hour. We're going to be with you on the air for the next 2 on the iRacing Esports Network for the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour, presented by Ready, Set, Sim. It's been a brilliant race up to this point. Weather playing a huge factor in this race, but this track, as it stands currently, is the closest to bone dry that's probably going to be all throughout this race. The rain's coming back in probably less than an hour's time, Brad. So these drivers enjoying the sunshine, enjoying that brightness around this track, and enjoying the dryness on the racing circuit in question before the rain comes back, and comes back even harder than it was at the start of the race.
This is where Bathurst really shines for me, is literally under the sunshine. I had to say it, but under the sunshine is where Bathurst shines. It's where you're going to get your best lap times. It's where you have the best opportunity to really make or break your race. If you're anyone from 7th place down that is a lap down or more, this is probably going to be the moment where you buckle in, you find some time, you push these cars forward, and you start to really work on getting ahead, getting a lap back, and getting through into position. The fact that only 6 cars are on the lead lap right now shows just kind of what a battle of attrition this race has been since the beginning. These first 4 hours have not been easy for anyone. And again, I kind of go to what I said when we first got in the booth, Ron. I never claimed to be the best sim racer, but rain is a great equalizer, and every once in a while, it makes me feel a little bit better about the positions I've been in my recent sim races. So if you think about the fact that the top 6 are the only cars on the lead lap right now, and we'll see how this continues through, there is the chance that drivers can take advantage of this dry track and get laps back. But there is also the inverse, where they may just be looking for survival right now, and once the track gets wet again, they will really get their laps back. Every driver is going to have their preference. Every team is going to know what they want to do here. They're kind of deciding on what their preference will be for what they do. But either way, sunny Bathurst, we're about to get some really good lap times. We're about to get some really hard racing, and we're going to really, really see what comes out of this.
As we just saw a couple of moments ago, that number 70 Team Redline Porsche scraping the wall a little bit, coming out of, I believe it was turn number 15, right towards the top end of the track through the dipper section as you careen back down the hill. That's a momentum game, regardless of what kind of car you're in. Just kind of riding the brakes a little bit through that section and keeping your fingers crossed that you don't end up pancaking the barrier. But as we see these drivers battling at this point in the race, we'll mention the fact that the Mall Racing Team number 10 BMW is still your race leader with 7 hours and 50 minutes left to go on the clock. They've been dominant thus far, but again, we still have a whole lot of racing action left to go. They have a 43.5-second gap to the Team Redline number 72 car slotted in P2, with the Team Redline number 71 car rounding out your overall podium as it stands at the moment in third. Your pole sitters of the Drago Racing 069 car are slotted in fourth, and then you have to go back 40-ish seconds back to find this duo of the Team Redline number 70 car and the Porsche Coanda number 92 car of Mitchell de Jong. So that's how it stands at the front of the field. Those top 6 runners right now are the only cars on the lead lap as it stands at the moment. It's been a race of challenges, a race of attrition, and a race of these drivers just trying to find their footing. Some of them have been able to do it really, really well. Others have not. But as it stands currently with these drying conditions, I'm not really sure how much we should read into this, Brad, considering the encroaching rain upon this circuit. You can see the rather ominous clouds as we see these drivers heading through the top end of the circuit coming out of Griffin's Bend a couple of moments ago. The rain's coming back, and it's going to be coming back in a big way.
Well, I think for me, the big thing I read out of this is really who was set up for what conditions. And I'll say it does look like, just looking at current lap times, I mean, it looks like the 069 of Drago Racing's Hugh Barter probably had more of a dry setup in mind. That BMW of Mall Racing Team definitely had a dry setup in mind because they just set their best lap of the race. Last lap, they ran a 2:05.4 fastest lap of the race versus, you know, if we look at Team Redline, they're running mid 206s, 206.3, 206.2, 206.1s. So you have 2:05.4s and 2:05.4s coming from Mall and Drago Racing. That's the number 14 of Manuel Cubo Torres that has had a big moment there. And then just, there's another run. And then this is the 23 Porsche that, again, behind, we're seeing the top of the hill there up at Skyline, just kind of taking people out. And I don't mean Skyline as in Skyline Chili if you're from the U.S. I mean Skyline is in you can see the entire track and sometimes you can see your race end.
I'm not even sure what to say about that Skyline Chili quote, but still another moment heading off to the top end of the circuit. It's caught many drivers out, and here's a rare sight, a Mustang running in this race. That, I believe, is Raphael Renhofer, the number 16 car, coming out of pit lane with the 5th and 6th place runners dealing with him right now. I'm a little bit shocked that we're actually seeing a Mustang in this race. That car is massive. I'm surprised it can fit around some points of this racetrack. First time in the 1+ hour that we've been on the air that I believe I've seen a Porsche, certainly seen a lot of those Porsches. We've got 2 of them on screen right now. First time I've seen a Mustang thus far in this race. Raphael Renhofer running 24th as it stands at the moment in that Schrerer eSport Mustang. Bit of a rare sight. The Mustang has had a little bit of a resurgence in iRacing and in real life as well. First couple of seasons that it was in the sim and first season that it was racing in real life. It seems a little bit mean for me to say, but it was a bit of a dog. Now, the Mustang has actually built up a good reputation in terms of pace. This team currently 4 laps down as it stands at the moment after some difficulties earlier on in the wet weather conditions. However, nice to see some drivers attempting to run the Mustang around here. In seasons past, you wouldn't have even seen a driver touch this car with a 10-foot pole.
See, here's the problem is I'm kind of at a point where real life sort of infiltrates my sim world. I am a huge Ford Performance fan, so like to the point that I'm sending a wedding invitation to Ford Performance mainly because I can. I'm a huge Ford fan. I grew up on Ford. I'm a huge Ford Performance fan. One of my favorite things is we watched the 069 there of Hugh Barter take that Drago Racing car up into 3rd place. That was a brave run against Eduardo Leo in the number 71 there heading in towards Quarry Bend. That was a brave run. But yeah, I'm a huge Ford fan in real life. One of the things that when I first met my now fiance, was she owned a Mustang, and I was like, oh, okay, you're the one. Got it. Not actually, but actually, yeah, she did own a Mustang, but that wasn't why she was the one. But all that to say, I am a big Mustang fan, and the Mustang GT3 being an iRacing, I am a huge fan of. It is a car that is hard to master, but fun to drive regardless of your comfort level. As we see Sebel Esports 91's Roberto Ferrari driving his Mustang through, it doesn't turn the best. It has some good straight line speed, and sometimes you find yourself fighting the car and it can chew through tires. But if you can get it just right, Ron, you can absolutely put down laps in this Mustang and have the best time ever.
Yeah, that you absolutely can. I gotta say one thing as well, in terms of the two American GT3 cars brought into iRacing a couple of seasons ago in the form of the Corvette and the Mustang. That Mustang just sounds so much better than that Corvette. That guttural scream of that Mustang is always fantastic to hear, as we see something that's not so fantastic to see, Leaf Sebastian losing it at the top end of the circuit. That's the second time he's had a moment like that over the past, I would say, probably about a half an hour. And I think there was another car involved in that, may have been a Corvette, unless I am very much mistaken, who scraped the wall and the number 2 car of Sebastian heading through that section a couple of moments ago. As we jump back to live action and see this battle that was going on for 5th actually broken up a little bit now, with a tick under a second between Gianni Vecchio in that number 70 Redline car and Mitchell de Jong in the number 92 Porsche Coanda car.
Yeah, and as we follow through here yet again, we're going to continue to watch these battles go up and down and back and forth. Again, I think the dry run is really going to be where we see cars that are not the Porsche come together. We're seeing the Mercedes do well. That BMW yet again up in front is just absolutely dominating through. I was kind of looking to see where the Corvettes are. We've got 2 Corvettes on track that I know of. One of them is the gridandgo.com, and then one of them is SCESE Esport. They're currently running down in 13th and 15th is where they currently sit. So as they kind of run through and around, the Corvette is somewhat comfortable here as well. Again, it doesn't sound as good as the Mustang, but I will say it's probably got a little bit more drivability than I would say the Mustang does, in terms of you can get it around corners. It has a little bit more of a feel, and I really have to say that's to the mid-engine. It's the same thing as the difference between driving the Mercedes and the Porsche, which is something that a lot of people are familiar with. You drive the AMG, you drive the Porsche. It's kind of the same difference between the Corvette and the Mustang to me.
Yeah, it is rather completely different race cars. They look totally different. They sound totally different. They drive and are designed totally different. But so absolutely love the both of them. I may be a little bit biased as an American. Hey, if I can't see my real life car into iRacing, I may as well root for some other American cars that I'm probably never going to be able to afford in the entirety of my life. I will say, I think my current car would not make a very good GT3 racer. A 1985 Oldsmobile Cutlass turned into a GT3 car, that would probably handle like a trash bag full of lasagna being thrown off the roof of a skyscraper.
See, here's the thing is, I've had a Mustang, I've had a Camaro, and I currently own a TCR. I own a Hyundai Veloster. So, the thing is, I've had cars that are in iRacing, and here's the thing that I'm going to tell you. I've driven the Porsche 911. It's weird how accurate it can be in sim for the style of cars. Again, not driving exactly, the GT3, the 992 variant, not driving the GT3 Mustang, but I've had the Veloster in, and even though there are some upgrades to make it into TCR, it is so scary how similar it feels for me to sit down in my sim rig and drive that thing around in iRacing and then go out and drive it on city streets. It's almost surreal is the best way I can explain it. It's very, very weird.
I'll tell you, in terms of a bizarre driving experience, here's a good little story. So I kind of mentioned earlier on in the show, and to those tuning into this broadcast for the first time, welcome into the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour presented by Ready Set Sim. I mentioned earlier on about my past adventures / misadventures, regardless of how you want to judge it, in my karting days. When I started to drive around in my dad's Jeep, it was a 06 Jeep Liberty, going from my karting days, driving a go-kart for my entire life, to that was such a bizarre experience. I feel like I was scraping every single light post I drove past back when I was first starting to learn how to drive back when I was 16. So that was a really odd change in my brain, going from like, oh yeah, here's a car you've driven it all your time. You can basically see every single thing there if you just turn your head a little bit, versus a Jeep where it feels like the widest thing on earth, going from a kart to that. But before I waffle on too much about that, let's get back to the racing action and note the fact that the yo-yoing effect going on with this gap between the Team Redline number 70 car and the Porsche Coanda number 92 of Mitchell de Jong is continuing. It was about 0.3 of a second. These drivers were basically nose to tail and side by side a matter of about 8 to 10 laps ago. Then about 5 laps ago, the gap had ballooned out to about a second. I will hold off on that point. Look at that. I can hear the Jaws theme playing in my head, Brad. The rain is creeping back up.
And it's not gonna be light rain. It's not gonna be a light little run. I mean, it's gonna be, it's just straight up red. I see red, and I tell you what, 0 to 100 real quick. We'll see what drivers know how to turn on that wet weather driving out of nowhere, and who needs to do what. 30 to 45 minutes, I would say that this is away. We're right in that mix. I tell you what, I do believe that this is about to be a very, very different race once we hit about the 7 hour, 15 minute mark.
Yeah, that's gonna be sketchy. I mean, just going from how this race was when we got into the commentary booth about an hour and a half ago, Brad, the track was still slightly damp. You saw some spray coming off the back of the cars. You still see it every now and then. In the case of Mitchell de Jong, running a little bit wide coming out of McPhillamy Park of turn number 10. However, we're at the point now where this track is probably the drive that's going to be all throughout this race. Once that rain comes back, you're going to be lucky to find any part of this track that is dry. The cars are going to be soaked. The racetrack's going to be soaked. The pit entry, that's going to be sketchy. And also, another thing to raise in terms of that encroaching rain, whose time is at the best? In terms of what driver and what team had that last round of pit stops. How long would you say that was ago, Brad? Probably about like 30-ish minutes ago, roughly, in terms of the last run through the pits that we had for a lot of the drivers up and down the grid. Being able to time it, yeah, around about that period of time, rough estimate we're going with here. So you go from that. In a perfect world, you'll go from that to being able to pit for rain tires and fill up with gas, and maybe even do a driver swap if some of these drivers have that on their itinerary. Second tries the charm with that word pronunciation. But that would be a perfect world. But have these drivers and have their teams been able to set themselves up well to find themselves, to have that be a viable option? A team like the number 10 Mall Racing team, the BMW, still leading this race now 45 seconds in front of Diogo Pinto in the number 72 Redline car. They came into the pits a bit early compared to the number 71 and 72 Redline machines. So I'm curious as to whether or not they may be in a peck of trouble come time for that rain to arrive. Once that rain does arrive in 30 to 45-ish minutes, it'll probably be about 50 until the call comes down that, hey, this track is too wet for us to continue running on slicks. Let's switch to dries. If a team is able to manage this, whereby they can skip at that extra pit stop of having to come in for fuel and dry tires and then have to come in a couple of laps later for rains, if they can cut out the middleman and have only one pit stop, that may completely shuffle up the running order.
It's going to be really exciting to watch and see what shuffles what where, because it's, again, that strategy, especially mid-race, it's part of the fun that I like about these endurance race events. You know, you have to think about the strategy just as much as anything else. It's not necessarily always the case of all-out pace. And again, you know, that's why I like the rain. That it kind of adds in that little bit of, well, if I pit and then 10 minutes later it rains, I have to do an extra pit stop. It's going to cost me 60 seconds to go back in, get off of dry tires onto wet tires, get back out, and then have to do another pit stop later anyways to switch back wets to dries. So it forces the drivers to think more and more and more about those sort of things beyond just what they're doing. They really have to be aware of all of those things. It adds the layers to the team, and it adds everything else to it as we go here. I think right now, if I'm a driver, really what my focus is, take advantage of the dry track while it's here. Just run fast laps, do things as you can. We hop up with our race leader, the Mall Racing Team number 10 BMW, who is just, I mean, absolutely carving this track apart. Was a little bit slow, a second and a half slower last lap than he has been, but I mean, at this point, I'm just looking for consistent laps because you have a 45-second gap. That is a pit stop window, realistically. That is enough time that I think you can get away with a quick in and out pit stop if you need to, if something is miscalculated and mistimed. So we'll see what this BMW does with the team, what their decision is, because I think whatever they do, everyone will follow.
Yeah, who's going to be the Pied Piper in terms of the pit stops is the real question. Who's going to lead all of them down into the pits? We've had some trickles of rain all throughout this race, and we're going to have another trickle of drivers coming into the pits. That's so important in this race already. We've seen a lot of drivers cut their way through the field and have a really good turn of fortune as a result of a bold, brave, audacious even strategy call, but it worked out well. The thing is, with pit strategy, it can make a heck of a difference. One of the first times I ever saw the Indy 500 was 100th running back in 2016 with Alex Rossi, and the pit fuel strategy call of a lifetime was able to grab his first ever IndyCar win as a rookie for Brian Herta Autosport in that very flashy Napa number 98 car. You can tell I know way too much about IndyCar history, but those pit strategy calls can be oh so important in a race like this. And even though this race, we haven't even hit the halfway mark, we are still an hour and a half away from hitting the halfway mark of this race. We've still got a long time left to go. But a good strategy call, a bold one, can completely flip some of these drivers' races on its head.
That it can, and I always like seeing how those strategy calls play out, because sometimes if you ask drivers, you know, what was it that made things different for you? They'll say, you know, it was luck, but it was the strategy with the team. The team nailed the strategy. You always see that in real life racing. Drivers are very quick to say the team was perfect with the strategy, and that's what we watch on. They do such a great job with that. So we'll kind of just watch how things go and how things run. I really do think that it's going to make a big difference. I'm very, very excited to see how things land in the long term as we go through. 7.5 hours to go here. Again, rain is imminent. We know it's coming, and we know that it's going to be heavy downpour very quickly. No sort of, you know, sprinkle lead in to kind of soften things up. It's going to go from a dry track to a wet track nearly immediately. It's going to be interesting to watch here. Hope everyone's enjoying it. I know I have enjoyed this again since the top of the race here. Ron, you and me are around for a little bit and for a bit longer, and then of course we do have more people coming in. Mike Nass will come in and join me for a little bit, and then Jake Sperry comes in, and then Arjuna comes back to finish things off with Ewan O'Leary in the end.
Yeah, still got an excellent set of commentators set to follow us in our time here in the commentary booth. About halfway through our 3 hours together on the air for the iRacing 2025 Bathurst 12-hour here on the iRacing Esports Network. And to all of you tuning into this broadcast, if you've enjoyed the action thus far, how about you hit that like button so you never miss out on any of the racing action, because it has been brilliant thus far, and it's set to continue between now and the end of this race coming up very soon. And by very soon, I mean in 7.5 hours. Looking at two Audis and a Mercedes running, heading down into turn number 3 through the cutting section right now. This is currently being led. This small little pack that we've got on screen right now is being led by one of the Apex Racing Team Audis that I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, is the number 98 car. Trying to look to see. I think my glasses prescription may be a teeny tiny bit out of date, but the Audi running at the front of this train, being tailed by yet another Audi right behind, and got Mercedes right in the back there. there as well. Every single time they head through McPhillamy Park, Brad, I always get slightly scared when I see that spray get kicked up in the air. It's been a consistent part of this race, kind of spreading that rain out a little bit and kicking it up into the air. It's the best way I can describe that section of the track, as treacherous as it has been. If you're a spectator heading through there, it's like being in a spectator bridge by a log flume at an amusement park whenever the drivers run past.
It really has to be. One of my bucket list things is to get to travel and see this track in person and watch, the 12 hours or the Bathurst 1000. That's a bucket list item for me, and I'd love to be able to experience it because I've heard that it's second to none in terms of racing experience, in terms of, the comfort through. Part of the fun of sim is that those moments that, aren't exactly accessible for us in real life are very easy for us to get here in sim as we go through. We're on board with WSR Esports Next Level Racing 123 Martin Suratec in the Mercedes AMG, and you can kind of see from me what I catch on board with the AMG is how it doesn't really like to turn sometimes. It really does not like to turn every once in a while here on. It's fun to watch the drivers handle this car.
And seeing these drivers saw at the wheel all around this circuit, 23 corners in all, 3.86 miles, 6.2 kilometers. This track, originally constructed all the way back in 1938. It's only had one major change, that being the addition of the chase heading down the Conrad straightaway. Man, imagine how terrifying to run coming out Forest Elbow all the way down into Murray's corner of turn number 23 would have been back in the day. But despite the fact that chase was added in, the quickest speed ever set around this track was actually set a matter of just 2 years ago from the same man who holds the GT3 lap record around here, Shane Van Gisbergen, and then the 2023 Bathurst 1000 clocked in at 186.7 miles an hour at the end of that Conrad straightaway, heading off into the chase. And for those interested in the Euro Battle, that's 300.5 kilometers an hour. Absolutely hauling the mail is SVG. I mentioned this earlier on in the show. He holds on to the GT3 lap record around here at a 201.567. That being set in a McLaren during the 2016 running of the real-life Bathurst 12-hour. Interestingly enough, though, and this kind of threw me for a loop when I was getting my notes together for this broadcast, Brad, technically speaking, that is not the quickest GT3 lap around here. There was a driver whose name was blanking out of my mind who was running in an unrestricted Audi GT3 car a couple of years ago, ended up breaking the 2-minute barrier in an Audi GT3 car around here, which is insane nevertheless, but I decided to go with the official lap record in a real restricted GT3 car, but still these GT3s absolutely hauling the mail around here.
Absolutely, and it's so much fun to watch them do that. This is that track that when you nail that lap just right, when you nail that lap just perfect, everything goes perfect. You get the run through the cutting, you head through Griffins, and it's just right. You hit the skyline, and the car gets just a little loose going over the hill. When you drop into the dipper, it just slams down, and you nail those curves, and then you hit Forest Elbow, and the braking is just right. You're just against the inside wall, and you send it all the way to the outside, and then you're just flat through Conrad straight. You hit the kink, and you nail it, and then you slam the brakes into the chase. You hit things through, and then you go through that final Murray's corner, and you just time it perfectly, and you cross that line, and you see that perfect, picture-perfect lap that we all chase as sim racers. This track is the most rewarding track that could possibly give you that perfect lap. Yes, you can run Spa, you can run Daytona, you can run the Nürburgring even, can nail great laps and have great laps. But this track will give you it's a euphoria that I can't explain. It's so nice when you nail it through, because there's so many things that have to go just picture perfect for Bathurst for it to be the right run here. And it's so hard to do. It's very easy to get good laps. It's very easy to get fun laps here. It's so hard to get perfect laps. And what you always see drivers chase through those long runs is they're looking to just consistently hit those perfect laps. And it's so much fun to watch here. Hugh Barter in this 069 putting putting some pressure down, looking for a pass. This is through lap traffic. That's the number 24 or the 24th place Audi there, Martin Suratek, the 1-2-3 on the inside that very, very bravely gets out of the way. And Hugh Barter 3 seconds off of Diogo Pinto as he is continuing to push that Mercedes very, very hard.
And as we continue on with this shot, seeing Hugh Barter in that 069 car head his way down into the final corner of Murray's Corner, that's turn number 23, around this absolutely epic racetrack. He's occupying the final podium spot as it stands currently, breaking up the other trend that we were seeing earlier on of 2 and 3 being the spots of the number 72 and 71 Team Redline cars. That's been broken up a little bit as Eduardo Leo has dropped down to 4th. That's about 5.5 seconds separating those two cars running in 3rd and 4th as it stands currently. The gap, though, between Diogo Pinto and the number 72 Redline car and Hugh Barter in the 069 Mercedes, that's been decreasing as of late, and I gotta wonder whether he's going to try and see this opportunity while the track is still dry to strike while the iron is hot. We were hearing earlier on how fast and how strong the Porsche is in wet weather conditions. And of course, Team Redline being the team as the reigning champions of this event and being at the level that they are in the world of sim racing, you can imagine they have got some good wet weather setups in those race cars. Hugh Barter in the 069 car trying to seize this opportunity while the track is still mostly dry. Can't say it's fully dry, but while the track is still mostly dry, try and get a move done to even just close out that gap between himself and Diogo Pinto in that number 72 car, because any sort of gains that he can make throughout this 12-hour race can make a heck of a lot of difference come time for the end. It always reminds me of when the Winter Olympics come around and the bobsleighing events. They always say a 1/10 of a second lost at the top of the hill can result in a 1.2 second deficit come time for the bottom. And in these 12-hour long races, you could have a small little mistake in the early stages, but that can make all the difference come time for the end of 12 hours.
Indeed. And it's weird to think, because our traditional line here, Ron, for endurance events is, to finish first you have to finish. Yeah, I brought that one back. But really, it's the first, the big thing that we talk about is that idea of you got to be there in the end. You have to survive. You have to be comfortable. It's not worth it, to find the extra couple tenths here now when there's still 7 hours to go. That's not true here. This is the case of, finding those couple tenths here and there through this run while you can is very important. It can truly spell seconds upon minutes, honestly, towards the end. And you have to be aware of it. You have to be careful with it. And you just have to really think about it as you run through this entire event. It's kind of a reverse endurance mindset on an endurance race. You have to be patient. You have to be comfortable. You have to be, in contention in the end and get through. But you also really can't afford any huge errors here around this event. It's that nice hybrid sort of setup.
Yeah, and that's one of the hardest challenges when it comes to performing well in these top split special event races. Try to get a good setup down. I remember from my karting days how important it was to have a good setup. I didn't do a whole lot of karting. I wasn't like a top of the top greatest driver in the country or anything like that, but I think I was pretty all right. And the stuff that I did in autocross, I occasionally trophied at the SCCA Solo Nationals. I think I was a decently good driver back when I was doing it before my back decided to go on strike a couple of years ago and lead me to retiring. But I remember in my karting days, my father changing the tire pressures. He could either put in a half a pound of PSI into the back tires or take a half a pound out, and I would be able to tell exactly what he did and what he set them at. So that's a big thing when it comes to these races. And look at that, the dive from the Apex Racing Team number 99 car, trying to get the move done on the WSR Esports butt kicker number 12 Mercedes, heading off into the chase, breaking up my menagerie of my karting days to go for a send. It was unsuccessful. That was gutsy nevertheless, as a Draco Racing number 6 car running 7th at the moment has made the call to come into the pits. That was a good bit of action hang down into the chase.
That was brave in a way that I kind of can't explain, honestly. I don't know how else to say that was brave other than saying, goodness gracious. I had to, I kind kind of sat back from my monitor for a second because the last time we saw someone do a dive like that into the chase, I believe that was the moment when we saw the Apex number 99 take out the Williams number 1 Porsche. So the fact that that worked there for Apex that time and they were able to get that to work, I'm very thankful to see that because it shows me that the track has dried up. We don't see the difference in lines up the hill here now. We're seeing kind of the track hit one consistent color. And what that tells me is, again, this is the driest moment we're going to have probably for the next few hours. So drivers are getting real confident on the brakes, on the gas, and the grip of the tires. And they're making moves now while it counts to try to find that advantage where they can. Man, WSR Esports butt kicker, that was brave.
Yeah, and you brought up a very good point there, talking about the moment involving the number 99 Apex Racing team car and the number 1 Williams Esports Porsche that we saw heading off to the chase. That was a couple of minutes into us being on this broadcast, Brad. And I will note we haven't talked about them a lot ever since that moment happened, but the number 1 Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car currently being driven by Soda Muto. They're all the way down in 22nd. They have had a torrid time of things as of late, currently 4 laps down. I think that incident with themselves in the number 99 car gave them a decent amount of damage, but either way, that's going to hurt them badly. So let's see, as lap traffic is definitely involved in this fight, let's see if they go for another attempt heading down into the chase, the heaviest braking zone around this lap by far. These cars just about at terminal velocity at the end of the Conrad straightaway as they enter that chicane section right at the end of this lap. These two cars negotiating the traffic and going tit for tat. I think the last time we did a broadcast together, Brad, which was for the iRacing Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes charity event a couple of weeks ago, I mentioned the dynamic that I always like to raise when it comes to, usually when it comes to multi-class racing, but in endurance racing, even with a single class of cars like this running in the Bathurst 12-hour, it still rings true. The game of lap traffic chicken that these drivers like to get involved in. One driver will go for a really gutsy move, try to make a 3 wide with a lapped car. That'll work, and then their competitors will see that and be like, hey, I can try and go for that, and they'll try and do it, and they'll probably end up going head on into a concrete barrier and hit the wall so hard their motor gets turned into a million different pieces, shattered across the racetrack. So the game of lap traffic and chicken, as much as this race is long, these drivers can occasionally get caught up in the red mist, even if they don't have a speck of red on their race car. It can occasionally happen from time to time. I think we've seen that thus far in this race, and we're certainly going to see it rear its head between now and the end.
We certainly are. I feel like we're starting to see the track get a little bit darker here, Ron. Oh, is that someone off there going through? Was that just spray? I thought that was someone off, but no, I believe it was just spray. But Ron, I don't know if you're seeing this too. I feel like we're seeing the track getting darker. I feel like we're hitting that point where rain is imminent. We're hitting that point where things are going to start to get a bit crazier. And no, that was indeed someone going off. That was the number 114 of Christian Steenberg, who it looks like just at the top of the hill there going into Skyline, locked it up, had a moment. Race leaders into the pits, Rainer Talvar for Mall Racing Team, and they are up on the jacks. They're changing tires, and things are going to get real fun real fast.
There he is. Oh, and there you can see the rain as well. Rainer Talvar in that number 10 Mall Racing BMW. They've been dominant thus far in this race, have been leading for pretty much the entire time that myself and Brad have been on this broadcast on the iRacing Esports Network today. But they're being joined in the pits by the number 99 of Alejandro Sanchez. There you can see the Apex Racing Team Audi making that call to come into the pits, taking a little bit more careful than they did about 45-ish minutes ago when that last run through the pits happened for these drivers. But Rainer Talvar completing his first stint behind the wheel of that car. Still in it. There has not been a driver swap. That driver swap came during the last series of pit stops, but for the 4th round of stops in this race, it comes as that rain is approaching as well. You mentioned a couple of moments ago, Brad, talking about the fact that the skies are looking rather ominous and the asphalt is certainly starting to darken. Those skies are looking scary. If you're one of these drivers, reminds me of my elementary school days, walking out of school, walking out into what I thought was going to be sunlight, only to see a really dark sky and knowing that I had to walk home in a thunderstorm. That's the best way I can describe the looming looming sense of dread that these drivers and their teams are probably going to be feeling as well as the rain continues to encroach upon this circuit. We'll note the fact that Rainer Talvar, we'll get the name pronunciation correct at some point between now and the end of the show. He's running a P2. However, the gap to himself and Diogo Pinto in the number 72 car, your current leader, is only 1.8 seconds. And Talvar also finds himself involved in a whole bunch of lap traffic, so he's having to acclimatize himself to a lot. He's been running by himself ever since he got into this car about 45 minutes ago. Now, though, he finds himself in the midst of a hornet's nest.
Absolutely, and the hornet's nest of lap traffic. I'm going to bring in another one of my favorite phrases that I use time to time here and there. Rod, you're probably familiar with this phrase because I'm quite sure you've heard me say it. Lap traffic giveth and lap traffic taketh away. So we'll see just how quickly lap traffic will taketh away here as we go through. I don't think that anyone's really going to compete with him, though, is the problem, because of the fact that it is the second place car. It's the number 10. Everyone knows that there's been pace in that BMW since the top of this race, so it's really just going to be a case of follow along, follow the leader, probably not battle too much because, again, you know the rain is coming. You want to live to fight another day. Diogo Pinto is going to be forcing a move, though, fairly quick, I would imagine, here on Jamie Christensen and that number 20 down in 18th place in the Audi. Going to be looking to get some sort of a move very quickly because if Diogo can pull a bit more time here, this helps him close the gap to Rainer Talvar as they go through this race. And then once the rain comes in again, I think Team Redline, it's going to swing back their way. It's going to help them have a bit more pace, and it's going to help Diogo, Gianni really start to close those gaps that they have to the cars around.
I will note as we take a look at that number 72 car being held up a little bit by traffic, finally getting that move done a few moments ago. Diogo Pinto, this is not a life or death situation in terms of this race. Rainer Talvar, he was about, like 45 seconds in front of the number 72 car when that last series of pit stops happened. So this is not a matter of, oh, he's trying to hold on to the lead. He's just trying to gain as much time as he possibly can. I will note something as well. What this means for the number 72 car, it's not a battle with the number 10. It's a battle with the 069 car. They've had a driver swap. They came down pit lane a couple of laps ago. It's now Vlad Kimachev behind the wheel of that 069 car. That team started this race on the pole. Just had, I believe, their first driver swap in this race a matter of a few moments ago. The longest time it was Hugh Barter behind the wheel of that Mercedes. Now it is Vlad. But getting back to the point I was going to raise, this lap traffic encounter with Diogo Pinto and some of the cars that he's had to try and get around hasn't been doing himself any favors in terms of that gap to himself and the 069 car. Usually about a minute spent down in the pits. As it stands currently, the gap between those cars is about a minute. So when that number 72 car makes that call to come into the pits, which we're expecting to happen in probably about 2 to 3 more laps, it's going to be tight with himself in the 069 car.
It's going to be very, very tight, but I am interested to see where they come out, how that goes through, because it's just right there in the mix. So it should be just a couple of seconds separating them, but I don't know how much it will be really here. Into the pits we go. 72 is through and along into the pits. Let's see, because this is our big pit stop cycle before the next round of rain. We go in, around, down, and Team Redline's number 72 now stopping. Let's see how long of a pit stop this is going to be, because he's stationary, and I do have a feeling that this could make or break this race for the 72, especially if Team Redline are indeed chasing a 1-2-3 here today, as we know they probably are. 11 seconds in the box. So Diogo with a very short pit stop there, actually.
I like this strategy call from the number 72 Team Redline car. They know that the rain is approaching. There is no point spending a stupid amount of time down pit lane when you know that you're going to have to come in the not too far off future anyways. As much as the rain is rather patchy, it looks about as patchy as my beard at the present moment, that's still heavy rain. We've got big spots of red in that weather radar. I'm curious, Hugo, in the virtual production hall, if we can pull up the iRacing weather radar to see exactly where it is in relation to the track at the present moment. There you go. Thank you very much, Hugo. You can see it's closing up. I'm not sure if we could get the zoomed in view. It's still rather far away from the circuit, but you can see those big spots of rain. Of course, you can see it and can probably put two and two together. the light blue, obviously the lightest of the range, transitioning to green, bit heavier, yellow, bit on the heavy end, red, the one that really gets heavy. And if you find yourself in the midst of some purple, you should probably seek out some shelter or just dig a hole in the ground, because chances are all the shelter has been knocked down by the time you see that purple on the weather radar. But that's some heavy rain coming up. I don't think that these drivers will be able to tough out those conditions in these cars on slick tires. So I think the number 72 team, the number 72 team making that call to spend a little bit lighter time down pit lane, I personally think that's a very astute call from them, Brad. I'm not sure how you see it, but as much as they did have to negotiate with that extra pit stop, it wasn't a rather long stop. So I think this may work out really well for them.
I'm going to be real honest. I think it could be a race-winning call for them, honestly, if they have set things up right. I think it could be a race-winning call. I think that they're kind of looking and saying, okay, rain's coming in this much time, so let's just save this much time in the pits right now and do this. I think it's a glorious call that will really pay off for them if it works the way they need it to. That's going to be the big thing, is they've planned it. Will it execute the way that they thought in their head? And that's the bigger thing to concern about, because, we all come up with the greatest plans in our head when we're racing. We all come up with the greatest strategies for, we want to do this, we want to do that. A lot of these teams coming into this have an Excel sheet or a Google sheet put together that tells them when they need to pit, what lap it'll be, how long it'll be. And I'll tell you right now, pretty much after lap 1 of this race, everyone threw that sheet out the window. They're still following it, possibly to a degree. A couple teams definitely are, but for the most part, whatever strategy you had coming in is out the window, and you're really, really thinking of things as it goes. We're still probably about 20-ish minutes out from rain, I would say, based on that radar. We know it's coming. I do think for Team Redline, if all three of them play that same similar strategy and work together, which you would think as a team they're going to know what each other's doing and kind of look for it. I think they are setting themselves up for a 1-2-3 very quickly.
Seems like Team Redline is always the indomitable force, regardless. I was gonna say something mean. They're like a cockroach. No matter what happens, you can't kill them. So that is really mean. Anyone tuning into this broadcast that's part Team Redline, I apologize for that, but it's the first thing that popped into my head. So either way, though, really showing how well they can tackle this race. Look at that. That's an off-track moment. Wildly off the track is Kevin De Nooijer. That's in the Fiercely Forward car. Thankfully for them continuing to go forward after that off-track moment coming out of McPhillamy Park shows the improvement of the conditions heading through there, Brad. Earlier on, if he had something like that happen, he would have hit the barrier so hard he probably would have ended up in New Zealand, leaping over the wall. But thankfully for him, went through the grass, went through the puddle, and hit the painted curb on the outside as well. Was able to keep it going in a straight line. Either that or the racing gods decide to smile upon him and just say, hey, look, you get away with one here. Either way, though, as we're seeing Zach Rattray White, second tries the charm in that number 20 car, currently running at 19th. They're a hard charger thus far in this race, up 27 spots in that Door Esports Audi. As we were riding on board with them heading down the Conrad straightaway, all I could focus on, Brad, was the sky. It is gray. It looks like the bathroom of a modern day McDonald's. It is incredibly gray out there.
I don't know the last time I was in a modern day bathroom of a McDonald's, so I can't compare to that. But I will tell you that it's very gross as we get this shot over Mount Panorama here. Yeah, this is going to be gross. When this rain finally comes down, it's going to be absolutely disgusting. I don't have a better way to phrase it other than absolutely disgusting. Raining cats and dogs. It's going to be rough for someone. Some drivers, I think, are going to get caught very, very off guard, and it's going to spell disaster for somebody. It's going to spell success for somebody. I'm really curious to see how the 6 cars on the lead lap handle this rain, because it's going to be really the difference for them in make or break as we come back with a beautiful shot here around this Mount Panorama Circuit here at Bathurst. I mean, I can't say anything except for rain because, well, it's going to rain.
think I'll come up with a better analogy in reference to the like modern design, like gray and black and white McDonald's that always feel so sad whenever I go to the place of the Golden Arches. I will say that the sky looks about as gray as a pigeon that you'd see walking around the city of Philadelphia. That's a little bit better. The only thing lacking from it is a little bit of like rainbow from like an oil slick effect that you occasionally see on some of the pigeons around here. I wonder what's in the Delaware River. Anyways, looking at this as it stands presently, that sky is absolutely ominous. I feel like just through our screen in the commentary booth, Brad, we can start to feel the humidity. The humidity going to be really bad. The track definitely looking a lot grayer and a lot darker than it did at one point a couple of moments ago. That sun is gone. It's vanished. It's been replaced by gray skies. It's been replaced by a little bit of fog and haze and some really high humidity. These drivers at the moment, for them, it's got to feel like they're driving through a bowl of soup at the moment.
It is, and I mean, if I'm a driver in this moment, I'm terrified. Again, I think I've already said before that Bathurst for me is just a track that I fear, a track that it takes a lot for me to put good laps on, and a track that is very difficult for me. In the beginning, I never claimed to be the best sim racer, never will hold that title, but you know, it's just, you take this track, you add water to it, and it adds a whole nother thing. And as a driver, I mean, in the car, it's just anticipation at this point. You know it's coming, and all you can do is just drive until it hits and rely on your team, you know, to know when you need to transition. But the thing is, the teams don't know when to transition. It's you on track that makes that decision of when to switch from dry tires to wet tires and when to bring that car in. You are the one that has to make that call. You're telling the team the track conditions, and then the team is going to tell you, okay, do this, okay, do that. As we ride on board here with Door Esports number 20, who's going down the hill here and following through another Audi, all you can do is really, you know, you communicate with the team. The team's going to say, okay, we're ready when you're ready. And you just have to hope you make that call right. Don't call it too early for wet tires. You're going to overheat the wet tires, lose a ton of time. Don't call it too late. You're going to be on dry tires on a wet track. And I don't think I need to tell you how that ends, because I think we're going to see a car make that call wrong, and we're going to see how that ends.
I remember from my karting days driving a kart around a racetrack with some slick tires in the rain. It was a fun experience, not a quick experience though, and thankfully I wasn't going fast enough to have a serious accident. However, either way, regardless of how you slice it, slick tires on a wet racetrack simply does not work. The winning formula requires a lot for an event like this here for the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour. Slick tires on a wet track certainly isn't part of that equation. To do well, you need to be consistent and you need to be strong. You don't need to be skidding around like a declawed cat trying to climb up an igloo. So these drivers looking to avoid that as much as they possibly can, as we continue to see this fight of the two Audis is heading down the mountain straightaway as it stands presently. May have a flare up in this battle here. Ooh, taking that mid-track defensive line of that Audi right in front, going to withstand the challenge from the 20 right behind. Coming up now to the 7-hour mark, 7-hour left mark of this race, coming up to 5 hours in. It's myself, Ron Vaughns, and Brad Dalton alongside me in the commentary booth here on the iRacing Esports Network for the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Ready, Set, Sim. It's been a good race up to this point, but as the headlights come on, the rain is encroaching upon this track. It's looming ominously, and I can hear that Jaws theme continue to play.
The Jaws theme is really, really out there loud. I mean, there's nothing you can do to avoid it at this point is the problem. Again, as I said, you're really just the passenger here riding through. That's all you can do is just to follow along and just see how this ends, and that's just gonna be what it is. I'm really excited to see how it when it hits, how it hits, who reacts right, who reacts wrong. It's been an amazing run through so far. Side by side, we're going to see this is the battle for P18. Door Esports and Fiercely Forward Pink as they go. Door Esports will get the pass done before they hit the kink. Very, very good run from them. And now we just continue along through like nothing happened. They played it the smart way and did a very, very good job with it. Honestly, I'm quite impressed with that.
Yeah, it was rather clean stuff heading down into the chase. A textbook move, if you would, but a good one nevertheless. This race has been a good standard of driving, even with the challenging conditions that we have found ourselves involved in. A couple of incidents here and there, to be sure. However, these drivers are pushing their cars to the limit of adhesion. Those headlights, though, seeing them pop on. You know what time it is, Brad. We are getting to the point where these drivers, well, the pit crews are going to have to break the umbrellas out. We're going to be very happy to have a roof over our head here in the commentary booth. And it's going to be sketchy. Hugo, I hope you waterproofed all the cameras as best as possible, because I think we're going to need it very, very soon. There's the radar. Look at that rain, the giant blob. It looks like angry tie-dye, and it's not going to make any of these drivers pleased.
It is not at all. I'm very excited to see how that goes. It's going to be such a good run to see, though, for them and see what happens, where it happens, how it happens. They're just going to have to kind of do what they can. I think it's going to be very, very fun, honestly, for them. I think it's going to be a great time as we continue along and around and up and down. 7 hours to go in 35 seconds. And Ron, I'm going to ask a question to you. Would you race the Bathurst 12? Would you jump in and race the Bathurst 12?
Oh, that is a very good question that you ask. I gotta say, and this is not evading the question at all. I would certainly like to stay in the commentary booth in future races, because it's been fun. But in terms of running the Bathurst 12 myself, I would not be quick at all. I am not a good GT3 racer. Usually when it comes to me having a great time on iRacing and actually showing some pace, whereby I'm not as slow as an icicle sliding down a metal roof, I usually tend to run formula cars a bit more often than not. Karting background, more of an open wheel guy myself, so I would not be quick. However, if you put me with the team and probably had me in a lower split whereby no one was taking it too seriously, I mean, obviously everyone's taking this event seriously, but not where like big sponsorships are involved in and all of that jazz. I think if you pair me with some good enough teammates, I would definitely have a fun time doing this event. I don't think I'd be able to do it this year for the simple sake that I cricked my back about 6 months ago. Not sure what I did, but I'm walking around about as stiff as a frozen ice pack. So I'm not having a good time with things over the past couple of months, but in the future, I would definitely consider running the Bathurst 12. I did one endurance race in my karting career. I remember that being super fun outside the pain that I felt the day after, but doing it in iRacing, I say, why not?
I think it would be a lot of fun. I think we should get a couple of RaceSpot teams together and send them into the Bathurst 12. I think we could have a great job with that, honestly, and kind of see how that could happen. I think it'd be fun. So, just a thought in the background for one day, maybe, throw a team together and send it through and see what happens. I'm not saying let me start the race. I'm saying put me in that middle slow stint, and let me just kind of get the car through the middle stint, and I think we'd be okay. Rain, don't go away. I like to see the drivers challenged on every day is going to be what I say right now. It looks like rain is, it looks like it's pretty much here at this point as we go through. The question is how quickly is it going to get very, very heavy? And Ron, I'm sure you can speak to this experience. I haven't had the experience of racing in real life yet. That is on the goals for this year for me, but we'll see here as the rain has started.
Oh, There's your leader around. Oh, and into the wall. That's coming out of McPhillamy Park multiple times, hitting the back of that car. That's Rainer Talvar in that mall number 10 BMW. They've been dominant thus far in this race, but as the rain is coming down in a big way, these slick tires are becoming completely incompatible with this racing surface. They're going to have to pit. I wonder if there's any damage on that race car as well. Look at how slow they're negotiating Forest Elbow of turn number 8. This track has gone to crap. Gianni Vecchio in the number 70 car. He's coming into the pits. The number 1 Williams Esports Porsche has come down pit lane as well. They're joined by Martin Kaladek in the number 12 car. Lorenzo Fredati a little bit farther in the back as well. A flood of drivers coming into the pits. Be careful here. Look at the rooster tails coming off the back of that car. The rain has come back, and it has come back with a vengeance. Rainer Talvar got into this number 10 mall BMW in the driest point of the race up to that point. He's had to deal with the dry racetrack ever since he got into this car. He's now having to deal with the wet. He doesn't like it one bit. He's coming down the pits for some wet tires. Understandably so. He should be counting his lucky stars. The fact he not only got away with that, but I think the captain himself and Diogo Pinto in the number 72 Redline car has ballooned out as of late. I think it was about 20 seconds when that call came to pit.
Absolutely, it was. I can't explain how lucky he got there. And here's the thing, though, is if you think about where he was on the track when he came through, he was sitting around Skyline, which means that Diogo Pinto in that 72 would have been around the cutting with that gap. So, I mean, he has gotten nothing but lucky there, honestly, as we go through. I can't explain how lucky he got to save that car. Diogo Pinto into the pits here. Really, everyone mass exodus into the pits. This is going to be the busiest pit lane you could possibly have in this race. It's going to be interesting to see everyone on wet tires here, everyone kind of reset, and now we go back out on track. Let's see how this runs through, because that was, I mean, a big moment.
So many cars come down the lane at the moment. The pit lane more resembling the parking lot of a Walmart on Black Friday than a racetrack. As we take a look at this moment of Rainer Talvar, the race leader losing it at the top end of the circuit. He runs a little bit wide, hits that puddle, and around he goes. Look at that. Literally nothing he could have done. One moment, you're going straight. The next time, whoop, he gets spun around like a top. It shows you how challenging these conditions are. And look at this. We've now gone to the point the rain is very much so a factor. I think we may have seen some wall scraping from that number 33 Audi right behind. Already missing a front bumper and may have picked up some paint chips on the right-hand side of that car. We've gotten to the point with this wet weather conditions that these drivers running off the racing line. To those who aren't too familiar with how rain racing works, you know what, run on the racing line in conditions like this. That rubber creates a smooth surface compared to the jaggedy stuff off the racing line where the tires can bite that racing line. It's like getting a freshly polished wood floor and telling your dog to run across it. It's not going to go well for that dog at all. So these drivers are going to be avoiding that racing line at all costs. But with them running off the racing line, as we just saw, seeing those two drivers heading off through turn number 1, got to deal with the marbles as well. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation to have range strike coming up to the halfway mark of this race.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we went from nothing to something, and just as quickly I have a feeling that we're going to go from something to nothing on the rain again. That radar was very patchy when we kept looking at it. It was there, then it wasn't, then it was there, then it wasn't. And we saw the same thing earlier in the race when we had the rain up at the top of the broadcast many hours ago. It was nothing, then something, then nothing, then something, and it was just patches of downpour to dry to downpour to dry. As we come up the hill here, the rain is here, the rain is going, and I would say that it's very heavy if you're a driver. This is where, you know, hours ago we had that conversation about you've got to focus, you've got to be on, you know, on your P's and Q's and know what you're doing and be on the lap and have everything together. You're chasing that perfect lap. Stop it. If you're still doing that right now, you're wrong. At this point, it is survival. You are avoiding those puddles right there at the top of the hill. You are really just trying to make sure you get this car lap after lap as fast and safe as possible. Up the hill, down the pit straight. That is your 3 checkpoints every time.
trying to set very fast laps in conditions like this, it's like trying to go for a perfect game, hitting holes in ones every single time at a mini golf course. It's unnecessary in conditions like this. We still haven't hit the halfway mark of this race. Over 5 hours on the clock, but we still got 6 hours and 52 minutes left. So there's a lot of time left for these drivers to make up the time. Now, though, this is not the time to try and be quick. This is the time to keep your car on the track, keep it on the road, and be there at the end. To finish first you have to finish. I've read that in a fortune cookie before, and these racers really need to keep that saying to heart as this race continues to evolve and this track continues to get wetter.
Yeah, and it's just going to keep going. That's the thing, is every lap from this point forward, you know, when the track is dry, you can get in the rhythm and the routine. You mentioned it earlier. You don't want to run the racing line as much as possible, especially through the corners. So what are you doing lap after lap? You're kind of chasing. You're not putting in consistent laps. There's no rhythm to be found here. There's nothing you can do except really just respond to the car, respond to the track, and go through. We're right on board here with the number 20 Audi of Door Esports, Zach Rattray White, who is going to just, again, you got those rooster tails behind cars you can't see, and look at him. He's moving out of the way of the rooster tails, wants to be able to see, taking a different line here, going into Quarry Bend, and it's just a case of continue lap after lap and do that. You're going to take a slightly different line every lap. This is why we call rain the great equalizer, because it truly is a moment of you're just getting comfortable, and you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
One thing to raise when it comes to the discussion about the fact that the rain is truly the great equalizer in the world of racing. Nothing could bring a field closer together than wet weather. It does it in a not rather slick way. It's slick out there on the racetrack, but in terms of the rain, it can cut these drivers down as if Mother Nature is holding a chainsaw. So it is tough in conditions like this for these drivers. You can just see, compare this to how this race was a matter of a half an hour ago following Zach Rattray White in that Dory Esports number 20 Audi. He is crawling his way heading through this section of the racetrack, and you can feel the understeer. I can feel it just looking at this, looking at the feed of this broadcast, running on board with the driver of this number 20 car. You can see cranking some turn into the wheel, and the tires are just like, nope, I want to go straight. I do not want to turn at the present moment. It's sketchy in conditions like this, and even heading down a straightaway, it can be super, super tough. One of the unfortunately, one of the darkest moments in the history of Mount Panorama was back during the 1992 Bathurst 1000 when some racing in the rain and a crash heading down the back straightaway took the life of former F1 driver and Aussie Motorsports legend Denny Holm. So around a racetrack like this, conditions like this, going down a straightaway can be tricky. Let's take Zach Rattray White in this number 20 car as an example. You got that other Audi right in front of you. The spray coming off the back of that car leads it to being a really sketchy ride, even going down a straight. So, of all the conditions to find yourself in the midst of right now, this is not what these drivers had in mind. It is a real tough test, and we're trying to see who's going to rise to acclaim. Are we going to see that Team Redline car rise to the top? We heard some discussion earlier on about those Porsches and how they're probably running some wet weather setups, but the Mall Racing team have been able to hold their own, and they're building the gap at the front of this race. Compared to what we've seen for our time thus far on this broadcast, Brad, we could take all that information we learned, maybe keep a couple of bits and bobs here and there, and throw the rest out the window, and not even out the window, probably into a trash compactor, if we're being honest.
I couldn't have said it better myself, honestly. That's the thing, is this track, any sort of big moment in the rain is just, it's game over. There's nothing you can do about it. And there's a bump there from Door Esports onto the wall. You can see the marks on the wall here, and it's really just a case of lap after lap. Just avoid doing that as much as possible. It's so hard to do, but man, I mean, they're doing a good job of it here. That is the thing I will say, is that the drivers are doing a very, very good job of keeping these cars together. Again, you know, the fun of sim racing, there's nothing too crazy going on. You just kind of have to hold on to it and do your best. And we just continue along, you know, holding on. Just I kind of go with Bathurst a little bit of cross your fingers, cross your toes, and just keep things going as much as possible and just hope that you survive through to the end. Again, it's one thing to say it, it's another to do it, but the drivers are doing a very good job so far.
It's been a very exciting race up to this point. We're coming up to a transitional period, though. This broadcast here on the iRacing Esports Network, part number 1 here of the 2025 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Ready, Set, Sim. We're about to bring part 1 to a close. At the top of the hour in about 5 minutes' time, we'll be switching over to part 2. You'll be able to catch that on the iRacing YouTube channel, and whenever you are tuning into this broadcast from, just switch over to the part 2 show in a couple of minutes' time to stay up to date with all of the racing action, which is going to be a little bit slower than it was a couple of moments ago, but it is still going to be intense nevertheless. Heading down the straightaways with these drivers in these conditions, it may not feel as sketchy. It'll probably feel even more sketchy than when these drivers were going probably about 45 miles an hour quicker heading down the straightaways. It feels like such a terrifying ride. You're walking on eggshells. There's no other way to describe it in conditions like this, Brad.
Indeed. Eggshells, nails, magma, Legos. There's a lot of things you can describe that, but the gist of it is it's a tiptoe situation. You're not worried about speed. You're worried about survival, as we've continued to touch on. And as we'll touch on, lap after lap after lap until the end of this broadcast. Bathurst is a game of survival. It's a game of attrition. It's a game of get to the end safely, wholeheartedly in one piece, which is so hard to do. As it stands, I'm looking back at where things are. Team Redline, 20 seconds off the lead right now. They are coming into their own in those Porsches, currently sitting second, third, and fifth. They look very comfortable where they're at, except for that number 70 Team Redline. They are losing a little bit of pace here, but even then, the number 72 Gustavo Ariel and then Florian Lebidra in the number 71, they're running 220s while our race leader is running 223s. Some of that is traffic, but some of that is, I think they are genuinely more comfortable in the rain right now with their setup in their Porsches.
Oh, just saw a couple of moments ago, and you mentioned it a few moments ago as well, Brad, talking about the number 72 of Gustavo Ariel. He's back behind the wheel of that race car after a brief stint during the midpoint of the race from Diogo Pinto. Pinto out of that car, Gustavo Ariel back in. There's probably going to be a few more driver swaps between those two drivers between now and the end of this 12-hour long race. Coming up to the halfway mark in 45-ish minutes time. It's myself, Ron Mullins, and Brad Dalton alongside me in the commentary booth for this show. We'll have Mike Knowles coming in 45 minutes time to replace me, and then we'll have the likes of Mr. Jake Sperry, Arjuna Kankapati, and Ian O'Leary to bring this broadcast to a conclusion and bring the 2025 Bathurst 12-hour on iRacing to what is set to be an exciting close. Rainer Talvar is your current leader in the number 10 Mall Motorsports BMW, one of the only, if not the only, BMWs in the entirety of this field, has spent a decent chunk of this race up towards the front. However, Ariel is reeling him in. We saw not terribly long ago the gap was about, trying to think, that was probably about 25-ish seconds. I know that for sure. It may have been a little bit higher than that. Now it's under 20. It's about 19, coming up to 19 and a half to 19 seconds flat. So Rainer Talvar in that number 10 BMW, he got into that car in the drying conditions. He's now having to get a grips to it in the wet, and as much as he was quick earlier on, I think Gustavo Ariel in that number 72 car driving for Team Redline, the reigning winners of this event, they're coming into their own. Let's see if those Porsches are going to be able to reel him in between now and the halfway mark.
I definitely think they will. That's going to be the big thing for me, is just watching to see. I don't think it's a matter of if. I think it's more of a matter of when as we go picture in picture here and follow along. Up in the top, you've got Door Esports continuing their push against Fiercely Forward Pink. In the bottom, you have that number 72 Team Redline car currently being driven by Gustavo Ariel, who is just continuing to push forward. Gap now down to 18 seconds. At one point, you mentioned that race lead 20-25 seconds. I feel like at one point the race lead was over a minute from Mall Racing Team in that BMW. So the fact that it's down to where it's at now, I know earlier I said 30 seconds wasn't a comfortable lead. If 30 seconds wasn't comfortable, 17 seconds in closing is what I would call pressure as we continue through this race. Ron, I mean, you got to do what you got to do here, but I think also what I'm interested to see is it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. What are they going to be able to do to get a pass done once they do catch up?
Ooh, and that's a car sideways coming out of Murray's corner. Not sure who that was. All I know for sure, it was an Audi sideways slideways coming through turn at number 23. There we can see it. That is Kevin DeNoyer in the Fiercely Forward Pink car, the number 15, losing it. Coming out of coming through turn number 23. In fact, the front bumper already gone on that Audi. That's